starting with North Korea's nuclear and missile challenges in 2018, and then move on to US-China strategic rivalry 2020 and 2021 during pandemic season, and also 2022, Russia and Ukrainian war, and then Middle Eastern politics and security the next year. Last year, we talked about the war memory and reconciliation. So this year, we are going to address Latin American issues. So as we know, our global community faces numerous challenges with many people experiencing significant sufferings from North Korea to Ukraine, Middle East, in Latin America and beyond. So this year, we deal with multiple Latin American issues, including illegal immigration, drug cartels and gang violence, and the influence of the other great powers, China and Russia, in the Latin America, and US-Latin American relations. So today, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., 2 keynote speakers and 8 scholars and 3 students will present their unique insights on the Latin American and other global issues. Tomorrow, from 9:30 a.m. to 12:15 p.m., we will have 2 round-the-table discussions addressing complexities in Latin America and US-Latin American relations. So thank you so much again for participating in Norwich University's 2025 Summit. I'm now pleased to invite Norwich University's Provost and the Dean of the Faculty, Dr. Karen Gaines, to deliver her welcome remarks. To be mindful of time, I will briefly introduce her background. Dr. Karen Gaines has served as a Provost and Dean of the Faculty at Norwich University since 2022, overseeing academic programs, research centers, and accreditation. Previously, she was the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, where she played a key role in aerospace, physiology, and ROTC liaison efforts. With a PhD in environmental toxicology from the University of South Carolina, she is an internationally recognized expert in radiation, epidemiology, and risk assessment and toxicant transport. So Dr. Gaines has worked with the U.S. Department of Energy, chaired Biological Sciences at Eastern Illinois University, and is active in multiple scientific and military associations. Now I turn it over to Provost Karen Gaines. Let us give a round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. You'll see throughout the day, people will be coming in and out, and that's a good thing because so many of our students here are coming from their classes to be able to see the activities today. And we also have our guests from Northfield High School, and I was just talking with them. We have advanced Spanish class, and I was talking to those students beforehand about the importance of languages and how I was counseling my own son, who's a STEM major, that his minor should be Spanish. And I say, that is that unicorn. That is the thing that can transform you and give you opportunity. So as we look at the cultural aspects of today's symposium, but understanding that cultural component and being able to communicate is very important. So let me just take a moment to welcome you all, our distinguished guests, our colleagues, and all of our students. Welcome to Norwich University's 6th Peace and War Summit. It's truly an honor for me to gather with such a prominent group of expert scholars and highly engaged students as we explore some of the most pressing security challenges of our time. First, let me extend my deep gratitude to Vermont Humanities and Norwich alumni Sam Thomas and Bill Mooney for their generous support. A special thanks as well to Professor Wendy Cox, who I know is somewhere in the audience. There she is. And her students in the School of Architecture for her thought-provoking exhibition on the southern border. If you haven't had a chance to see it in the lobby yet, I highly encourage you to do so. There's a lot of different poster presentations on the back wall. This year's focus is Latin America, an incredibly dynamic and resilient region, yet one facing significant changes. As Yang Mo said, illegal immigration, cartel-driven violence, shifting geopolitical influences to continue to reshape the landscape. Migration, driven by economic and political hardship, requires a response that balances security with humanity. Drug cartels not only destabilize local governments, but also create ripple effects far beyond their borders. And with China and Russia expanding their presence in the region, and question of sovereignty and regional stability becomes even more complex. At the heart of all of this is the relationship between the United States and Latin America. Its relationship marked by deep ties, moments of cooperation, and at times, serious tensions. But one thing is clear: our engagement in the region matters. Strengthening diplomatic ties, fostering economic development, and supporting democratic institutions aren't just abstract policy goals, they shape the everyday lives of millions. Over the next 2 days, we have the privilege of learning from an outstanding lineup of speakers, including Brigadier General Carlos Caceres and Ambassador Patrick Duddy, as well as 8 leading scholars who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience. This is an opportunity to dive into complex discussions, challenge assumptions, and think critically about the future of security and policy in Latin America. So, I encourage you, ask the hard questions, engage in debate, and take full advantage of their expertise in the room. This is what Norwich does best, bringing together leaders, scholars, and future decision makers to grapple with real-world challenges. Thank you for being a part of this important dialogue. Let us use this opportunity to advance our understandings and contribute to a more stable and just world. I hope everyone has a joyful and enlightening experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost Gaines. I'm now honored to introduce our first keynote speaker, Brigadier General Carlos Caceres. Again, I will share a shortened version of his bio. His full bio is available on the summit website. So Brigadier General Carlos Caceres, a native of Puerto Rico, was commissioned as a military intelligence officer in 1992. He has held key intelligence and command roles, including Chief of U.S. Southern Command, Peru and Ecuador Intelligence Team, Military Intelligence Advisor in Colombia, and Senior U.S. Military Liaison Officer. His leadership extends to commanding intelligence and operations groups across multiple deployments. Since August 2023, he has served as a Deputy Commanding General of the U.S. Army Intelligence and Security Command. A National War College graduate, he holds a master's in national security strategy. So the floor is yours, sir. Let's give a round of applause to the first keynote speaker.
Well, good morning, and thank you for that warm reception. It is truly an honor and a pleasure for me to be here today, and I want to express my sincere thanks to Norwich and its amazing leadership for inviting me, Norwich President, Lieutenant General Broadmeadow, Dr. Koo, the Chair of Political Science Department and History. And again, when I first got word that I was invited, I had been very much looking forward to this moment because of the time that I spent, over 30 years of experience as a military intelligence officer, both active duty and reserve, providing support to counter-drug operations going back to the early 90s. So I was very excited and looking forward to this moment. So as I recount my story, there's actually a couple of things that I'm hoping you'll take away from my remarks. And that is, one, how illegal drugs, the illegal drug trade evolved and transformed over the years. 2, the critical historical turning points. And 3, the unintended consequences of some of our own counter-drug operations, multi-agency, multinational, working closely with our foreign military partners. So let me start by saying that Latin America today is vastly different than the Latin America that I encountered in the 1990s. And some things have changed for the better, while others not so much. But I'll share this with you. When I first got to Latin America in the early 1990s, and I was assigned to Southcom, some of the visuals that I witnessed were entire city blocks being flattened by car bombs, frequent battles or stoppages that were called by terrorist groups where anyone who dared to go out to work that day or take their kids to school or go out shopping would have been a target for assassination. And also the frequent unconstitutional changes of government that happened as a result of military coups. Today, that is not something that we get to see or hear about, but certainly it was the case in the 1990s. So, although counter-drug or illegal drug trafficking was a concern, it wasn't the primary concern in the late 1880s, early 1990s. But as military security cooperation started to pay off with host nation militaries becoming more professional and working very closely with State Department to improve governance, that's when our attention turned to drug trafficking, and counter-drug operations became the main focus. So when I talk about counter-drug and the experience that I lived, I actually tend to group it in 3 periods. The Colombian cartel period in the 90s, the post-Colombian cartel period that followed in the 2000s, and then the current phase, which has marked an exponential growth of transnational criminal organizations all throughout Latin America. And those changes in phases are important because that happened for 2 reasons, as hopefully you will discern from my speech. And that is that it happened because obviously we were dealing with an adversary or criminal actors that had a vote, and they reacted to our own efforts, but also because the success of some of our efforts, that's when that change in those phases happened. So when I got to U.S. Southern Command in 1993, October, the hunt for Pablo Escobar was in full swing. And I got to Southcom, and I was assigned to the watch section. And the watch section is the one section that operates 24/7 in the command and was responsible for tracking overnight intelligence reports and developments, especially as it pertained to keeping our deployed forces safe. And one of the things that I remember, I happened to be the watch officer on duty the night that Pablo Escobar family was trying to escape Colombia and seek sanctuary in Germany. And I had to wake up, which wasn't a fun thing to do. I had to wake up the director of intelligence and some of our other multi-agency liaison partners, certainly the State Department liaison, as they were engaging with Washington and the German government to deny entry to Escobar's family so they would return to Colombia. And a few months later, as we know, Pablo Escobar met his fate, and the Medellin cartel was dismantled. But that wasn't the end, and our counter-drug operations were just starting to intensify. And we turned our focus to the Cali cartel. And with operations Laser Strike and Green Clover. Laser Strike was an operation aimed at improving foreign military capacity, especially in Peru and Bolivia and Colombia, while Operation Green Clover was aimed at stopping or interdicting illegal flights coming from Peru and Bolivia into Colombia, bringing coca base. And it was a robust, 24/7, nonstop, all-out war. Soldiers manning isolated ground-based radars deep in the jungles of Colombia and Peru in hostile territory, while other Department of Defense officials and personnel were providing support, mostly in the form of intelligence support, using the vast resources that were available to us at the time. And I as a first lieutenant and later promoted to captain, was the DOD intelligence liaison at the U.S. Embassy in Quito, Ecuador in 1994 and 1995. And just to show some of the work that was going on at many of the different U.S. embassies, obviously under the purview of the chief of mission, because as we all know, hopefully, unless a war is declared, State Department is the lead agency directing all efforts, including DOD efforts in the country. So we were all working for the chief of mission. I was that liaison providing intel support to DEA, and that was mostly in the form of receiving requests for information from DEA and inputting them into DOD systems for one or more of the many ISR platforms that was allocated to the theater to collect the necessary information to enable targeting operations. And that was one of the many functions that some of my colleagues and I performed during that phase as we were trying to go after the Colombian cartels and disrupt the flow of coca base going into Colombia. And the strategy was a fairly simple strategy. And this is an important distinction of that phase. And it was feasible because during this period, there was an established order or system that was enforced by the Colombian cartels. Coca was almost exclusively harvested in Peru and Bolivia, processed into coca base, shipped to Colombia, for the Colombian cartels then to process into finalized cocaine and then ship it. And it was, again, the Colombian cartels the one controlling the traffic of illegal drugs. And yes, at that time, they would actually reach out to Mexican cartels, but it was mostly reaching out to Mexican cartels as enablers for them to facilitate the flow of drug from Mexico into the U.S. And there was a good reason for that, because here goes one of the unintended consequences. And I'm not saying that as a bad thing. Obviously, we will do things and act and pursue strategies based on conditions on the ground. And at that time, we had a robust maritime and air interdiction program. So, the cartels figured it out, and they realized that it was much more difficult for us to interdict drugs on the land domain. So the Central American corridor became the primary corridor, and the Mexican cartels actually played a prominent role. But again, the dominant cartels at that time, and all of that happened under the oversight of Colombian cartels. See, criminal and terrorist organizations at that time, I'm still in that first phase of the Colombian cartels in the 90s, respected this system, which was largely enforced by this dominant Colombian cartels, and anyone who dared to violate this established order would meet the wrath of the Colombian cartels. But just as multinational and multi-agency operations started to yield positive results, especially after the dismantling of the Cali cartel, we thought that we had delivered a serious blow to the drug trafficking problem, which was certainly the case, but that success was not long-lived. And we took a brief scaling back of counter-drug operations, in part because the efforts that during the 90s, during the Colombian cartel period, phase, was just simply unsustainable based on the terms of cost, man hours. So we scaled back, and that, coupled with some other factors, set the stage and the conditions for other more powerful, more lethal, better organized, and much more difficult to target organizations to move in and fill the void that we had created. And the most notable of those organizations, of course, was the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, or FARC, who until then had limited themselves just to providing or working for the Colombian cartels by facilitating the flow of coca base coming out of Peru and Colombia, Peru and Bolivia into Colombia. So, as you can probably imagine, our problems grew exponentially. And instead of focusing eradication in two countries, Peru and Bolivia, now we had to focus eradication in three countries, as we started to discover coca fields all throughout Colombia. And with the Colombian cartels out of the picture, new criminal elements trafficking finalized cocaine, and this is important. Before, up until now, that was almost exclusively done by the Colombian cartels, but now we started to see new organizations trafficking finalized cocaine emerging in Peru and Bolivia, all throughout Central America, while the Mexican cartels were becoming larger, more powerful, and more lethal. So simply put, our illicit drug trafficking problem inadvertently ballooned, and production skyrocketed, with the FARC controlling most of the Colombian territory and therefore being able to increase production to meet the global demand. So as a result, we find ourselves, and certainly the Colombians, playing catch up against the FARC. And at that time, and I'm talking about 99, 2000, the Colombian security forces were simply outmatched by the FARC because of the FARC's size, lethality, tactics, and level of organizations. I personally remember in the early phases of Plan Colombia trying to, as a security advisor, military security advisor, trying to help the Colombians go after some of the FARC targets. And it was just simply impossible. The FARC was too far into the remote areas of Colombia. The Colombian military didn't have the reach, didn't have the presence to stage military operations, and they tried, and those attempts didn't turn out to be didn't turn out too well for them. Soldiers that were often wounded had to remain in the jungle for days and weeks. Sometimes they would try to medevac to evacuate them via land routes, and it was just not possible. So military and law enforcement efforts proved extremely difficult. And not only that, but as the FARC's revenues, as they started to generate more money because of their involvement in the drug trafficking, they became more powerful and a more sophisticated adversary. So we could no longer remain on the sidelines. And once again, we were called to action with the activation of Plan Colombia. So in 99, 2000, I was deployed as part of a group of military U.S. advisors, most of them from 7th Special Forces Group, first to Fort Benning, and then to a remote forward operating base in the jungles of Colombia to assist with the formation of the first counter-narcotics brigade, Colombian counter-narcotics brigade. And our job was one of several simultaneous lines of effort ongoing at the time under Plan Colombia. While we were training the members of the Colombian counter-narcotics brigade, other members of the U.S. country team at the U.S. Embassy in Bogota were intensifying efforts to equip and train the Colombian security forces and give them that necessary reach that they so desperately needed, including providing U.S.-made Black Hawk helicopters to the Colombian military. And other lines of effort, it wasn't just military, it wasn't just assisting in improving the capacity of the Colombian security forces, but other initiatives also included trying to go after and improve some of the root causes that was fueling the FARC's dominance in the illegal drug trade. And many of those efforts, I have to give credit to USAID because they did play a very important role in some of those efforts. Other multi-agency efforts also included improving the populace access to information in remote areas controlled by the FARC, providing the necessary tools and supplies for alternative crops, and intensifying the reach, access, and level of penetration of our intelligence systems to enable effective targeting. Although the task proved extremely hard and at times frustrating, in part because the vast amount of money that the FARC had generated had been able to penetrate critical population centers, they had also been able to penetrate penetrate the Colombian government and elements of the security forces. So countless man-hours of intelligence hard work and targeting operations often resulted in failure only because the FARC had been alerted minutes or hours before the strike. But nonetheless, over time, our security cooperation efforts improved the professionalism and capacity of the Colombian security forces, and that started to pay off. So the Colombian military reformed their military intelligence system and improve and reinforce employing some of the techniques, tactics, and procedures that we use, improve their operational security, their intelligence support to military operations, military decision-making cycle, and information security system. So between 2005 and 2010, we started to see our efforts pay off, and the FARC's strength started to decrease, leading up to the peace agreement in 2016. So as the FARC entered and reached a peace agreement with the Colombian government, that was a golden opportunity that unfortunately was missed because the idea at that time was for bring whole of government areas into areas that were considered FARC strongholds. But unfortunately, TCOs, domestic Colombian TCOs, moved quicker, like Plan del Golfo, and took control of some of those areas. But after the peace agreement, then our focus turned to the Central American corridor and going after some of the TCOs that were facilitating the flow of drugs through Central America into Mexico. And I have to say, the partnership between DoD, especially in the intelligence forum, have paid off, with over 400 TCOs have been neutralized, or TCOs organizations that have been dismantled since 2013, and also a number of corrupt government officials that had been arrested. So, unfortunately, with all that being said and all the work that has gone on today, cocaine production is at a record high. Global demand continues to grow. Interdiction efforts is often countered by TCOs, increasing production to make up for the lost loads. But that said, not everything is gloom and doom. Today, as a direct result of our counter-drug operations, we have far more professional and capable security forces. Justice reforms coupled with law enforcement efforts with support from DoD have been able to uncover and arrest corrupt government officials. But the resiliency of TCOs ensured that the war is far from over, and so is our U.S. determination and commitment to disrupt the flow of drugs and to resolve and strengthening partnerships throughout the AOR. Again, Dr. Koo and Lieutenant General Broadmeadow and everyone at Norwich faculty, thank you for allowing me to participate in this event to say a few words. Thank you for allowing me to share my story. I hope that my story has provided some valuable insights into the complexities of counter-drug operations in Latin America. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors and all the important discussions ahead. Thank you.
General, thank you so much for just insightful historical analysis of drug cartels and counter-drug operations. So at this point, I am pleased to introduce the second keynote speaker, retired U.S. Ambassador Patrick Doody. Ambassador Patrick Doody is a senior advisor for global affairs at Duke University and has taught at Duke's Fuqua School of Business and Stanford School of Public Policy. A former U.S. diplomat with nearly 30 years of service, he was one of the State Department's top Latin America specialists, serving as a U.S. ambassador to Venezuela from 2007 to 2010 under President Bush and Obama. He also held key roles as a Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for the Western Hemisphere and U.S. Consul General in Sao Paulo. A member of the Council on Foreign Relations, he has published and spoken widely on U.S. foreign policy. So I think please remain on seat until 9:55, please. So let's welcome Ambassador Doody with a round of applause.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd particularly like to thank those who conspired to get me here from springtime in North Carolina. I am from Maine, however, and so I was not entirely surprised to see snow in the woods. Now, I'm going to speak a little bit more generally about issues in the region. I'm not going to try to capture what I see as all of the challenges, but to give you a sense of what I think some of the challenges are, which our new administration is facing. And in doing so, I'm going to, frankly, crib from something I wrote a short time ago that another group in Washington turned into a memo for the president. I'm not at all convinced that anyone has paid any attention at all, but nevertheless, I have, in the last couple of months, tried to suggest some markers, some guideposts as we proceed. I'd like to begin by noting that traditionally, the U.S. has relegated Latin America, the Caribbean, even Mexico, to the second or even the third tier of our national security concerns. And there are good reasons for that, and perhaps over the next couple of days, we can touch on some of those. I think most of us would agree, if we've been watching the news, that that is not true at the moment. It may be that the conflict between Russia and Ukraine or in Gaza continue to attract more media attention. But there were clearly a set of issues which were both aggravating and activating the base which voted for President Trump. I'll start with a statistic, to some degree, I hope, one that helps to explain our focus today. Notwithstanding the many problems, which General Carceres has very, I think, correctly pointed out in terms of the drug war, notwithstanding the challenges of drug smuggling, human trafficking, migration, 42 to 43% of all of our manufacturing exports are traded with countries of the Western Hemisphere. We sell more to Mexico than we do to China, right? Millions of American jobs depend on that trade. So I think it's useful to start there. And indeed, a friend of mine in Washington, the vice president of the Council of the Americas, has made the point that the Trump administration in particular will not be viewed as a success if it doesn't get the Americas right? If it doesn't get the Americas right. My friend in Washington, that's Eric Farnsworth, has actually suggested a list of things which ought to constitute the new administration's agenda, and that list includes fentanyl, immigration, supply chains, as well as China. It's a good list, but I think it's incomplete. I think we need to open our aperture, but also to drill down a little bit on what that means, and to think about some of the country-specific challenges that we're looking at. Before we do that, I want to start, in particular, because we have so many undergraduates here, as well, I understand, as some students from the local high school, on some of the assumptions with which many of us come to an analysis of what's going on in Latin America. So first, what have we assumed? We assume that while relations with the United States have sometimes been difficult, complicated, even acrimonious, the U.S. always assumes, at least to date, that most leaders in the region understand that in the long run, they need to have a productive relationship with the U.S. That's number one. Number two, and it sort of flows from number one, we have likewise generally taken it for granted that Latin American leaders have perceived the value proposition for dealing with the United States as overwhelmingly more attractive than linking their interests, their futures, to other countries. Right? Third, it seems to me we in the United States have always believed that the conflicts in the region generally do not rise to the level of certainly existential threats to the United States unless extra-regional actors are involved. And we have likewise assumed that, in fact, we can intervene at moderate cost when we need to. And I would note, and I think General Carceres would concur, that even our investment in the drug war has been, in terms of our larger interests, has been modest. We have always assumed we could intervene in time, to some degree, whether or not foreign actors have been involved. But, similarly, we have assumed that it has always been in our national interest to limit the reach and influence of extra-regional, non-Western hemisphere countries into the region that Latin Americans find this very irritating, the region that we have sometimes referred to as our backyard, right? Finally, since the 1980s, in particular, the U.S. has promoted democracy and human rights in the region. The Inter-American Democratic Charter was, in fact, and I hope some of you among the students have heard of it, the Inter-American Democratic Charter was signed in Lima, Peru on 9/11, 2001. Secretary Powell was there and was on the ground, and even after he had received word of the attacks on the World Trade Center in New York, stayed long enough to affirm U.S. support for that charter. Right? So this has been a cornerstone of U.S. engagement in the region, at least for 30 plus years. And that charter establishes that being a practicing democracy and respecting human rights are fundamental conditions for participation in the full inter-American system, which includes the Inter-American Development Bank, the Organization of American States, et cetera. And this promotion, this embrace of democracy and human rights was also fundamental to our approach to free trade. And we now, with our neighbors in the region, have free trade agreements that extend from the Arctic to the Antarctic. They do not include what is largely the east coast of Central America, but NAFTA, the DR, CAFTA free trade agreement, the free trade agreements with Peru, with Panama, Peru, Colombia, and Chile extend our network from one pole to the other. Now, what I would argue is that we need to keep some of this in mind as we look at a series of ulcerating problems, right? Problems that, like it or not, the new administration is going to have to deal with. And similarly, I would argue that our success in addressing some of these ulcerating problems will resonate not just within the region, but globally. As we open our aperture, I want to touch first and foremost on Mexico. You know, the administration, the new administration, has insisted that control of the southern border, stemming the flow of illegal migrants, as well as the flow of fentanyl and other illicit substances into the United States, would be central to the new administration's engagement in the Americas. I think that agenda was largely embraced by the American public. Right? And I'm not here to challenge it in any important respect. What I would like to touch on, though, is the complexity of dealing with these issues, right? And suggest, too, that it is important to keep in mind that they are all connected. So what do I mean? I return to the number I cited earlier. 42% of all of our manufacturing exports are sold into the Western Hemisphere. The president has suggested he would close the border if President Sheinbaum and the Mexican government does not adequately or satisfactorily respond to the U.S. insistence that we address fentanyl, migration, et cetera. And in the last few months, there have been some interesting indications from Mexico that the government is looking for ways to do that, right, to respond, to cooperate with the United States, and I think that we need to cooperate. But tariffs have been, in fact, announced, notwithstanding these initial signals from the Mexican government. I think we need to understand that having a partnership with Mexico in dealing with the problems of drug trafficking and illicit migration is going to be central. And a part of that, when you're dealing with any democratic country, is that the government with which you are dealing has to respond to its own public. Right? It has to respond to its own public, and that means we have to provide enough space for the Mexican government to, in effect, save face. It's a big country, very important to us, and it's one of those places which has, to use another term I've suggested earlier, historically believed that the value proposition for working with us as opposed to against us was self-evidently in their national interest. I believe we need to be careful not to change that calculation. And also to recognize that, to some degree, Mexico is dealing with the same challenges. They don't produce cocaine. It's being trafficked through their country. Many of the migrants who come to us over the southern border are actually coming typically from Central America, increasingly from Venezuela, but there are indications that significant numbers of migrants are working their way up through Central America and Mexico from Africa, South Asia, et cetera. I want to come back to a term the general used, complexity. Why and how is this situation complex? We want to control the flow of the border. And the new administration has indicated that returning undocumented migrants who in law are referred to as illegal aliens, right? Returning them to their home countries is a goal for the administration, and indeed something they consider, from the results of last fall's election, a mandate. Fine. But what generally propels migrants to travel from their own countries to the U.S.? The answer in Latin America is overwhelmingly poverty and criminal violence. Right? Poverty in particular has been the great, and inequality, has been the great bugaboo of the region. Right? That notwithstanding progress at the macroeconomic level, for instance in Peru or in Chile, the gap between rich and poor has generally not been diminished. To wit, you have lots of poor people in these places. They migrate north, they send money home. How significant is that? Let me offer you another statistic. Honduras depends on remittances, money sent home, for more than 20% of their GDP. 20%, right? If, in fact, we significantly reduce the population of Hondurans sending remittances back to Honduras by returning them to their country, what happens to their national economy? Poverty grows. Poverty grows. What do the poorest of the poor do in relation to it? They move. Others embrace illicit activities which seem to offer the promise of some financial security, even at a cost. This is a complex problem. It is legitimate to say we want to control the border, but it is also a challenge to figure out how to do that. Returning migrants, my 15 minutes are up. I'll wrap up quickly. How to do it without, in fact, making the root problems worse. I'll touch on two other countries which I think are still and have for some time been posing serious challenges for successive American administrations. One is Haiti. Haiti right now is more than 80% controlled by gangs, certainly in the capital. I've been involved twice after coups there in trying to restore democracy. Once again, the problem is, among other things, poverty. This is a desperately poor place. And many in the Caribbean are very worried that if those problems are not addressed, we're going to see another massive outflow of refugees into the Caribbean basin. We have to somehow figure out what to do, and we don't want to send troops. The other country is, of course, Venezuela, where I served as ambassador. Be happy over the next couple of days to talk to any of you who wishes to address that. What I would leave you with is this notion. The erosion of democracy and respect for human rights in Venezuela has resulted in approximately 8 million refugees, right? About a quarter of the entire country has left. This is aggravating relations not only with the United States, but with many of the surrounding countries. Somehow we have to find a way to address the continuing problem of Venezuela. Now, let me close with a reminder. Our new administration has said repeatedly that they want to avoid unnecessary wars and/or the deployment of American military abroad, when and if and as they can. That means employing sanctions, or maybe even said more broadly, coercive diplomacy. What I would note is sanctions don't work if they are unilaterally imposed. We're going to need partners to make a sanctions policy effective. And if we need partners, then we need to take into account how our own foreign policy resonates with these foreign publics. Because those countries which are democracies need to be responsive to those publics. And if we humiliate them internationally, it will make partnering with us more difficult. It will change the value proposition for these governments. So with that, I'll close, and I look forward to chatting with some of you over the next 2 days.
Thank you so much for the insightful information and suggestions to U.S. government and other nations ambassador. So general and ambassador will stay in the summit event today and tomorrow until noontime. So please engage the keynote speakers to ask questions and to get more lessons from them. So today, in the next sessions, we will continue to delve into all these important issues. So please come to join the 10 a.m. session, 11 and afternoon sessions as well. Thank you so much for attending the Peace and War Summit, the keynote session, in person and online. Thank you. See you soon.
Problem is I don't want to. Do you by any chance have yours virtually?
I sent it to them, but
Let me just pull it up. Here's mine.
Oh, okay.
I
I'm
don't
going to
know
add
how
all
I
of
was
them.
going to ask.
Here's this side.
Thank you.
He is in charge.
Okay. Ta-da. Okay, it made a happy sound. Ta-da. Okay. If everybody's got water? All right. Everybody's got a label?
No, labels no. All three of them are there. Haha. This is why you're in charge.
Good morning. We are going to live stream this, so we need to maintain the timeline. So if I could ask you to move to your seats. You're going to have to move them along. Good morning. I'm Colonel Retired Bill Mooney, Norwich class of 1986, and I'll be serving as your moderator for this morning's panel. We have two prominent speakers for this session. Each will present for approximately 15 minutes, and then we'll take your questions from the audience, moving to these microphones at my left and right for approximately 10 minutes after each speaker. So we'll begin. We have two speakers. First is Dr. Matthew Singer, Professor of Political Science at the University of Connecticut, and he'll be followed by Dr. Rita Groh, Professor of Political Science at the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga. In the interest of time, I'll forego their full biographies, but I'd invite you to go to the website and view those. So with no further ado, Dr. Singer.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Hopefully everyone can hear me. And I'm excited to be here at Norwich, and thank you to everyone for making it possible for me to be here. So interestingly, I was just saying the ambassador just actually stole some of my thunder and talked about some of the things, which I think is great. And so as we talk about immigration today, my goal is to kind of go through some of the background to help understand the dynamics of this. So just some quick background to make sure we're all on the same page about why we're talking about this. When we look at the current immigrant population in the United States, and we look at where they're from, if we look at the 10 countries that have sent the most immigrants, 6 of them are from Latin America, with a particular Mexico being the driving share. And then, India and China are now the second and third largest sending countries in the United States. But then, we see Guatemala, El Salvador, Dominican Republic, Cuba, Colombia, and then much of the rest of the hemisphere is here. So massive numbers of immigrants to the United States are from Latin America. Now, the United States is not the only country interested in dealing with the issue of immigration, even though it's what I'm going to focus on today. But as as Ambassador Duddy mentioned, so Venezuelan outmigration, millions of immigrants from Venezuela. Nearly 3 million Venezuelans are currently in Colombia, 1.5, roughly 1.6, I guess, in Peru. Millions of immigrants. Similarly, when you look at the Dominican Republic with a large Haitian population, these are issues that many countries around the hemisphere are dealing with. And so, as we're talking about this, what I want to talk about really quickly is data from a recent survey looking at immigration intentions and looking at what the drivers of it are. So my background, I come at this, my background and training is in public opinion polling. That's what I spend most of my time doing. And so I want to talk about those numbers to help you get to kind of put some numbers on this, even if I'm not going to put that many numbers up there in the paper that you can read online. But to help you think about these things. And then we're going to talk about why people are coming, and the story the ambassador just told us is absolutely true. And then I want to talk about some of the domestic policy issues as we think about the United States and other countries. What are their interlocutors thinking about this issue? So starting with immigration intentions, the most recent wave of the America's Barometer survey that came out in 2023 has this question about, so do you have intentions of going to live or work abroad in the next 3 years? And what we can see is that if we look over the time the survey ran, during the end of the first decade, start of the second decade of the last century, what we saw was immigration intentions were going down as the economy improved and poverty was falling. And then when the commodity boom ends in 2014, you see a spike. And roughly since 2016, about 28% of the population in Latin America, if you ask them, they say they'd like to go abroad. It spiked a little bit during COVID, but roughly 1 in 3. So if you do this, if you kind of multiply these numbers out, that's 104 million people that say they'd like to go abroad. Now, it varies substantially by country. So Haiti, as was just mentioned, is by far the extreme outlier. In the most recent survey, almost 80% of the residents of Haiti would like to leave. We have majorities in Jamaica and Nicaragua, near majorities in Suriname, Dominican Republic, down to Mexico, Uruguay, where it's less than 20%. So massive numbers. So it varies quite a bit by country, but there's a lot of demand to leave. Now, saying you want to leave and leaving are two very different things. And so when we think about, are you actually trying to leave? In the most recent wave of the America's Barometer survey, they added questions to look at, okay, what preparations are you actually making in a subset of the countries where they were asking these questions. And so these are the numbers, these are the countries they looked at, and these are the percent that would like to immigrate. Then he said, okay, have you actually started saving money? And so of that 15% in Mexico, roughly half has. Whereas if you look at the 80% of Haitians, it's 6% that have. And so as we look at, like in these numbers, we have to take into account, okay, have you put together documents to emigrate? And again, roughly half of Mexican potential immigrants have, but in most places it's less than a third, again, down to very low in Haiti. Making actual engagements, pick a date. So it's much, much lower. And so when we think about this problem, when we talk about this issue, there's two separate things going on. There's the demand to leave and there's the capacity to leave. And those are not the same thing. So what I did from the analysis that I wrote up for the article to be published after this event was I analyzed these data to look at what are the drivers of these things. And I broke basically people up into three categories. I don't want to immigrate, I want to immigrate, but I'm not making any preparations, and I want to immigrate, and I am preparing. And when we look at those last two boxes and say, okay, who wants to leave? This is not going to be shocking, but everything that we think is true is true. Who wants to leave? The vulnerable and the scared. So if you see your income's falling, you want to leave. If you've gone without food in the last 3 months, you really want to leave. If you've been affected by natural disaster, you want to leave. If you've been the victim of a crime, you want to leave. If you've paid a bribe, you want to leave. Then there are some other pull factors. If you have family abroad, you're more likely to try and leave. There's actually relatively few demographic differences in the survey data these days. But these are the push factors. These are the problems that people are trying to escape, as we've just heard about. But then when we come to, okay, are any of these problems, are crime victims particularly likely to also be preparing? Or are the poor or the hungry particularly likely to be preparing? The answer is no. The only one of these variables that correlates with actually making preparations is having been a victim of corruption. And with the survey data, I wouldn't be shocked, is it's the people who are preparing to leave and are getting those documents together are paying bribes as part of that. And so my survey says, okay, you've paid a bribe in the last 12 months and you're preparing to leave. Those two things are probably going together. Who's actually preparing to leave? It turns out it's the educated, the wealthy, and those that have family abroad. That it requires capacity to be able to leave. So if we're talking about this issue, one of the things that's going to be one of the constraints for Latin American governments is they are actually worried about losing people, even with some of the things I'm going to talk about in a minute, but they're worried about losing their educated and higher resourced individuals. So as we're thinking about these numbers, so I just said 104 million people would like to leave. Most of them won't. But there's still millions of people who want to leave. So how does this then affect foreign affairs? So as we know, there's high demand for emigration, and then as we've talked about and seen, then these countries, they benefit from it. So in the long run, having your best educated and youngest workforce leave is bad for business. In the short run, having them leave, as we talked about at breakfast this morning, is an escape valve. If people who are upset and angry and are poor are leaving instead of protesting, are leaving instead of voting, that's a great thing for the regime. We call it they're exercising exit instead of voice. And so we see that happening. At the same time, then as the ambassador mentioned, they're also sending money home. And what we know is that as the amount of remittances going to a country goes up, presidential popularity goes up. Households that receive remittances from abroad are more likely to approve of the president of the country, even though the president had nothing to do with that. But because the household is better off, People, for whatever reason, aren't making that connection, that it's not connected, and so they become more optimistic and presidents get reelected more. So that's who you're negotiating with when you're trying to get them to cooperate. Countries that are benefiting from this. At the same time, we've seen in the United States, we've seen in other countries growing pressure to limit immigration. Basically every country that touches Venezuela, around 75% of the population or higher thinks that immigrants are a bad thing and harmful to the country, even though their governments have been very welcoming. We also know it's really hard to stop it. Just as it's really hard to stop the flow of drugs over land, it's really hard to stop the flow of people over land. And we also know that deterrence is really hard. The survey data of possible immigrants says that even when you tell them how much we're enforcing the law, they're not less likely to actually want to come. People who have been deported before are actually more likely to want to return, not less, because they left families behind. And so the challenge then for states that are receiving immigrants is you then need to cooperate. You have incentives to try and extend the border to make it easier to interdict people as they're coming. You have incentives to try and work with them to even sending countries to keep minors from going abroad, et cetera. You also have incentives to work with them to accept deportees, to actually, they are their citizens, but to facilitate the paperwork to take them back. But you have this issue. States have few incentives to do this. We can offer cooperation, we can offer resources, but what are we trying to do? And so what we see in the first months of the Trump administration has been the threat of tariffs. And so I want to just talk about that briefly with my remaining time, is will this work? So on the one hand, the other thing you need to know about Latin American leaders is that the economy has a bigger political effect in Latin America than it does in any other region of the world. Presidential popularity in Latin America is more closely tied to the economy than the American president's is and any prime minister's in Europe's is. If the economy goes bad, leaders suffer. So that's why tariffs are an effective threat. This is a stick that can work. But it only can really work in the countries that we have decent trade relationships with. So when you look around the hemisphere, it's worth remembering, and this is going to be a theme we're going to talk about today, that the United States is not the only game in town. For lots of South America, China is the main trading partner, not the United States. For the Southern Cone, Brazil's the main trading partner, not the United States. And so there are limits on how hard you can push. And so we can see that, I mean, it doesn't take that much. So we saw that Colombia, who has 30% roughly of their trade, their outgoing traders with the United States, a threat of a tariff was enough to take their unpopular president and force him to relent on deportations, but there are limits there. The other issue, though, is remember, threatening a country, you invite a nationalist response. You give that leader an opportunity to look strong and to unite his country or her country against the United States and against that force. That's the short term. In the long term, of course, if the United States is not a partner, I mean, we just heard from the general how long and deep our cooperation with Colombia has been. And we, in a second, threatened to shut down their economy. What did the Colombians think? Who are we going to partner with next? I was just in Mexico, and everyone I talked to, we were just saying, look, how can we diversify? How can we connect to Europe more? How can we connect to China more? That's the long-term downturn of this strategy. So as we're thinking, and I'll end with my last point. So the discussion we've had so far and the challenge we've been talking to foreign affairs has largely been this use of this threat and these policy sticks. Let's go back to what the ambassador said and the data I just put up or mentioned. Why are people wanting to leave? Poverty, insecurity, corruption. Those are things that USAID was designed to fix, that we've been working for decades, as the ambassador talked about, to try and fix. Throwing those things away, that's their medium-term cost, is if we're not trying to fix those push problems, if there's demand for immigration, there's not a lot we can do. We can take steps, we can try and slow it down, but we might consider if we're making these short-term trade-offs, if we're going to cost ourselves in the medium term as these projects are wound down. and causing further immigration in the future. So I look forward to an interesting discussion, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singer. At this time, I'd invite anyone who wants to come forward to one of the microphones and ask a question of Dr. Singer on his presentation. Go right ahead. Sir? So if we don't have an immediate question for the audience, I'll lead with one, and that's, picking up on something you said that really piqued my interest, is that idea that corruption is more of a driver than poverty. And so is there a particular emphasis? Corruption, I'm not, certainly USAID was the answer to the poverty question in many cases, but corruption, is that more of a Department of State focus? And so that can that be done without USAID?
So make sure I'm close enough to actually be heard. So corruption was joint, there's Department of State's working on corruption, USAID is working on corruption, all kinds of things. I've been involved in looking on electoral reforms, things like that. And so what I think we're gonna see is in the months to come, that people are gonna go through the projects that were just cut and figure out which ones they wanna do. And so I think we're gonna see governance, we're definitely gonna see the anti-crime projects, I think, be restarted. I would bet my salary on that. The democracy and poverty ones, I don't think we're gonna see. And I think the question will be who is gonna pick up the ball and run with that in the current moment.
Thank you so much. I think we have a question here on the right. Go ahead, sir.
Morning, sir. Cadet Berg. I'm a senior biochem major. You mentioned that Mexico has the lowest rate of people who intend to go abroad. I believe it was 14% of the population said that they intended to go abroad. Yet we see the largest amount of Mexican immigrants. Do you think that that has to do with more availability of resources, or do you think it's just the majority of the population difference in those countries?
So yeah, the intentions to go abroad for Mexico are relatively low right now, in part because for good or, the Mexican economy is not bad right now. And then also the data we put up is that Mexico has been sending immigrants for a long, long time. But when you do look at the Mexican data, so on the one hand, yeah, the population who intend to go abroad is relatively low, but the ones who are actually making preparations. And so you saw like 50% roughly have already put together money and documents. And so Mexico will continue to be one of the big sending countries. And then of course the other issue with Mexico is as the major transit point. And even that data we were talking about, so Chinese and Indian immigrants, the ones who are coming in illegally, many of them are coming in through Mexico. And so Mexico is gonna have to be a country we're cooperating with. And it's been really interesting. So the Mexican government is playing this interesting dance with the United States right now, where they are, as the ambassador mentioned, cooperating in many ways. But at the same time, cooperating without capitulating and being very clear, this is how we're gonna do it, we're gonna put limits on this, we will threaten tariffs back. And so as a result, the president of Mexico has danced this dance really well and now has an 85% approval rating in her country as of a week ago. And so I think that's what we're gonna see, is that the Mexican president is gonna keep trying to play this dance and trying to figure out what's gonna happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Great question, thank you. Over here to the left. Go ahead.
Good morning, I'm Cadet Cantor. You mentioned that you were, like corruption is something that's trying to be fixed. I have a follow-up question after that, but how exactly is that being fixed, especially being an outsider and not part of Latin America?
Yeah, so corruption is a multifaceted problem, and especially because we can divide it into the kind of corruption that people like you and I do, of bribing policemen or people to help get documents processed. When I teach my class on Latin American politics, I always ask you guys, how many of you guys have bribed a judge? And and I get to raise my hand from living in Latin America. I helped some friends who wanted to get married, so I bribed the judge. So like there's that petty corruption where a lot of it's just accounting and transparency and investigative issues. Then you also have the macro corruption where, you know, presidents and vice presidents have been arrested for being involved in schemes for kickbacks. Like not just officials, the president himself was running a scheme. And so there what we try to do is we've tried to increase investigative capacity and invested in prosecutorial independence. But that's really hard to do, especially with massive amounts of money. And the transnational criminal organizations that are pumping even more money into this have an advantage on that. That'd be my take.
Okay.
We have time, I think, for one more question, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, Dr. Singer. Question for you, how do you get the information for all the different surveys that you have results for? It seems like it's a pretty wide scale for populations that sometimes are not all that necessarily interested in sharing specific plans for what their futures might be, especially with education population as well, too. Education of the population, I should say.
So absolutely. So I wish I could claim credit for the survey. So this data is from the Latin American Public Opinion Project at Vanderbilt University. It was funded by USAID up until 2 weeks ago. And so it runs every 2 years, and so Professor Malone and I are long-term collaborators with them and have consulted with them. And so they do face-to-face surveys in hard-to-reach, dangerous places, and design surveys to be as welcoming as possible. But your point is correct, that there are certain measures that probably understate certain things. So in the case of wanting to go abroad, there's not a lot of stigma around that, so I'm not too worried about that data, but there are certain questions where it's really tricky. But all the data, survey data I put up there are publicly available, free for download. They're paid for by the American people, so they're there. And similarly, there's a report that talks about some of the main findings, including a nice chapter on immigration that I started with and then expanded a few things on.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Thank you, sir. And at this point, we'll transition to Dr. Rita Groh, who will do her presentation. Rita.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My approach is a bit theoretical, but if I can begin, not a single country in this world wants a mass influx of immigrants, refugees, or asylum seekers. They're not prepared for it. And my approach, again, is much more theoretical in comparison, but if I may, I'd like to address our perceptions of worthiness, whether or not we deem a group of people to be worthy of entry into the US and then subsequently citizenship. Be mindful, if we look at this historically, entry into the US did mean citizenship. But if I may, familiar? At least the bolded part? Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free. So much so that I'll lay the lamp, or I'll lift my lamp beside that golden door. These are etched into the Statue of Liberty. And the majority of Americans, at least what we would consider today's Americans, or back then the old Americans, passed through Ellis Island. I can tell you my parents did too. But where I start is the Naturalization Act of 1790. I know the Enemy Sedition Act has been quite popular in the news, but I'm going to fast forward. This is our first piece of legislation that's going to define what an American is, or better yet, who's worthy to be an American. Free, white males, good moral character. It also extends residency requirements for someone to be a resident within the United States, and as well as extends citizenship to anyone born of parents who are US citizens. But clearly, this is excluding some people, Indigenous Americans, non-white individuals, enslaved people. But it's setting this foundation for what the future legislation is going to look like and even the perceptions of worthiness. Anyone interested, I had created a timeline for immigration legislation, executive orders, proclamations, or anything along the lines that I have created into a document. I put it on a Google Drive in case anyone is interested. I'm touched that some are interested. Alas, I will take you through a little historical overview. I'm sure some of you have seen this. This is, in the 1850s, a political cartoon. For those of you that appreciate some Irish whiskey or some German lager, you might find some similarity in these barrels. This was a cartoonist, a political cartoon by John H. Goder showing characters, immigrants, specifically stealing the election. They're holding a ballot box in between them. This is depicting, again, anti-Irish and anti-German sentiment at the time, 1850s. I will fast forward a bit to 1869, and it was actually a German immigrant, Thomas Nest, who depicted the problems, again, quote unquote problems, and the challenges of Asian immigration, particularly in California. So much so, anti-Asian sentiment grew that it turned into lynch mobs, killings, and otherwise hate crimes, what we would describe as hate crimes today. But one that I think is a little bit more depicting is our great Uncle Sam, right? I unfortunately got diverted through Albany and had to drive here from Albany yesterday. So I got to see Uncle Sam's home somewhere between Albany and the Blue Ridge Mountains, somewhere near the Vermont border. But alas, I digress. This is, again, a political cartoon depicting where the blame lies. And what you don't see, and I've tried to caption here below, is a man at the top hat is pointing to a group of immigrants, specifically titled German socialist, Russian anarchist, Polish vagabond, Italian brigand, and English convicts, as well as Irish paupers. And is telling Uncle Sam, if immigration was properly restricted, you would no longer be troubled with anarchy, socialism, mafia, and this kind of evils. Argument bringing that immigrants are bringing this in. Immigrants are bringing these non-democratic ideals, these challenges to our public services. If I may, fast forward a bit to 1923, where we actually see a judicial act define what an American is by defining what whiteness is. And the Supreme Court ruled that any person must not be readily distinguishable from various groups of persons in this country commonly recognized as white. This is, again, setting the stage for who we consider to be worthy. Who is worthy in the end? Early US naturalization laws favored Anglo-Protestants. Chinese Exclusion Act and other laws restricted non-white immigration. So much so that groups of people who were, again, not from Europe had to distinguish themselves from not being categorized as non-white or non-Asian in order to finagle their way through the judicial rulings. In the early part of the 1900s through 1920s, even through, I would argue, the middle of the century, we see the discussion of eugenics come up. The genetic makeup, distinguishing each of us. And the eugenics and racial purity argument influence a lot of the 20th century policies. If I may digress a little bit and throw in my argument for religion as also being a prejudicial characteristic. If we start at the top with Anglo-Protestant being what we would consider an American or white, it was then shifted to include all Northerners and all Northern Western Europeans. With a mass influx of Southern and Eastern Europeans, we were willing to shift that descriptive of whiteness to include all Europeans as long as they were Christian. I am a West Coast girl now living in the South. I can assure you there's apparently a hierarchy in Christianity that someone from the South can vouch for and appreciate, as long as they weren't Catholic. Now, I would argue, being a child of the 80s, we did see some multiculturalism and this melting pot approach come with respect to society, but that part ebbs and flows. If I can get back to more maybe necessarily the racial, but I can't separate race and religion, they're all cultural. I want to discuss the eugenics approach and the Dillingham Commission. So Dillingham Commission was specifically a commission held by a Senator Dillingham that was trying to distinguish who was categorized as old immigrants and who would be new immigrants. Old immigrants, again, Anglo-Protestant, were deemed skillful, able to assimilate socially, culturally, politically, economically, whereas new immigrants, that was the question. New immigrants were Southern, Eastern Europeans, and non-whites. They were labeled as unskilled and unable to assimilate. Then, of course, there's the economic impact. We've all heard it. Immigrants are stealing our jobs. I always make the joke to my students, I, as a Californian immigrant, stole someone's job from Tennessee, but this is fundamentally what it is. Social and cultural concerns with regards to their ability to assimilate, dare I say it, their politics, their desires of what a democracy should be or could look like, or if they're true anarchists or socialists or communists, that could change things. And then the racial and eugenics perspective. Harry Laughlin was a eugenicist, and he testified before the 67th Congress. And I'm going to read it. Feel free to read along. But he described Mexicans as being illiterate, unclean, peonized masses, a mixture of Mediterranean-blooded Spanish peasants with low-grade Indian natives who did not fight extinction, but submitted and multiplied as serfs. The influx of Mexicans created the most insidious and general mixture of whites, Indian, and Negro blood strains ever produced in America. This is a testimony in front of Congress just before we see the Quota Act take place in 1924. This is the approach to non-white immigration, but more specifically Latin immigration. Be mindful at the time, Latin American immigration, or better yet, Hispanic or Latinx immigration, was specifically Cuban, Mexican, and Puerto Rican. So I'd like to take you to attitudes towards immigrants, and I'm going to cite some research here. If we're looking at it with the approach to the construction of national identity, I'm going to take you to some distinctions between nationalism and patriotism. Two things that we think are good, right? Well, the approach that Zhang takes is that nationalism is is the belief that our country is superior to all others. Patriotism is pride in one's country. Nationalism, unfortunately, defaults to so much, this concept of so much superiority in our country that all others are inferior and thus unwelcomed. Patriots tend to be more favorable towards immigrations, again, when compared to nationalists or those that, anyhow. Then, of course, there's the distinction between blind patriotism and constructive patriotism. If you are willing to accept all judicial acts, all legislative acts without question, you would fall under blind patriotism. But if you're willing to question with the expectation for the best possible policy or the best forward movement, then you would be a constructive patriot, both of which have differing opinions on immigration. Also, I want to get to the attitudes of refugees. Depending on the sending country, we deem not all refugees equal. I have said this before, especially to my classes in Tennessee. The University of Tennessee system was happy to extend graduate and undergraduate admission to displaced Ukrainians, but did not do so for Syrians, Palestinians, or anyone from the Democratic Republic of Congo who've been in civil war for the duration of my entire life. Why just the Ukrainians? But again, this expectation that not all refugees are equal. And then the argument of legal versus illegal. Well, this group of immigrants is okay. They entered the US legally, whereas this group, they did not, or were perceiving them to have not entered the US legally. And we get to our perceptions of threat. Economic competition, a cultural threat, especially when we see an abundance of immigrants gravitate towards ethnic enclaves. As those numbers shift, we would consider them a cultural threat. The size and rate of immigrant group arrivals, and a government's ability to address that influx or to somehow normalize the entry. And then, of course, contact theory. If you have come into contact with an immigrant in your lifetime and it was favorable, you might be willing to have a more favorable attitude towards immigration, whereas if it was not favorable, the opposite. But all of which leads to dehumanization. If we can create this group of others that are not American, that are not worthy, that may not have what we would consider basic rights that we would grant to all humans, they're unhuman or non-human, then it's easier to exclude. I will again quote Bill Ong-King, who describes it as, the Americanization specifically, as a twisted brand of xenophobia that is not simply hatred of foreigners, but also hatred of those who in fact may not be foreigners, but whom the vigilantes would prefer being removed from our country anyway. Getting to the research of Ingram and Schneider, who argue that there's a hierarchy in our society. We would argue there's an economic hierarchy, which I think we see, but also a social, cultural hierarchy. So, perceived worthiness is socially constructed. It's influenced by race, nationality, and socioeconomic status. The public's emotions are derived reactions. Negative emotions, our understanding of social hierarchy and inequalities, but also by way of media and elite political framing. I will spare you my methodology. Please read the paper if you're interested. But if I can conclude, we see a shift in media coverage across news outlets demonstrating how immigration is shaped by political priorities and public sentiment. Immigration debates are not solely about legality or border security. They're fundamentally about defining the boundaries of American identity, who gets included, who gets excluded, and why. The use of dehumanizing and radical or racialized rhetoric by political elites not only influence public opinion, but also reinforce systemic inequalities in immigration, enforcement, and peacemaking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Groh. We've got about 9 minutes remaining for Q&A, so please, anybody move down to the microphone if you have a question for Dr. Groh. Looks like we have one on the left. Go right ahead, please.
Good morning again. This is a question directed specifically towards Mexico. So to my understanding, as far as what I've learned here in my Spanish classes, is when it comes to the border, I recall learning about the Border Patrol being established originally to expose bootleggers. alcohol. That was the original use of Border Patrol. And then I also learned that it was very encouraged for Mexican workers to come work in the US. There was a program called the Bracero program, and that came to an abrupt stop of December 31st, I believe it was like 1964. And as soon as that stopped, the workers who stayed in the US who were Mexican, they immediately were called illegal, and they were left in the US. And so really what my question is, with all of that occurring, and this constant back and forth of, oh, you can come in, or you can't come in, or you're legal, or you're okay, is when did the US officially start taking border crossing, considering it illegal, specifically for Mexicans?
So, okay. So the Bracero program actually is a very was a very long-standing program, so much so that political interests and lobbyists throughout the United States, mainly in the South as well as our agricultural belt, were petitioning to allow the Bracero program to continue. So I would argue well before, I would argue in the beginning of the 1900s that we start taking border security much more seriously. I would argue well before the Bracero program ended. The only reason the Bracero program continued was because we needed the labor. Economic immigration as well as transient economic immigration fuels the world. The majority of people working in the United Arab Emirates, for example, are non-United Emirates nationals. This was no different here in the United States. Well before, I would argue in the early 1900s, that it started to be concerning.
Thank you.
Sure.
Good question. Thank you. Over here to the right, please.
Hi.
Good morning, ma'am. Cadet Berg. Your concept of perceived worthiness, I've experienced that myself in travels to Thailand and Guatemala specifically, where the citizens are much more cognizant of ranking themselves at the bottom of the food chain or at the top of the food chain based on their nationality, skin tone, etc. Do you think that the perceived worthiness of the language and dialect and everything that is perceived to be the top level of worth, is that just the people who first came into power and wrote the policy, or do you why do you think they separate themselves into those level of worth? I guess in past history of the U.S. and then present in some of those other countries.
I would argue that's a little bit more psychological in nature. Why do I introduce myself as Dr. Grow and not just Rita Grow or Mrs. Grow? Because I want you to know my standing within society, my standing in my discipline, my standing at my university. It gives me status. In order to be able to distinguish ourselves between other members of society, whether we want to be described as good, bad, or something along the lines of poverty, rich, I give you my status descriptives. I can imagine that, and it also places me in my social hierarchy, who I am culturally. This, I think, is much more psychological than we're expecting.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Good morning. So at least in my opinion, I think that generally things have gotten better since the inception of our country to now, as far as like the general view towards immigrants and just how we have kind of approached the situations. Do you think that that change in the positive direction has been more due to kind of the ideals that the founding fathers may have instilled, even if it wasn't implemented at the time, what they kind of set up? Or do you think it's just been other changes and maybe even immigration itself bringing in these different cultures and ideas that led to those changes?
Please forgive me if I sound patronizing, but it depends where you live in the United States. As a West Coast girl, I lived south of Los Angeles. Diversity was something that was the norm, the common. Moving or being displaced and living in a predominantly white neighborhood in the South, the first time I ever saw a Confederate flag was on my commute to the university. So much so that I had never seen one in person before. So I think that perception or that change is very dependent on where you live in the United States. And I refer to it as ethnic enclaves, which is not exactly correct, because ethnic enclaves usually mean like our Irish neighborhood, our Vietnamese neighborhood, or whatnot. I'm hopeful, but it ebbs and flows. Again, I mentioned I'm a child of the 80s. 80s was, or in the 90s was this quote unquote melting pot. We don't see that much anymore. Again, dependent where you are. I'm hopeful. I do hope in change, but media and mass elite sentiment, media as well as elite sentiment for the masses, I think is going to drive or dictate for a lot of Americans.
Cool. Thank you.
Next question, please.
Good morning, Doctor. My name is Cadet Paul. My question is, when did the issue of immigration switch from a cultural problem to a documentation problem? Because nowadays it's more of a problem of not numbers, but like legal versus illegal immigration. So I'm just...
So if you can imagine 1700s to about 1900s, there's only a couple different ways you can get into the United States, and it was usually a port of entry. When we start seeing air travel, or simply I can go to Tijuana or any of the bordering cities in Mexico and simply walk over. Also with regards to your visa standing, I could probably, as a US citizen, enter a good number of countries around this world as a tourist visa and simply overstay my welcome. I think it was the really sexy idea for every college person to be like, I'm gonna go and backpack through Europe and I'll bartend and I'll be there for several months, overstaying your tourist visa. So that legality, I would argue, is probably there since 1900s. I would argue probably post 1924, again using that as the date for the quota system to change. The challenge with legality as being a metropolitan world, a global world, people ebb and flow. I mean, even I had no intention of going to New York yesterday, but ended up in New York and drove across. What if New York was a separate country and I just simply overstayed my welcome? The legality, I wouldn't argue, is at the forefront, but it's at the forefront of rhetoric. Does that make sense?
Yes, Doctor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And we have time for one last question. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Tricia McBride, and I teach Spanish and Russian in Northfield. Brought my students with me today. And my question is two things about our administration, who is saying let's send immigrants back. And I believe a lot of people voted because they were uneducated about our immigrants and the role they play here. So I'm wondering if you can talk about two things. One, taking our jobs. We know they bring, and the importance of their jobs that they're doing here in Vermont and in all of our states, and what we would lose if we sent back all of these immigrants, how important they are to our economy. And also, what percent come here? I work with some Ecuadorians who are here because of corruption and fear for their lives. Yesterday, speaking with a man, Christian, he showed me a picture of his wife and 3 sons that are still in Ecuador that he's hoping someday can come if he can earn the money. But we hear about these Mexican are rapists and drug and murderers, but what percent are wonderful humans trying to come here because of the poverty, lack of food, and corruption and just fear, and for the better life as my grandparents did from Ireland? Thank you.
So I can't speak to the exact percentage, but I have no doubt in my heart that 99.9% are all good people. I think the misconstruction that they're criminals, rapists, and whatever other negative adjective that I can think of or a noun is probably small. Now, for the first part, economic immigration is not a US specific thing. Any country that has a wage differential, meaning the US pays higher than Ecuador does, US pays higher than Mexico does, that's the wage differential. It's always going to be an attractive or a pull factor to bring immigrants in. Now, whether or not the population deems their role sufficient, necessary, acceptable is another question. If I can be so harsh with my response, okay, let's deprive the entire system of all immigrant force and then see if the rhetoric changes. We're talking about human lives here. That's not a fair approach, but hopefully you get my sarcasm.
I do. Thank you, and thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Well, thank you both for wonderful presentations this morning, and thank you all for attending, and we look forward to further discussions over the course of the next day and a half. Thank you all so much. Great job. Very well done.
Tried to stay on time.
I've got to take the ambassador to his next appointment.
These up, the next one's there.
Very clear and very.
It's either one? Good morning. Welcome. My name is Dr. Denise Lopez Matzeo, currently teaching English and Spanish in the Department of Global Humanities at Norwich University. It is an honor to present my two esteemed colleagues, Dr. Sergio Diaz-Luna and Dr. Mary Fran T. Malone. I will introduce both of them, provide a brief biography. We'll allow them to both present for 15 minutes, and then we're going to have a conversation. Dr. Sergio Diaz-Luna is an assistant professor at Norwich University, specializing in Latin American neo-avant-garde aesthetics, with a particular focus on literary and visual studies, digital narratives, and transmedia. He earned his PhD in Latin American literatures and cultures from the University of California, Davis, where he explored how literary criticism can enrich its analytical power and impact by blending critical analysis with creative writing techniques. At the 2025 Peace and War Summit, he will present Conflict and Restoration in Colombia, Visual Narratives of Las Violencias, leveraging the works of renowned Colombian artists such as Doris Salcedo, Fernando Botero, and Beatriz Gonzalez. Dr. Mary Fran Malone comes from is a professor of political science at the University of New Hampshire. Her research focuses on political attitudes and behaviors in Latin America, particularly citizen support for the rule of law, political institutions, and democratic governance. Professor Malone's recent book, Making Police Reform Matter in Latin America, published in 2024, examines how democracies can build police forces that fight crime while also protecting the civil liberties and rights of the citizens they serve. She has also written articles for academics, practitioners, and the broader public about crime and migration in Central America. Please welcome Professor Malone.
Great. And let's see how I get this to go. Okay. I'm wondering if anyone knows how to get the PowerPoint to display on the screen. It's not right there. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Great. Thank you. I was hitting the wrong button. My students will tell you that that's a routine occasion. I frequently am not necessarily known for my technological skills. Thank you all so much for having me come today. It's really just such a pleasure to be able to travel to another part of New England and talk to students at a university about one of the things I'm really passionate about, Latin American politics. Now, I wanted to actually talk a little bit about the title of my talk, as well as recognize the fact that I'm presenting this research, but I work with a really great team of scholars, Sebastian Cutrona, Lucia Damert, and Jonathan Rosen, and we actually collected a lot of the data that I'm going to present today with the help from the United States Agency for International Development, which up until a few weeks ago sponsored projects like ours, because the idea was that if we want to understand why we're having problems like those of organized crime in the region, it might be helpful for us to go and interview people living in the region, talk with people, get some data so we can kind of understand this better. Now, the title of my talk is Lighting a Match in a Dry Forest: How Organized Criminal Groups Capitalize on Inequality. And when I teach Latin American politics to my students, I sometimes talk about how Latin America is kind of like a dry forest sometimes. Because of legacies of colonialism and development, we see that Latin America has some of the highest rates of inequality in the world. If you look at the World Bank's World Development Indicators and say, give me the top 25 countries with high levels of inequality, Latin American countries disproportionately populate that list. What we see throughout the region is a huge gap between a small number of wealthy people and a large number of people whose basic needs are not being met. And some political scientists talk about that as a pyramid economy, an economy that's shaped like a pyramid with a few people at the top of the pyramid and a lot of people at the bottom who, again, are living in poverty and aren't having their basic needs met. Now, any political scientist worth their weight in salt will tell you that when you have such highly unequal economies, it's really a breeding ground for conflict and violence. Because, not surprisingly, a lot of the people living at the bottom of that pyramid don't like it very much, and they'd like to have some type of socioeconomic mobility. They'd actually like to have their basic needs met. So when you talk to political scientists, they note that anytime you have such high levels of inequality, generally speaking, you tend to have higher rates of violence too. And that violence can take the form of political violence, like revolutions or counter-revolutions. It can take the form of, kind of everyday violence, where people kind of engage in organized criminal activity or petty crime to try to get their basic needs met. But by and large, anytime you see highly unequal equalities, especially for hundreds of years, that's a very unstable political system, and it tends to lend itself to lots of political violence. Now, when I talk about lighting a match in a dry forest, that match is basically the drug trade. The drug trade brings with it so much revenue, right? Such a great deal of revenue, and it's so lucrative that you actually see people engaging in it in various different parts, basically because they see that as one way to get a piece of the financial pie. So when I kind of talk about organized crime, and especially the drug trade in Latin America, I say basically the drug trade, which really develops in Latin America in the 1970s, 1980s, and becomes more sophisticated over time, basically that's like taking a match and just dropping it into a dry forest. Okay. And we'll see that increasingly when people are trying to figure out what to do about organized criminal activity, the drug trade, human trafficking, increasingly people are talking about how we need to address root causes. And here I have a quote from the president of the IDB as well as the International Monetary Fund, where they say, if you really want to address this problem of crime and violence and organized criminal activity, what you need to do is actually focus on how economic policy can be a preventive role. And in particular, they talk about creating more robust social safety nets, opportunities to reduce inequality, and investing in some of those root causes that allows this organized criminal activity to flourish. So what I want to do in this presentation is kind of talk about the role of inequality as well as other factors in really creating an environment that facilitates the emergence of organized criminal activity. Okay. Now, here we actually have a map where the darker red countries are the countries that have higher levels of organized criminal activity. And not surprisingly, you can see that, oh no, trying to get the laser. Well, if you see if you look at Mexico, for example, Colombia, those are those countries that are darker red that actually have higher levels of organized criminal activity. And if we look at what kind of explains why countries fall where they do on the map, we see that first and foremost, theorists talk about the importance of market demand. Organized criminal activity thrives when there's some type of demand in the market. And that is one of the reasons why the drug trade has become such a difficult and kind of elusive kind of thing to conquer for US policymakers, because as long as you have high demand for narcotics in the United States, you're going to actually see organized criminal actors try to meet that demand and earn a lot of money from it. And if we look at Latin American leaders oftentimes say that the problem is that the United States has not actually addressed this high demand for illicit substances. Latin American leaders often point out that historically, consumption of drugs has not really been a problem in Latin American countries. That started to change a little bit over the past 10 to 15 years as lower cost drugs actually started to infiltrate local markets, as people working in the trade started to pay in product instead of into cash. But by and large, historically, if you look at consumption trends, the Latin American countries haven't really consumed large numbers of illicit substances. Really, the market demand is in the United States, and when you listen to Latin American leaders, they actually urge US leaders to kind of address this demand for narcotics. Once we talk about market demand, the next thing that actually really facilitates the growth of organized criminal activity are weak state institutions. When institutions, especially the police and the judiciary, are weak, what that means is that they're not able to detect organized criminal activity before it starts to become entrenched and kind of spiral out of control. So if you don't actually have a well-trained police force who can actually monitor a neighborhood, can actually knows what's going on in the neighborhood, can actually report suspicious activity and act up on, and follow up on it, then it actually becomes much easier for organized criminal groups to become entrenched and kind of then become difficult to dislodge. We also see that in the case of the judiciary, if the judiciary is weak, or as Professor Singer said, sometimes susceptible to bribes, what that means is that if the police actually catch people engaged in organized criminal activity, it's very easy for people with a lot of financial resources to be able to bribe their way out of actually facing any punishment in the system. So when we look at the other drivers of organized criminal activity, demand comes first, but then if your domestic institutions are too weak to either detect criminal activity, apprehend criminals, and then actually see them prosecuted through the judiciary, what that means is that you're not really going to have the capacity, the state capacity, to address organized crime. Now, along with state institutions, you actually have corruptible elites. And in my paper, I kind of give a few examples of where we've seen elites really capitalize on the ability to earn money through illicit channels in places like Panama, in places like Guatemala, right? These are countries where, because state institutions are weak and they can't hold elites accountable, elites are happy to actually take some bribes. Finally, we actually see basic geography, and actually some speakers noted this earlier. When you look at illicit criminal activity, a lot of times, historically, it follows the same routes. If you actually look at prohibition routes, for example, if you look at piracy routes, a lot of times you'll actually see the same kind of transit routes that keep popping up. So through the Caribbean, for example, the Bahamas, Panama, sometimes basic geography can also just make a country a lucrative place for organized criminal activity. And then finally, as I mentioned, inequality. When you have high levels of inequality, you actually have just a breeding ground for organized criminal groups to emerge. Now, what I tried to do here is I tried to use some data to kind of identify countries that are weak on kind of these two indicators. State capacity, right? So state institutions and then also elites working within those institutions, as well as high levels of inequality. And what I did is I went to the World Bank's World Development Indicators, and I asked the World Bank to give me the rankings of countries in terms of how well their state institutions work at upholding the rule of law, as well as how high levels of inequality are. So if we look at this graph, the red bars are the inequality rankings, right? So basically, if you were ranked fifth on this list, that means you have really high levels of inequality. The blue bars are bars for state capacity, which means that your state institutions and the elites that work with them, by and large, do a decent job of actually upholding the rule of law. So if you look at this graph, where you want to be in terms of trying to reduce the space for organized criminals to operate is you want to be at the bottom of that bar, where your blue line is really big, your state institutions work well, and your inequality is less. And that's where we see countries like Uruguay, Chile, and Costa Rica, where because they do have problems with inequality, but comparatively speaking, it's not as high as other places in the region, we actually see that the blue bar also is a bar for state capacity. They have strong institutions. Now, from an organized criminal perspective, where you don't want to be, if you're trying to stop organized crime, is at the top of that graph, where you have high levels of inequality and you have really low state capacity. And that's where we see countries like Venezuela, Nicaragua, Bolivia, Honduras, Guatemala, Ecuador, all countries that actually feature quite prominently in terms of organized criminal activity. Now, one thing that's interesting is that this graph, I think, can help us identify places where organized criminal groups might find a hospitable place to work, right? So this kind of identifies some preconditions where if organized criminal groups decide to take advantage of them, they could actually set up shop pretty easily. But what's interesting is that basic geography matters a great deal too, because as I mentioned, Ecuador was one of those countries that has high levels of inequality and then low levels of state capacity. But until recently, Ecuador had really been a safe haven, right? It actually didn't have high levels of violence. It didn't actually have a lot of organized criminal activity. We see that, as General Cáceres noted earlier, yes, it's true that in Bolivia we do see kind of the, in Ecuador we do actually see the growth of coca, but by and large we didn't see organized criminal groups control the country, right? Well, what actually happens over the past 2 years is that drug trafficking routes actually shift. The balance of coca production and coca refining also shifts. And all of a sudden, that makes Ecuador a really valuable country in terms of its location in the global drug trade. And over the past 2 years, if you followed the news, we'll see that all of a sudden people are talking about organized crime as a problem in Ecuador when they never really had in the past. And when you look at the headlines emerging from Ecuador over the past 2 years, what you see are stories of high levels of violence, orchestrated in a way that's really going to maximize fear in the population, as organized criminal groups really have set up shop in the country and it become very difficult to dislodge. Another thing that's interesting is that when we look at inequality, I mentioned Costa Rica was originally in a pretty advantageous position. But when I was actually doing research in Costa Rica last summer, I was talking with a lot of policymakers and people in civil society groups. And for them, inequality in Costa Rica had actually reached a level that they found to be alarming. And this is a graph from the Estado de la Nación in Costa Rica, and it actually maps income inequality using national data from Costa Rican surveys over time. And what they found was that when you have the advent of neoliberal reforms in the late 80s, early 90s, you see these kind of comparatively low levels of inequality really kind of skyrocket up in 1997. And while we see some fluctuations, by and large, Costa Rica remains higher in terms of historical trends than it had in the past. Not surprisingly, we also start to see higher rates of violence in Costa Rica. And again, part of that is because, according to policymakers and people working in civil society groups in Costa Rica, what we're seeing is that organized criminal groups are taking advantage of this growing inequality in Costa Rica to be able to set up shop for their activities. And they pointed in particular to the subnational variation in Costa Rica. So we look at those kind of national measures of inequality. They tell us whether or not the country as a whole is either highly unequal or highly unequal, right? But we see that it's important to recognize that there's really a lot of subnational variation. And when you look at this map of Costa Rica, what you see is the darker areas where you're seeing more violence attributed to organized criminal groups. Those areas actually tend to be port areas, which geographically are very important for the global transit of drugs. But there are also areas in which there have been higher levels of inequality in Costa Rica, as there's a greater percentage of marginalized youth in these areas who are then readily recruited to actually work with organized criminal groups. So the case of Costa Rica reminds us that state institutions, of course, are important. Non-corruptible elites are important. But if inequality starts to get worse over time, it really can create space for organized criminal groups to operate. And we see the importance of also subnational variation. In this case, the key two port areas, Punta Arenas y Limón, who have actually had increasingly far more violence attributed to organized criminal groups than they actually had even 10 years before. Now, what can be done, right? It's one thing for me to tell you that inequality has been an historical problem in Latin America for centuries, actually, and that inequality can be a breeding ground for all types of violence, in this case, violence associated with organized criminal groups. But I really don't want to leave on that note, right? I would actually like to talk about some ways in which people have tried to address or at least mitigate the impact of inequality and poor state institutions on the growth of organized criminal activity. And here, there's some good news and bad news. When we look at the good news, we see that if you want to actually improve the functioning of state institutions, we actually have some examples of how that could work. As I mentioned, Guatemala was one of those countries that had low state capacity and high levels of inequality. So Guatemala was one of those countries that was kind of going to be a very hospitable environment for organized criminal groups. Well, the good news is that for a while in Guatemala, we had what was called CICIG, which was an organization that was founded by the United Nations that collaborated with the Guatemalan government and basically provided assistance to the legal system and the judiciary in Guatemala to try to hold either corrupt elites accountable or try to hold people engaged in organized criminal activities accountable. And CICIG was in place for several years, and the good news about CICIG is that for the first time, really, in Guatemalan history, you do see concerted attempts to actually hold political elites who have engaged in corruption and people engaged in organized criminal activity accountable through the judiciary, right? They actually had a high number of, comparatively speaking, cases that they successfully prosecuted. The other good news about CICIG is that people really liked it in Guatemala. When we looked at public opinion data about CICIG, high numbers of people actually thought that this was a good way to actually try to go about reforming Guatemala's institutions and increasing state capacity. What happened, though, is that unfortunately, that effort was not sustainable. And over time, Guatemalan elites who really wanted to engage in corrupt activity chipped away at CICIG until finally one president actually just said he wasn't going to allow CICIG to work in the country any longer. And to be honest, that has actually set off kind of a spiral of political instability in Guatemala that actually continued until the past elections, right? The past elections, we actually see that same group of elites that undermined CICIG also try to undermine the electoral process, and it was really with kind of sustained effort on behalf of civil society that those efforts were not successful. So, I mean, on one hand, this is an example of something that could work, But on the other hand, it also kind of illustrates that efforts to try to address this, we know it would work, but sometimes they can actually be undermined because they're trying to change processes in countries where some people benefit from an unequal status quo. The other thing that we've seen that can work in terms of addressing inequality are strategies that actually address the root problems of poverty and social exclusion and lack of opportunities because of lack of education or other things like healthcare infrastructure, et cetera. And there again, we actually do see a lot of promising programs that have actually tried to address these things. And I've interviewed people working in police as well as civil society groups, especially in Nicaragua prior to the 2018 complete turn to dictatorship, and then also in Panama. And what was interesting was that when I was talking with people in both of those groups, they said that, to be honest, it's really not that expensive to be able to have a soccer field and actually hire somebody to teach the marginalized youth soccer after school and just kind of keep them away from organized criminal actors that are trying to recruit them into, their illicit trade. It's really not expensive to actually try to have after-school jobs programs for people that we know are at-risk youth, right? When I was in Panama, it was really interesting because I was speaking with members that were higher up in the police, and they were talking about trying to tackle the problem of organized crime. And it was interesting that they talked about the importance of having a strong response to the people at the top of the food chain in organized crime. But when they talked about marginalized youth, they said, to be honest, we actually do have revenue from the canal, and we actually think that if we funded more education and healthcare and things, and after-school jobs programs, we actually think that we could address some of these root causes. And we start to see sustained investment, especially in Panama, with that kind of second-track approach. Unfortunately, in Panama, we do see that commitment has varied by political administration. So you actually see some presidents that actually are going to prioritize addressing these root causes, others that will kind of diminish that investment. But in terms of sustainability, that's a caution, but we do actually see programs that will work to try to address some of these root causes. So the more we can actually invest in those, the more we can actually have a better chance of trying to tackle the problem of organized crime. All right, I think my time's up, right? Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Where is my presentation? Here we are. First of all, I would like to start extending my gratitude for this kind invitation to the Peace and War Center, and to my colleague Jan Mo, to my fellow speakers, and to my students that are attending this morning presentation. Conflict and Restoration in Colombia, Visual Narratives of las Violencias. And I use the violence in plural because I will present different actors that participate in building this convulsive last century of internal armed conflict in Colombia. The representation of conflict through art challenges the way we engage with historical violence. What happens when we turn to artistic expressions instead of formal war photography or statistical reports? How does our perception shift when we witness the bodies of the victims or perpetrators rendered through paintings and sculptures instead of capture in press briefings and images? These questions highlight the transformative role of art in conflict representations, shifting the discussion from detached documentation to an emotional collective engagement with memory and trauma. And I would like to leave two quotes from two of the artists that you will see this morning. Fernando Botero says, "Painting can do what photography cannot." And Beatriz Gonzalez says, "We, the artists, can say something that history cannot say. This reflection focused on Colombia internal armed conflict, 1964-2016, a prolonged and multifaceted struggle rooted in deep-seated socioeconomic inequalities and political tensions. The conflict started originally in 1928. We're close to have a century of internal confrontation. It was motivated by the period called La Violencia, 1948-1964, in which internal civil war bring the country to a chaotic state of its institutions. And it evolved into numerous armed actors who shaped the landscape of this violence. Technically and wrongly defined as a low-intensity asymmetric war, and wrongly because there are independent studies that show that the civilian and the entire population of the country is exposed to high levels of violence. The state security forces engage in a protracted combat against leftist guerrilla movements, and we have initially the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, People's Army, Fuerzas Armadas Revolucionarias de Colombia, el Ejército del Pueblo, that started in 1964 and demobilized in 2016, the Ejército de Liberación Nacional, the second one in our present slide, ELN, started the same year, 1964, and is active to the present, eventually going to the dialogues with the government, eventually leaving the table of negotiations. The Popular Liberation Army, that all started in 1967, and the 19th of April movement, or M19, that started in 1974 and ended operations coming to the civilian life and becoming a political party in 1990. Later, in the late 70s, and early 90s, we have the drug cartels fueling this confrontation and internal war. In association, eventually, with the drug cartels, we have the paramilitary forces, the United Self-Defense Forces of Colombia, AUC, that were active in confrontation with civilian guerrillas and sometimes the narcos between 1997 and 2006. And a new neo-paramilitary forces groups that are engaged and actively participating, contributing to this violence, as General Cáceres expressed this morning, neo-paramilitary forces and groups called criminal gangs or BACRIM. So that's the landscape in which we place this conversation. The consequences of this conflict have been catastrophic, with hundreds of thousands of deaths, millions displaced, and widespread human rights abuses. The prolonged violence has weakened democratic institutions, fueled corruption, and hindered economic development. This legacy of violence continues to shape Colombian society, and the obstacles for achieving lasting peace and reconciliation remain significant. The complex interweaving of political, economic, and criminal factors has created an intractable situation difficult to resolve, with consequences that will be felt for generations. Consider what I said before. 1928 till 1948, civil war, internal confrontation. 1948, 1964, the beginning of the guerrilla movements. 1974, 77, the boom of drug cartels. 1990, early 90s, the participation of paramilitary forces. That's our scenario. Let's start with Fernando Botero, Colombian artist, 1932-2023, The Brutality of Power. Fernando Botero's depictions of the Colombian conflict are striking for their uncertain contrast between his signature voluminous figures and the brutality of his subject matter. Typically associated with themes of celebration and abundance, Botero's exaggerated forms take on a chilling quality when used to portray violence, suffering, and power. The rounded, almost cartoonish bodies of both victims and perpetrators do not soften the horror, rather than they amplify it by creating a disturbing juxtaposition between beauty and brutality. These visual tensions forces viewers to confront the grotesque nature of violence in a way that traditional war photography or journalism often fails to achieve. From a visual poetics perspective, Botero's approach to figures of authority, such as Pablo Escobar, the last painting, or guerrilla leader like Manuel Marulanda, alias aka Tiro Fijo, the second painting from left to right, contributes to the complexity and problematic idea and understanding of the conflict. In such works, Botero presents these figures in ways that both immortalize and critique their legacy, while their exaggerated size and form gives them a sense of visual weight and power. This stylization can inadvertently contribute to a mythologizing of these individuals, potentially obscuring the nuances, causes, and consequences of their actions. While Botero's work undeniably brings visibility to Colombia's violent history, his distinctive aesthetic approach raises critical questions about its implications. By employing a unified visual language to depict vastly different actors, guerrillas, paramilitaries, political figures, civilian victims, Botero creates a collective representation of suffering, constructing what Marta Cabreras described as, quote, the nation as a social body struck by calamity, where the shadow of loss, grief, and death looms large, end of quote. Botero's, to give you a context, in a latest auction that occurred in the UAE, as far as I heard, and I read, this is the first public auction that occurs in the country. There were, in the same morning, a Botero's painting, not related with this topic, another painting, and a Michael's Jordan jersey. That one that Jordan wore in 1998 in this last game, Dream series of games. Jordan's jersey got $960,000. It was sold to a collector for that price. One single Botero painting in a small format, not bigger than 50 centimeters, 15 by 40 centimeters, something like this, rise to $1 million. So in the world of art and in the world of the collectors, the idea and the cost of these paintings, bringing these paintings to the market, will rise the price and increase this idea of mythologizing, creating an aura of ideal representation of Colombianness, but also an epic and heroic, almost heroic figure in this character. Botero's decided not to put in the market his paintings, these particular paintings. He donated them to two museums in Colombia, the National Museum of Bogota and the Museum of Antioquia, his home city. And the paintings are traveling the country and the world in public exhibitions to call for reconciliation and an attempt of keeping alive this memory of violence. The second artist I want to present is Doris Salcedo, and I entitled this section of my presentation, Absence and Memorialization. Doris Salcedo's work is defined by its haunting engagement with absence, materiality, and public spaces, forcing viewers to confront the lingering trauma of violence. Her installations do not depict conflict directly. Rather, they focus on what is missing, on silenced lives, interrupted narratives, and unhealed wounds. By utilizing ordinary objects imbued with personal and historical weight, Salcedo transforms everyday materials into symbols of grief, disappearance, and endurance. One of her most significant works, Atrabiliarios, 1992-1993, exemplifies this approach to memorialization through absence. Engaging with historical violence in Colombia, the piece materialized the void left by Colombia's desaparecidos, the forcibly disappeared, making public and personal pain of those left behind. Through fragile materials and muted tones, Atrabiliarios does not reconstruct the past, but instead invokes its absence, compelling viewers to confront their psychological and emotional weight of loss. In Atrabiliarios, Salcedo creates an unsettling tribute to the thousands of people forcibly disappeared in Colombia, a number that, depending on the source, range between 90,000 to 100,000 victims. The work consists of niches embedded in gallery walls, each containing a pair of worn shoes belonging to disappeared women encased behind a translucent animal fiber membrane and stitched with surgical thread. The materials use cow bladder stretched with fragile skin, create an immediate corporeal connection to the body, reinforcing a visceral sense of human absence. Salcedo traveled the country. She interviewed the victims. She went to those areas where the war passed through and collected those elements from the victims. Those elements were installed and transplanted into the museum galleries all over the world. The empty spaces surrounding the niches reinforce the idea of an interrupted presence, making the viewer acutely aware of what is missing rather than what is depicted. The choice of shoes as a central object in Atrabiliarios is crucial. Shoes, as deeply personal yet universal items, evoke intimacy and identity. They carry the imprints of the wearer, traces of movement, and evidence of a life lived. Yet in this work, they are severed from their owners, becoming eerie stand-ins for bodies that will never return. Salcedo elevates them to the status of memorial artifacts, ensuring that the victims are neither forgotten nor reduced to mere statistics. And finally, I want to talk about Beatriz González. Beatriz González bearing witness and commemoration. At Bogota's Central Cemetery, within the now empty columbarios or columbariums, Beatriz González has transformed abandoned grave sites into a haunting memorial to Colombian anonymous war dead. These spaces, once occupied by the remains of Colombian poorest and most marginalized citizens, are now covered with thousands of repeated images depicting figures carrying shrouded bodies, a direct reference to the way victims of violence are transported in rural Colombia. González had previously explored these iconic visual motifs in paintings and drawings, but in this monumental public intervention, she embeds them permanently into Colombian physical and historical landscape. This is the source of González's paintings. González decided to collect from the media those images that were reporting casualties and bodies just found in the mountains of Colombia. She decided to abstract the images and transform them into this visual, striking representation of bodies in the cemetery. Titled Auroras Anónimas, 2007-2009, this installation spans over 8,957 empty niches in the columbarium, with silk screen silhouettes printing onto surface that mimic the appearance of tombstone granite. Unlike traditional gravestones, these images lack names, faces, or identities, turning the site into a collective visual archive of anonymous victims. The symbolism of place is central to González's work. Historically, Bogotá's Central Cemetery housed the remains of those who belong to the lowest social classes, but also to some celebrities. Then, in 2016, the government decided to demolish the place. In 2023, an international award granted to Salcedos for this work, keep the place alive and bring a restoration. And then the government declared the place a memorial national site, a landmark to remember the victims of the war in Colombia. González's works bridge the past and present, linking historical marginalization with the ongoing crisis of unrecorded anonymous death. I'm going to jump to my conclusions now. In the context of post-conflict Colombia, visual narratives transcend mere representation. They serve as powerful tools for understanding, processing, and confronting trauma on both individual and collective levels. Artists, acting as both witnesses and interpreters, translate the intangible experience of violence into tangible forms, making trauma visible and, in doing so, fostering healing. By evoking powerful emotional responses, these visual narratives break down barriers, promote empathy, and generate much-needed dialogue. Through symbolism and metaphor, they capture the psychological weight of violence, conveying the complexities of fear, grief, and resilience. Art thus serves as both a testament to suffering and a refusal to let victims be forgotten. Beyond commemoration, artistic narratives challenge dominant historical accounts and uncover hidden truths about the conflict. By documenting human rights abuses and amplifying the perspective of victims, art contributes to justify an accountability. It gives voice to stories that might otherwise be ignored, suppressed, or misrepresented. Furthermore, art fosters dialogues between former adversaries, humanizes the other, and plays a role in reconciliation by nurturing mutual understanding. Artist interventions can also provide therapeutic outlets for individuals and communities affected by violence, facilitating psychosocial recovery and social reintegration. And I want to show you two additional elements that came as elements of a transforming society, or a society moving forward, a better future. The first one is the balígrafo, or bullet pen, and it was the instrument used to sign the peace accord between the government and FARC in 2016. The artifact has this inscription: Las balas escribieron nuestro pasado, la educación nuestro futuro. In Spanish. In English, bullets wrote our past, education our future. A 50 millimeters cartridge, bullet cartridge recovered from the grounds where the conflict happened and transformed into an instrument of peace. The second one is Cesar Lopez escopetarra, or rifle guitar. A Kalashnikov rifle transformed into a guitar, an artifact and a project funded by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Cesar is traveling the world carrying his escopetarra, giving concerts and workshops on reconciliation, memory, healing, and the possibility of a different war. In the aftermath of conflict, art plays a crucial role in shaping memory, seeking truth, and fostering reconciliation. In Colombia, where the scars of war remain deeply embedded in society, these visual narratives help navigate the delicate process of healing. They serve as a means of acknowledging the past, confronting the present, and envisioning a more just and peaceful future. Thank you.
We would like to proceed with questions or comments on both presentations. Please approach the mic.
Faculty, distinguished guests, students, thank you for giving this topic your attention. My name is Charles. I work for a counter human trafficking organization. Dr. Malone, I'd like to ask if you'd please expand on how human trafficking emerges from the conditions that you discussed in your presentation. Also, I'd like to ask, if you're willing, where you think counter-human trafficking operations should fall in the United States national security priorities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. That's a really great question. So in terms of where human trafficking kind of fits with what I discussed, first of all, when you actually have people who, some of the speakers noted earlier, face high levels of poverty or face the prospects of criminal victimization, especially at the ends of organized criminal groups, you have kind of far more people that want to leave, right? So in terms of market demand, the fact that conditions in Latin America are not conducive to people having a safe and a safe level of living with their basic needs met, that means you will have a greater portion of people that at least want to migrate. So the demand most certainly is created by some of those conditions. In terms of organized criminal groups, basically the same routes that you use to kind of traffic drugs or illicit goods are oftentimes the same routes that you use to traffic people as well. So what ends up happening is that you actually see organized criminal groups using those transit networks that they already control to increasingly branch out and to actually engage in human trafficking, right? So I think that the way in which human trafficking fits into all of this is that you're seeing a demand created by violence, poverty, inequality, food insecurity, and then what you're seeing is then organized criminal groups, because they oftentimes already have control over key transit routes, are able to use those to kind of expand and diversify their operations. So it's not just trafficking in one type of thing, it can be human trafficking as well. In terms of where I think human trafficking should fit, just from a human rights perspective, I feel like it should be at the top of the list, right? So if we generally care about human rights, if we care about democracy, then ultimately we really have to care about the lives of these people, right? So for me, that would be at the very top of the list. Thank you.
May I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, of course.
Doctor, if you believe it falls at the top of the list of priorities, what actions do you think should be taken? What does that actually look like in action? How do we solve the problem?
Oh, great question. So I honestly would take a long-term view of this, and I think that immediately, so of course you do want to actually immediately break up the power of organized criminal groups, right? You want to kind of break up those groups. But I would say that long-term, I think that if we don't actually address in the root causes that lead people to want to flee in the first place, ultimately we're never going to really solve that key problem that makes it unsustainable for people to actually remain in their countries of origin. And one of the things, I've done a lot of interviews with people who have wanted to migrate. I've done a lot of testimony with asylum seekers. I've read lots of firsthand accounts. And one thing that's kind of overwhelmingly striking is that when you're talking with people, a lot of times they really didn't want to leave their homes and their communities and everything that they knew. They really felt that they had to because of poverty, because of criminal violence, because of insecurity. So for me, if you actually have large numbers of people that, if conditions were better, would want to remain home, I would actually advocate long-term policies that address those root causes so they can actually remain home if they choose to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tom Besser. I have a question for Dr. Malone. What do you think about the role of industry or the lack of industry in Latin America as like a cause for the draw towards like criminal activity? Do you think the United States could play some role in bringing industry to Latin America or developing like a domestic manufacturing or whatever, the industrial, that is like the bedrock of like developed society, I guess you would say. So, and that kind of lacks from Latin America, and that's been a trend for centuries. Do you think that would help alleviate the criminal element?
So that's a great question. So I would say that most certainly economic diversification is something that would actually kind of take that pyramid structure of an economy and turn it more into a diamond, right? Where you have a few people that are rich, few people are poor, most people kind of in the middle. So most certainly economic diversification would help with that. I'll say Latin American leaders have been trying to diversify their economies since the beginning of the early 1900s, right? So we'll see that kind of has been a quest. There's lots of different ways in which Latin American countries have actually tried to promote industrialization. Oftentimes, the ways in which they wanted to do so were at odds with what the United States wanted, because one of the key ways, of course, you try to protect your industrial base as you're developing it is you try to put tariffs to actually protect that industry. And just as Latin American countries were trying to do that in the early 1900s, that's when the United States actually wanted to have reduced tariffs. So in that sense, you kind of see just a difference in kind of what each country thinks is in their best interest. So I would say that, promoting industrialization could work. I would say historically, it's actually run into a couple of problems, right? So, it hasn't been easy. People have been trying to do this for a while. What's interesting is the case of Costa Rica illustrates that you can have economic diversification that's not necessarily industrial. And it's interesting when in the 1980s, when we had the debt crisis and Costa Rica realized it couldn't pay back its debt and would have to make cuts, the World Bank, IMF, all the leaders that were negotiating what would happen, they went to Costa Rican leaders and they basically said, you're too poor to be a welfare state, right? Costa Rica had lots of education, healthcare, lots of expenses in those things. And international monetary leaders said, you're too poor to be a welfare state. You have to cut education, cut healthcare, cut all these things. So Costa Rica ended up finding a loophole to not do those things and maintained its investments in education and healthcare and basic, human needs. And what's interesting is that Costa Rica never really went through the industrialization stage. They actually became more of a service economy because their high levels of education and healthcare meant that they actually could have a key role in actually developing the service portion of their economy. So I think Costa Rica illustrates that it doesn't, economic diversification is important. It doesn't just have to be industrial. It can actually take the other forms as well. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. It's almost lunchtime, but I would like to ask a question of my colleague. And it has to do with the reception. How are these works received with, locally and also internationally? The fact that you have portrayed, you have presented the chronology of works that go from the museum to the gallery to then being part of a graveyard.
Oh, that's a great question. Denise, the reception is complex. We all exposed to this global market of cultural ideas of Latin American countries. Colombianness has been portrayed as this exotic paradise, violent, convulsive society, rich in flora, fauna, but also rich in violent actors. On the one hand, it contributes, in my personal opinion, when Netflix, for example, portrayed this idea of Pablo Escobar, the great narco, helping the poor people, the Robin Hood of Latin American poor communities, incentivize this idealization of the figure, and that causes damage because it narrows the perspective of the victims, the hundreds of thousands of victims. On the other hand, portraying the victims in from, like Doris Salcedo does with Atrabiliarios, brings back the idea that the conflict is not one side, one perspective. The other side, it's the painful and the suffering that the society has to overcome. So I guess it's conflictive. It demands for attention and information to read carefully the in-between lines of history, to have the holistic approach of the conflict, to enrich that diverse and pushing for the exoticization of the violence. There is a group of sociologists working specifically in Colombia in the topic of violence, and they coined the label violentologist. They specialized in violence. I regret myself to identify as a violentologist. I prefer to do visual art, literary studies, or cultural studies to avoid contributing to the exaltation of violence through art or media.
Thank you. So in the afternoon at 1 o'clock, we reconvene. Thank you.
Thank you. I love your presentation. I just have to show you. I was just teaching a course.
Sentences of your bio, and I thought that,
Oh,
that
no
was
worries.
super important. I mean, I just overlooked.
So I'm just going to go over here, and then we'll switch to this, and then we'll just go into here. Coming up here, you can just go like through the slides like this, or you can use this and just go through it as well. Yeah, well, I'm gonna put it back on here, but then you can just come down here and switch it to this, and then just go down here and put it on this one. So I'll come up here and help. So it's hitting?
Okay, so yeah, I'll just go and make sure.
Good afternoon. Hello? Can everyone hear me? Good afternoon. My name is Cadet Corporal Austin Garcia, and welcome to the third panel session of today, focusing on Chinese and Russian influence in Latin America. With that being said, it is my honor to introduce the subject matter experts, Dr. Evan Ellis and Michelle Perenzino. And Dr. Evan Ellis is a research professor at Latin America Studies at the U.S. Army War College Strategic Studies Institute, with a focus on the region's relationships with China and other non-Western Hemisphere actors, as well as transnational organized crime and populism in the region. And Dr. Michelle D. Perenzino is an associate professor in the Strategy and Policy Department and director of the Latin America Studies Group at the U.S. Naval War College. She is author of The Cuban Missile Crisis and Cold War, a short history of the documents, and is currently working on a book about Ronald Reagan and the war on drugs. And now I would like to give each presenter 15 minutes to cover their respective topics, and we will have time for a Q&A session at the end of the discussion. So, Dr. Evans?
Fantastic. Okay, great. So first of all, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to be here today with you to share my thoughts on Chinese engagement in Latin America and some of the risks and trajectories associated with that. As indicated, I'm currently a civilian researcher on Latin America with the U.S. Army War College. So what I'll express to you today represent my personal academic opinions, and of course do not in any way represent those of the U.S. government. Really today, in the piece that I prepared for this, I focused on a variety of things that have to do with what China is doing in the hemisphere and some of the different trends, but also talking a little bit about what some of the risks that I see as an analyst who's followed this for about 23 odd years, and also some of the implications of the current change in policy direction that the U.S. government has taken that I see as creating certain challenges that we need to be thinking about and preparing for as we move down that route. So in the interest of taking full advantage of the 15 minutes that I have, I'm going to really focus on what I see as some of the bottom line, why this matters to U.S. strategic equities in the region, and also some of those risks that we need to be thinking about. And also just want to say thanks again to Norwich University, thanks to Dr. Koo and the leadership here for this opportunity. So to begin, again, I just want to kind of go through the bottom line, the elevator speech, if you will. Why does Chinese engagement in Latin America matter? And I've been giving the same answer over the past 20 odd years, that it is mostly about economics. If you look at the numbers, there's about $193 billion of sunk Chinese investment since about 2005, which is less than that collectively of the United States and others. However, the level of coordination between the Chinese government and its companies and the way that the Chinese oftentimes uses those companies, especially their SOEs in the region, makes that investment arguably much more impactful than the way in which U.S. private sector does so. I always joke around that people in, for example, Guyana or elsewhere don't worry that if they talk trash about the U.S. government, it's going to cause ExxonMobil not to think about investing in their country. That is oftentimes something that's very different with the Chinese government, where there's an understanding often of PRC vindictiveness in a sense that to be able to talk too critically about what the Chinese SOE record is in Latin America as a business partner, or even things like the elimination of the democracy in Hong Kong, or the internment of Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang and other things, could actually put some of those investments and ability to work with the Chinese as a local partner at risk. And so in many ways, Chinese money, in terms of the impact on Latin American political dynamics and expression, and Latin Americans' willingness to partner with others such as the United States is pretty impactful. But beyond that, yes, there are aspects that go beyond the economic in terms of political engagement, in terms of cultural engagement, something that I'll talk about in terms of people-to-people activities as well as military engagement, including not only in the realm of arms sales and professional military education and training relationships and some activities in the region, but also things that get into activities with Latin American police forces, space and cyber and in other domains. So without getting too far into the details, why does this matter? Number one, in economic terms, in a variety of different ways, as we've seen with the way in which immigration and drugs fundamentally impacts us here in the United States to the point of determining the outcome of critical U.S. elections. When conditions are good in the region, for example, thinking of the interdependence that we have with Mexico, as was talked about before in terms of our economies, that is something that benefits U.S. suppliers, U.S. consumers. At the same time, when things are bad in the region, that also impacts us. So to the degree to which those Chinese projects, whether it is the displacement of local retail establishments and producers in Latin America by the Chinese or other essentially ill-thought-through deals, what the Chinese do in economic terms in the region directly or indirectly impacts us. And in many ways, as often talked about, it impacts the availability of a Chinese financing alternative for governments that may not want to adhere to the often bothersome U.S. insistence on good governance and transparency and things like that. As a conversation that I had this morning, for the U.S. military, oftentimes some of our strategic goals have to do with, in the Western Hemisphere, maintaining U.S. access in key areas and denying certain types of problematic access of our adversaries. And to that degree, the availability of Chinese money in China as an alternative undercuts in many ways some of those strategic risks. But there are other types of economic threats as well. If we take a look at, for example, the ability of China to lock up strategic minerals. You've probably heard a lot about lithium. And outside of China, outside of Xinjiang, for example, the preponderance of the global supplies of lithium that are used in lithium-ion batteries and things like that are found in the south of Bolivia, in the north of Argentina, and the north of Chile, with a little bit in Mexico and in the Sonora Desert. But those are areas in which Chinese companies have taken great strides to lock those up. And at a time in which we already see the Chinese government refusing to sell certain strategic minerals to the United States, such as gallium, for example, the concern about not only the mineral fields, but also the entire supply chains that the Chinese may be locking up in Latin America is of concern. Nearshoring is another economic activity that I think should raise some concern with us. This is actually a logical byproduct of Chinese response to the process of decoupling. As companies said, we do not want to be shipping clear around the world from China, as there is a sense that the U.S. government maybe would not be sourcing from companies that had Chinese suppliers in their value chain. There was a rush for companies to reinvent themselves. For example, Chinese companies trying to reinvent themselves as Mexican companies in order to preserve access to the U.S. market under USMCA through Mexico. Well, the two byproducts of that, one that President Trump has talked about, is that it allows Chinese companies to preserve access to U.S. markets, oftentimes without paying the adequate amount of taxes through USMCA. But secondarily, that rush of Chinese investment, and by one estimate, something like $12 billion in recent years in new Chinese nearshoring investments in places like Nuevo León, that has also increased the footprint that the PRC has in Mexico. But it goes beyond just the economic issues. When we look at the digital vulnerabilities, I often make the case that the Chinese presence in the Latin American digital sector, like elsewhere, puts at risk the ability of our Latin American counterparts to make sovereign decisions and protect their intellectual property. With respect to sovereign decisions, for example, consider the fact that according to China's 2017 national security law, as well as its 2019 cybersecurity law, those digital data that are in the hands of Chinese that are in the hands of Chinese companies, those companies such as Huawei are obliged to hand those over to the PRC if they are considered by the Chinese government to be of national security interests. And so if you think about the fact that companies like Huawei have been involved in Latin America since the late 1990s. By one estimate, companies Huawei and ZTE may have as much as 60% of the entire Latin American digital infrastructure locked up before you even get to the new participation in things like 5G networks. I was just a couple of days ago in Mexico having conversations with security officials there. One of the striking things is that Chinese companies like Huawei, in conjunction with Carlos Slim's company, Grupo Carso, has a very dominant role in selling equipment to the Mexican government, which means that when you look at Presidencia, in the Mexican office of the presidency, as well as in key ministries like communications and transportation, they do their cloud services. They store that sensitive government data in the Huawei cloud. So you begin to see some of the risks before you even get to things like things that we might not think of, such as video surveillance companies. So Hikvision, for example, is dominant in Mexico in both commercial camera and video surveillance as well as home. So if you think about the question of all of those images that go out of corporate boardrooms, all of those images and the cameras that are in the warehouses, all of those images of cameras that are, in bedrooms, do those images stay on servers in Mexico, or do others have access to that data and for the possibility of use it for other places? Again, in the interest of time, I won't go into all of the details, but in addition to the digital risks, one of the things that increasingly worries me is what I would call the people-to-people risks. And so what you find is that as China has expanded its commercial footprint in the region, the expectation of benefit and also the courting of Latin American leaders, business and political elites and others allows the Chinese to weave networks of influence, sometimes that are for the purpose of shaping the discourse, sometimes with the possibility of obtaining more of other types of information, whether it's political information or technical information. And there are multiple different levels. And so one of the low volume but high impact one is through Confucius Institutes, which are often gatekeepers in the region. There are about 45 Confucius Institutes in the region. But if you are identified as one of those people who has the discipline and the ability to be able to stick to that very difficult to learn Mandarin language and the Chinese character set, you become eligible for Chinese government scholarships, whether it's what used to be called Hanban, or in some cases you have now private institutions. So, for example, Huawei has a program called Seeds of the Future that they use to bring over promising young Latin Americans for technical scholarships. And the list goes on and on. But beyond those small numbers, and these are people that often become the, because of their Chinese language capabilities, they get hired by their governments, by their foreign ministries, by their trade promotion organizations to promote their own government's interests before the Chinese when they themselves owe their 4-year or more education to the Chinese government. It's kind of a nefarious version of the Fulbright program, if you will. But beyond that, in a much broader sense, other types of people-to-people diplomacy. So literally, according to China's own public information, there are thousands of people that are brought over every year. Some of them for think tank professionals. I actually, when I was in the private sector before I joined government, used to teach regularly in China. I used to be brought over by my friends from the China Academy of Social Sciences and others. They treat you very well. They wine you, they dine you, they make you feel important. But there's a process in which the leading thinkers and key figures, whether think tank professionals that get brought over to give speeches and you say, well, I get to meet leading party officials, I get to meet leading analytical officials, and so I wouldn't want to be ungrateful by speaking out too critically about China. But there are other manifestations, for example, party-to-party talks, which bring over leading politicians. There are training programs for journalists. I remember in the case of Bolivia, even Bolivian judges were brought over to China. And so you get those type of things. At the end of the day, it raises significant questions about influence. One of the other issues is the question about survival of anti-U.S. regimes, the degree to which China provides not only purchases, for example, in the case of Venezuela and Bolivia and others, of goods that those regimes sell, giving them liquidity as they've consolidated their authoritarian regimes, but also other ways. For example, a lot of the camera systems that were used with facial recognition in Venezuela, when the Venezuelan regime, after the robbery of the July 28th elections in Venezuela that you might be familiar with, when it confronted those protesters, they minimized the confrontation of the protesters in the streets because they were able to go to the protesters' homes in the neighborhoods where they lived. Well, how were they able to do that? Because the Venezuelan state had acquired Chinese cameras with facial recognition that were able to tie the imaging of the crowds to figure out, oh, that person lives in that barrio there, so that they could be essentially, later, basically rounded up by the security forces, Sibin or others. Let me talk briefly about the military risks as well, because oftentimes, and again, I worked my entire career as a civilian in support of the Department of Defense. And it's when you work in a defense capacity, as you all know in this room from your chosen professions and what you're studying as students, it's not that you're looking for conflict, but it is your responsibility to think, how would we fight our nation's wars if called upon to do so? And I can tell you, looking at this over the years, it's almost unthinkable that our Chinese counterparts, thinking about how they might have to face a war with their pacing challenger, the United States, would just wait for us to come over to the Indo-Pacific with our power projection capabilities. If you look at a map, you realize that the logical things, even without formal alliance agreements or formal basing agreements, are to say, and even if Latin America is not the primary theater of focus for the Chinese, if we went to war over something like Taiwan in the future, there are certain logical things that we have to expect. Being able to use the access that they have at the ELINT, the Electronic Information Facility in Mexico, Cuba, to be able to monitor certain electronic signatures in the near proximity in places like Florida, being able to use the proximity from access to bases and commercial facilities to perhaps observe or maybe even interrupt U.S. force deployment and sustainment flows out of Savannah, out of other sensitive eastern coast facilities. Given that the Chinese have a significant commercial presence in the Caribbean and military relationships there, many of our force flows would have to go through the Caribbean. And of course, there's the issue that's much talked about, the Panama Canal. And to me, the issue with the Panama Canal was never just the fact that you had two of the five major ports on both sides of the canal being Chinese. The key issue, it's kind of like defending against terrorism. It's the combination of physical access, technical knowledge, and the ability to influence. And so the fact that China's major logistics company, Costco, is one of the biggest users of the Panama Canal. They have construction companies working on a bridge inside the canal. They have logistics and commercial companies in some of the big free trade zones, Cologne and Panama Pacifico. The combination of Chinese activities gives them the type of knowledge that they might need in times of war to be able to potentially, either through attacks on the locks or the technical control systems, or by sinking a ship in a place like the Culebra Cut. There's many different things that you can do in deniable ways to shut down the canal. And in the race against time to get our sustainment forces and some of our heavy unit equipment over to the Indo-Pacific, that shutting down the Panama Canal could make the difference. Also, there's the issue of space. And again, realizing my time is getting short, but we didn't create a U.S. Space Command for nothing. We understand the importance of space basically for information dominant and other type of activities. The ability to have access to the skies over the Western Hemisphere through the various different facilities that the Chinese have built and instrumented for the Bolivians, for the Venezuelans, the facility they've constructed in Argentina. There's another one in Chile, et cetera, the collaboration that they now have with Brazil through the Cybers program. That gets you two things: the ability to potentially see and thus identify for the purpose of later blinding or destroying U.S. satellites. And frankly, also, there are certain types of Chinese orbital vehicles. There's something called the fractional orbital bombardment system that was tested about 3 years ago in the open press. Again, having the telemetry and final guidance from that type of vehicle as it came around the southern pole looking to launch attacks of essentially strategic hypersonic missiles against strategic U.S. targets, again, becomes a matter of concern. Or even like things like the port of Chiang Kai that the Chinese control through the commercial arrangement with COSCO. The prospects of being able to use Chiang Kai in time of war and the later phases of war to be able to resupply ships in the Eastern Pacific. So I'll save some of my concerns about the future for the question and answer if they come up. But again, at the end of the day, the point is that without looking for war, the economic, the military, and the other presence of the PRC create some significant challenges for U.S. equities and for those in the hemisphere. Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to Q&A.
All right. Now we're going to hear about Russian influence in Latin America by Dr. Perizino.
Well, thank you all for being here, and thank you so much for inviting me to this. It is really a treat to be here. As I was explaining to some colleagues over dinner last night, I'm pretty much the only person at the Naval War College who studies Latin America, so it's really wonderful to be here among fellow Latin Americanists and people who understand the importance of this region and people who understand the importance of languages. I do also have to start with a disclaimer. Nothing that I am about to say should be misconstrued as official public opinion. This is all solely my opinion and does not reflect the views of the U.S. Naval War College, the Department of Defense, or any other part of the U.S. government. And I do want to, so I have foregone PowerPoint today at the War College. PowerPoint it's more than just a software program. In fact, it borderlines on a religion. So I have chosen to be a heretic today by not using it. And I do want to start with an anecdote about how I came to the study of Soviet relations with Latin America, because I am a historian. So my expertise is really during the Cold War period. What I am trying to do here today is to make some comparisons and contrasts with the Cold War period and the more contemporary period post-Cold War. But the way that I came to the study of this is, through the study of U.S. foreign policy in Latin America, as I realized as a grad student that the majority of scholarship on U.S. Latin American relations doesn't really look at the Soviet Union. So the assumption was kind of just that, oh, the Soviets didn't really care about Latin America. And I thought that was wrong. And I remember going to this was at the MA program in California where I did an MA in history. And this was when I had decided to go on to do the PhD, so I knew, the language requirements. And my mentor at Cal State said, well, you already speak Spanish, so you're just going to do that for the language requirement, right? And I said, no, I'm going to study Russian. And he was surprised, and I was surprised that he was surprised, because I thought, well, if I'm studying the Cold War, surely I would need to read Russian, right? And he said, well, you would think that, but the majority of the historians who study the Cold War, in fact, do not read Russian. So when I spent a year in Moscow doing archival research, and all of the other historians there were really surprised that I studied Latin America. They're like, what are you doing here? Because the idea of somebody who spoke Russian going to Russia to study Latin America was just so bizarre to them. So long story short, if anybody's thinking about going into the history field, there's certainly still a lot of work to be done in this area. But so if I've learned anything from teaching military officers is that they want to hear the bluff. That is the bottom line up front. So just briefly, what I'll say at the outset, one of the big differences between contemporary Russian policy and Soviet policy during the Cold War, of course, right, the existence of the Soviet Union. So the Soviet Union, Soviet foreign policy operated at two levels, and that is the transnational level with the communist parties. So the Communist International, which was this big organization. It brought together, all of the communist parties of the world for these big congresses, usually held in Moscow, where essentially the Soviet party would disseminate the party line, right, to all of the communist parties of the world, and then those, communists would go back to their home countries, and the idea was they would implement the party line in their country, right? So of course, that entire level of relations doesn't exist anymore because there obviously still is a Russian Communist Party, but it's not able to dictate the party line to, fellow communist parties worldwide, of course, with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the disbandment or destruction of many of the world's communist parties. This is essentially a whole level of relations that just doesn't exist anymore. Of course, at the state level, traditional bilateral relations, there are some differences, but there are also, I would actually point to continuities more so than change in Moscow's approach to Latin America. And particularly the role of ideology, because, of course, during the Cold War, Moscow was drawn to support communists in Latin America, but support for those communist regimes did tend to complicate Soviet relations with other more moderate Latin American states in the region, and particularly after the missile crisis, when the Soviet leadership was trying to put Soviet national security interests more at the forefront of Soviet policy and to really strengthen those traditional sorts of diplomatic relations and economic and trade relations with Latin America. Support for communist regimes, of course, particularly Fidel Castro's Cuba, which continued to provide support to national liberation movements in Latin America, even after Moscow had tried to, Moscow was pursuing the peaceful coexistence line, so support for Castro did complicate relations not only with the other states of Latin America, but of course also with Washington once the Soviets were really focused on détente. But additionally, during the Cold War, Moscow did occasionally align itself with regimes that were not just not ideologically simpatico, but were actually fiercely anti-communist, and I'll talk about one of those examples later. But another significant area of continuity is Moscow's use of international organizations like the United Nations to hold the US government accountable to the norms and principles of the UN, as well as the Organization of American States charters. And so because of that, I think one of the biggest lessons that emerges from my studies is the ways in which Moscow is poised to capitalize on unforced errors in US policy and strategy. And Washington, in my opinion, should therefore take care to ensure that its actions are consistent with its own stated values and ideals. So looking at the Cold War period, it wasn't until Nikita Khrushchev came to power that, that Moscow began really pursuing an activist approach to Asia, Africa, and Latin America, the parts of the world we think about as the third world during the Cold War. Global South is sort of used more frequently today. But Stalin really viewed the countries of Latin America as US lackeys. And he very much saw it that way when the UN Charter was being written. He made a bid to try and get all of the Soviet socialist republics to have their own seats in the United Nations. Washington did not support that. But essentially, what drew Soviet attention to Latin America in the early Cold War was the CIA-sponsored overthrow of Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala, Guatemala's second democratically elected president. And the wave of anti-US sentiment that swept the region in the aftermath of that coup convinced the Soviets that, hey, this is an area, there's opportunities for us here, right? So in the aftermath of that was 1954, the Soviets are already thinking about how to expand trade and economic relations with Latin American states to pry them away from what Moscow viewed as their economic dependence on the United States. So it was thought that if we could encourage some of that economic independence, then political independence would follow. That was the assumption. So of course, the coming to power of Fidel Castro and the Cuban revolutionaries posed an opportunity to Moscow, but also a danger as well. Because again, how close, Cuba being to the United States, the relationship that the Cubans and Soviets developed was, of course, fraught, and we, of course, see that with the Cuban Missile Crisis. But, there's a historiographical debate about the development of the Cuban-Soviet alliance, and most scholars have reached what I think is an erroneous conclusion, which is that it was U.S. hostility toward Castro that drove him into the arms of the Soviets. I think it's exactly the opposite, that U.S. aggression toward Castro and the Cuban Revolution, in fact, drove the cautious Soviets into Castro's open embrace. So what I'm saying here is that the Cubans were the pursuers in this relationship with Moscow, not the pursued. And again, I think there is a lesson here about Latin American agency and initiative, because U.S. policymakers and officials throughout the Cold War viewed this, of course, as the Soviets trying to penetrate the Western Hemisphere, and they tended to ignore the root causes of why certain regimes and certain actors were turning toward the Soviet Union. But the missile crisis, of course, was a turning point in the international history of the Cold War. It actually exacerbated tensions between the Soviets and the Chinese. So the Sino-Soviet competition for influence in the Third World, Mao essentially was able to show that, hey, the outcome of the crisis, because Khrushchev had negotiated with Kennedy and agreed to remove everything that the U.S. considered offensive weaponry, and did not consult Castro in any of this, right? He neglected to put forward Castro's and the Cubans' demands. Hey, you're negotiating with JFK, please get him to, cease aggression against the regime, close Guantanamo. He had demands that Khrushchev didn't even bother to put forward. And so Mao and the Chinese were able to use this as evidence that, hey, listen, when push comes to shove and there is a conflict between Moscow's support for proletarian internationalism, right, their Marxist-Leninist allies in the Third World, when there's a tension between that and good relations with, Washington, the Soviets are going to choose the great power over their purported Third World allies, right? So this really exacerbated what later came to be known as the Sino-Soviet split. Additionally, when Khrushchev was removed from power, his Politburo colleagues cited the Cuban Missile Crisis as Exhibit A of why Khrushchev was unsuited for power, right? So Latin American politics was also deeply implicated in the domestic politics of the Soviet leadership struggle. Of course, one of the important consequences of Sino-Soviet hostilities was to fractionalize Latin America's communist left. So now the communist parties have all these factions that are splitting off. So you've got, the Maoist factions, you have the pro-Soviet factions, which after the missile crisis, they're actually the more conservative of the Marxist left, are the pro-Soviet communist parties, right? The pro-Chinese communist parties, as well as the Fidelistas, right? The pro-Cuban parties, they are more radical than the Moscow-oriented communist parties. But this fractionalization of the communist left does help explain what happens in Allende's Chile. Of course, Salvador Allende, the first Marxist-Leninist head of state to ever be elected in Latin America, right? And he was unable to maintain discipline over his own governing coalition. And that was largely in part to the ultra-izquierdistas, right? The ultra-leftists who were pushing Allende to go to implement socialist reforms faster and to embrace revolutionary violence against the counter-revolution. And so when Allende is overthrown, actually the Soviets wind up creating a new category of wars of national liberation based on the Chilean experience. And Soviet propaganda in the aftermath of the coup, of course, the CIA had tried to create the conditions for a coup in Chile, but Soviet propaganda in the aftermath of that was not aimed at the United States, it was aimed at China, because China continued to maintain diplomatic relations with Augusto Pinochet, Allende's successor, and Chile even increased its exports of copper to China during this period. Dr. Singer's, the chart that you had up there of trade, when I looked at, Chile's exports to China, 39.4%, I believe was the number. So that, actually has a long history. Of course, the Nicaraguan Revolution was the only other communist revolution in Latin America to come to power to overthrow an existing regime during the Cold War. And they did come to power much the way the Cuban revolutionaries did, that is, as part of a broad national front that combined urban insurrections and strikes with rural guerrilla warfare. Ironically, the model of revolution that Fidel and Che were propagating was a fiction. The Foucault theory that a few insurrectionists could create the conditions for a revolution, that in fact was not how the Cuban Revolution came to power. Of course, during the 80s, as relations between Reagan and Gorbachev warmed up, Gorbachev did prove willing to cease support for the Sandinistas in Nicaragua, in part, to appease Washington. So I think there's also a lesson here about the desire of Soviet officials and Russian officials today to potentially use support for today's communist regimes in Latin America as a bargaining chip in negotiations with Washington. But also, another area of continuity, of course, is Soviet use of the United Nations and the appeal to the rules and norms of international law and international relations. So my latest article looks at the way that the Cubans and the Soviets held the United States to account in the UN Security Council in the 1965 US invasion of the Dominican Republic. But the role of ideology, I do want to just emphasize, it's complicated because even within the communist bloc, I put that in scare quotes because I think it implies a level of a monolith that simply didn't exist, not even ideologically, because there were so many ideological divisions within and among the communists themselves. And the Soviets additionally did provide support for instance, the military junta in Argentina that governed from 76 to 83 and was one of the most prolific abusers of human rights. So even as Moscow is waging this propaganda campaign against Pinochet, they are supporting the Argentine junta in the United Nations and in other international organizations. This had a lot to do with economic relations with Argentina, especially after the 1979 Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, when US President Jimmy Carter imposed a grain embargo on the Soviet Union. They became dependent on grain exports from Argentina. But Argentine-Soviet relations had largely subordinated ideology to pragmatic considerations. And so even as the junta was waging what it viewed as a third world war against the transnational forces of the Marxist-Leninist left under the framework of Operation Condor, the Soviets are still providing political support. Additionally, in the Buenos Aires claims to sovereignty over the Malvinas, Falklands Islands. So I think one of the key lessons that comes out of the Cold War period is that US policymakers and strategists must view the countries and peoples of Latin America on their own terms, rather than as mere pawns in this competition among great powers. And I think this does require a hard look at the specific local and regional circumstances that did give rise to that desire to expand trade, political, and in some cases military relations with the Soviet Union. So in the post Cold War period, Russian policy is even more constrained, of course, because Moscow cannot command all the resources of the former Soviet socialist republics and the countries of Eastern Europe the way that it did during the Cold War. Many observers think that Putin's primary geopolitical aim is the recognition of Russian security interests along its continental frontier, as well as a broad reconfiguring of the international system toward multipolarity. And I know I am out of time, so I will just briefly end with a discussion of what's going on now with the war in Ukraine, because only the Anglophone Caribbean has joined US and EU sanctions against Russia in response to their 2022 invasion of Ukraine. And I think the refusal of most of Latin America to join the US imposed sanctions regime does reveal the degree to which US officials have failed to gain hemispheric backing for their approach to the conflict, and does also reflect the travails of the Cold War period and a lingering suspicion of US power and influence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to both of our presenters for the very interesting topics they brought up, and I wish we had more time to discuss them. But we're going to have a quick Q&A session now, about 15 minutes. So anyone who wants to ask any questions, please come up now.
This question is for Dr. Ellis. You mentioned how China has influences in Latin America and extending to South. As far as what you know from what Colombia is doing right now, acting as a neutral ground between the United States and Chinese and like joint tactical forces, what will the effect be on future joint trainings in Colombia?
The question is, if the U.S. and China were to cooperate in working with Colombia against transnational organized crime?
Yes, sir.
No, interesting question. I think, so in the broader context, there is a strategic debate within the U.S. government, and this has been going on for 20 years. What are the areas in which it's appropriate for U.S. and China to cooperate? Of course, one of those areas that's often talked about is HADR, response to disasters. One of those other areas is response towards transnational organized crime, especially those areas in which you have Chinese organized crime groups and involvement in Chinese institutions. So, for example, in some cases in Mexico and in the Caribbean, you have people who come in and are speaking, again, who are tied with the Chinese triads, who may speak Mandarin at best, or even more difficult, Hakka or Cantonese. And so, are there areas in which, cooperation is appropriate in that context? Usually the downsides of those discussions of cooperation is, number one, is that cooperation giving a Chinese certain undue influence and open doors in Latin America that they can exploit against the U.S. for strategic advantage in the future, at questionable benefit to the region. Probably key examples were in 2019, 2020, during the COVID pandemic. The Chinese were selling a lot of ventilators. They were selling a lot of the vaccine, but oftentimes we're trying to use that to score points and open doors with the region. Obviously, one of the risks of police cooperation is, again, for MSS, Chinese intelligence, and others to get in the door, to be able to know who is corrupt and not, and who's got a case against who, as well as developing relationship with Latin American police forces. To date, there really has been very little Chinese cooperation in Colombia in the security environment, and I have not seen that as something that's come up. There has been some concern about the Chinese wanting to bring in their private security companies in certain dangerous areas. For example, the Bertico gold mine in Antioquia that's operated by the Chinese firm Zihin has had to shut down because of those types of coordination. And indeed, in 2008, you actually had, operating in the Magdalena Medio region, you had 3 Chinese basically petroleum workers who were kidnapped. And by contrast to the United States, we had an embassy with a total of 700 officials and contractors. That when 3 U.S. officials were kidnapped, we were able to work closely with the Chinese government. They don't have that option. So I think what I would say in general is that there continue to be areas in which the U.S. and Chinese can work together. There are certain areas in which the Chinese would like to advance in security cooperation. I think the question of how much does that actually benefit the host government, and also to what degree of risk in terms of relationships does that raise for the U.S.? I think that's probably an open policy question, although, again, depending on who you're asking, there certainly could be some benefits to it. But thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
This question is also for you, Dr. Ellis. I know we didn't get to talk much about these risks as you have on this PowerPoint slide, but in about, say, 10 to 20 years, what do you see as being one of the biggest risks of China's expansion role in Latin America? And do you think U.S. policy should change?
That's a great question. And I would basically go back to my first slide. So the question is, what are the broader risks of Chinese engagement? And then what are the risks from U.S. policy? So the broader risks really, number one are the economic questions. To what degree do you have a Latin America that is captured by Chinese owners? I remember with Emmanuel Wallerstein and Raul Pribish, who write on dependencia theory and things like that, I used to assign my own students some of those readings to see if they'd make the parallel between what the Chinese are trying to do in terms of capturing value added in Latin America and structuring things for their benefit versus what was those age-old criticisms against the U.S. during the Cold War. So there's a question of essentially who gets the benefits of Latin American resources, who has the influence over Latin American elites, both through economic relationships and corrupting relationships, but also, frankly, to some degrees through some of those people-to-people networks that I alluded to, and frankly through other types of secondary risks. I alluded to the digital. But again, the other broader risks, aside from that degree of control and influence, really comes to if we ever have to fight a war with the Chinese, there are many different things that opens up the door to in terms of the ability to observe and disrupt U.S. flows, to shut down the canal, to have access to space. So our warfighting capabilities in the Indo-Pacific, we have to think about, although Latin America is not an area in which our near-peer competitors are, have base agreements and things like that, but those relationships put at risk the ability to conduct war fights in other places, and indeed, allow ways in which the homeland can be put at risk. And then the final point, just very briefly on this, is that so much of our response, as a free market society, as a democratic society, we are at a profound disadvantage in trying to outbid or out-transactionalize, trying to get the private sector to go and invest capital in certain places that are, economically disadvantaged, et cetera. It's trying to, again, it's hurting cats. And so the risk is that many of the things that give us leverage in terms of our work in building up partner nation institutions, in terms of our helping our partner nations have ability to evaluate contracts, the sense of having democracies at work, and so you want to stay with the democratic model and not an authoritarian model. When we move, my personal concern, away from programs like USAID, and there's a lot of waste in USAID, when we move away from security assistance programs on the DoD side, when we move away from a posture where essentially, we at least plausibly can be seen as a change agent for good and not corrupt, when we move away from those things, we significantly undermine some of our key discriminators and attractors as a partner in ways that accelerate the entry of China into the region with those influences and undercut our own ability to make our case. And so, our ability to shoot ourselves in the foot is, at least in my personal analytical opinion, one of the biggest dangers that comes out of this dramatic change in posture.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My question is for Dr. Ellis. Sir, in your research, have you found there to be any relationship between the development of the relationship between Mexico and China and also the flow of illegal immigration from China to the U.S. through Mexico?
Interesting question. A colleague of mine at UNAM in Mexico City, Enrique Dussel-Peters, and I used to talk about the China-U.S.-Mexico triangle. And you see it in a lot of different ways. So specifically with respect to, as you're aware, one of the immigration paths long would come through Mexico into the United States. That's for years. Another immigration path was, especially when previous Ecuadorian governments dropped their visa requirement for Chinese, was coming in through Ecuador up through Colombia and eventually to Mexico. There's been some traffic recently, as you saw, an accelerated traffic under the end of the Biden administration coming up through the Darien, and especially coming through the California portion of the U.S.-Mexico border. And so there's a number of different things going on. Number one is after the COVID lockdown in China, the zero COVID policies, the level of unemployment among young males in China and young people skyrocketed to the point where they stopped reporting it. So there was a legitimate flow of Chinese coming to the United States looking for opportunities. Secondarily, I think as China has looked to take advantage of that. I think there's a small portion of those flows which are, possibly Chinese security services, MSS, are looking for opportunities to have people located in the United States to be able to attack critical infrastructure facilities. Again, that's a small portion, but in 30,000 military-aged Chinese, I mean, a few hundred could create havoc. But then there's the third piece, which is the relationship in Mexico. And I mentioned before the nearshoring, and that's a slightly different dynamic where Chinese companies wanted to locate and set up production facilities in the United States to get access to the Mexican market. Obviously, that involves a lot of Chinese technical personnel and other personnel. To the best of my knowledge, I have not seen those Chinese flowing through. And indeed, and there is, of course, as you also alluded to, the issue of the Sheinbaum administration trying to avoid essentially destructive tariffs on goods by trying to do more to control fentanyl and migration flows. There was the deployment of 10,000 U.S. Mexican National Guard troops to the border. There was the extradition of the 29 personnel just a couple days ago. In the best of my evaluation, that has not significantly involved Chinese migration, and the Chinese investment companies have not directly produced accelerated Chinese migration. But there is, I think, a high level of interdependence between the countries in a number of different ways. So thanks, great question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all very much.
Many years now.
But a real pleasure to meet you.
Caitlin and Josh.
Okay.
Yeah, Josh. Two speakers.
But Caitlin's the only one with the PowerPoint, right? Yep, sorry.
That makes sense.
All you gotta do is just start the PowerPoint.
Oh, okay. And
Wow.
then, so to do the two videos?
Yep, so I would, open a browser window. First of all, let's get you to YouTube.
Good first start.
Your first step.
The links are in the.
The links are in there.
In like the comments, so it would be, I think it's on this one.
Okay.
Hey, thank you so much, Caroline.
But I think Dane is going to have to remind me how we get Sometimes it auto starts.
Should we check it and make sure that it'll play?
We should. Let me get Dane. Okay. Because he's going to have to remind me how you put that on.
I'm gonna pull the second one up. Hey, we're trying to figure out how to get. She's talking to somebody up there. Early moderating, that was great. Is it okay if I'm gonna put? My people.
Really?
Talk about where he's going.
I don't know. I think he just stepped out. I think just call him and see.
I know, it's crazy, right? Very counterintuitive.
Taking down the Marxist cancer. But I guess technically that's the Marxist cancer, not the Maoist cancer. So it's okay.
Right, right. As long as they keep buying our offering.
That's why I was enjoying it. Because I don't really teach the Cold War. That's good call. 1970s, we got to get military training.
Yeah, I was just had to make a phone call. Like, I've never heard any of this.
It's cool.
Gosh, I'm Caitlin.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us in this conference. I think it's very nice to have you here. Looks like you want to know what's happened around the world. That is super important. We are not alone here. And I can tell, I'm Professor Carolina Payares Asprino. I work, nothing to do with this, but I know a lot about the world. I work in the mechanical engineering department, but I'm from Venezuela, very famous right now. Not for good, but I'm from Venezuela, and I have been here for 25 years. My husband was born in Chicago, and I don't need visa, anything like that. I'm fine. We have two presenters today, and the region looks like Chile. This is South America. The first presenter is Dr. Caitlin Thomas. She is an assistant professor of Spanish and the world language coordinator at Norwich University. Her research is related with the United States and very related with the Latino area identities. And also she focused a lot in the border and teach everything about what's happened in the border. She's interested in intersection between social media and cultural iconography, as well as exploring music and cipher resistance. Dr. Thomas holds a PhD in Hispanic Studies from the University of Birmingham, UK, and the Master in Latin American and Spanish Literature and Culture from New York University, and the degree is in Hispanic Study and Music from Washington College, and a graduate certificate in TESOL from the University of Maryland. She also completed a no-degree study on the Council of International Education in exchange in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and Sevilla, Spain, the Centro Panamericano de Idiomas in Guanacaste, Costa Rica, and the Universidad Antonio de Nebrija in Madrid, Spain. And I think she speaks Spanish better than me. I think so. She's a very, very, very good in not only in the language, but also in what's happening in Latin America. The other presenter today is Dr. Joshua Regan. Welcome, Dr. Joshua. And he is an assistant professor of criminal justice and criminology at Western New England University. His research primarily focuses on failed state terrorism, contemporary maritime piracy, border security, and patterns of criminal behavior in declining urban neighborhoods. His research has been published in several peer-reviewed journals and presented throughout North America and Europe. Dr. Regan completed his undergraduate studies at the University of Connecticut, earning a bachelor's degree in geography and political science in 2007, 2 years later, he earned a master's degree in geography from UCOM. He then completed a second master's degree in national security in 2010 from the University of New Haven. Prior to his acceptance into the doctoral program in 2018, Dr. Reagan graduated for the University in New Haven with a doctoral degree in criminal justice. Both of you welcome to be the presenter in this session. This is a session 4, and I invite Dr. Caitlin Thomas to do your presentation. Welcome, everybody.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Today, I'll be discussing how music and social media activism played a pivotal role in Chile's 2019 student-led protests. So to grasp the significance of protest songs and hashtags for that particular moment, we must first examine a very brief snippet of Chile's history. So in 1973, a military coup led by General Augusto Pinochet overthrew the democratically elected President Salvador Allende, ushering in a dictatorship that lasted roughly 15 years. It was marked by severe repression, by censorship, human rights violations, and more. Thousands were tortured, exiled, or executed, while economic policies privatized social services, they weakened labor protections, and they deepened inequality. Despite Chile's return to democracy in 1990, Pinochet's constitution, the one that he developed and enacted under his rule, remained, preserving policies that benefited the elite while massively disadvantaging the working class. Education, especially university-level education, became a key battleground. Chile has some of the highest post-secondary costs in Latin America, yet among the lowest spending on education worldwide. It also has the most indebted university students globally. So wage disparity remains extreme, second only to Brazil. In this context, President Sebastián Piñera's 2019 decision to raise the metro fare from 30 pesos, which is roughly 4 cents in US dollars, became a catalyst for mass protests. As demonstrators proclaimed, no son 30 pesos, son 30 años, it's not the 30 pesos, it's been the 30 years, the outrage stemmed from decades of inequality in education, pension systems, and healthcare. The government's extremely harsh response, which include military deployment, curfews, and repression, evoked very strong memories of the dictatorship. Yet unlike past movements, the convergence of music and social media played a crucial role. Protesters used hashtags to expose police violence, to mobilize demonstrations, and to connect nationally as well as globally. This modern resistance echoes Chile's historical struggle, but incorporates this new angle. Chile has a deep tradition of musicians leading resistance against government violence and repression. Among the most iconic figures is Víctor Jara, whose legacy remains powerful decades after his death. His lyrics, performances, and public appearances often criticized the Pinochet regime, a defiance that led to his torture and assassination in 1973. Instead of silencing dissent, his murder turned him into a martyr, cementing his music as a lasting symbol of resistance and inspiration. 4 decades later, during the 2019 student-led protests, Jara's voice remained central to national solidarity. His song, El Derecho de Vivir en Paz, The Right to Live in Peace, was re-released as a reimagined compilation, reaffirming his music's role in Chile's fight for justice. And I have a little excerpt of the song that I'd like to play for you, of the re-released version.
El derecho de vivir sin miedo en nuestro país, en conciencia y unidad, con toda la humanidad.
reimagination of Victor Jara's original song. So this updated version featured the contributions of more than 30 prominent, extremely popular mainstream Chilean musicians. Revitalized for the 2019 protests, it once again became a rallying cry against the fierce oppression being imposed on those attempting to vocalize their anger. The re-released version was amplified through the hashtag El Derecho de Vivir en Paz, facilitating widespread sharing and engagement across social media platforms. Protesters of all ages sang the lyrics in viral videos, with tens of thousands of tweets capturing the renewed national unity and determination inspired by Jara's legacy. The re-release in 2019 fueled a wave of music-driven resistance and escalating protests amid government repression. The hashtag El Derecho de Vivir en Paz spread like wildfire across social media, linking past and present struggles. It helped to mobilize protesters, allowed users to circulate footage of police violence, and amplified calls to action. Chilean artist Ana Tijoux, known for tackling social justice, human rights, feminism, and anti-oppression themes, joined the movement, further amplifying its impact. On October 20th, 2019, 2 days after Piñera declared a state of emergency, Tijoux released the song #Cacerolazo, a rap anthem inspired by the traditional Chilean protest practice of banging pots and pans, known as cacerolazo, to express dissent. The song features a minimalist beat, just Tijoux's voice and the sound of a single pot being struck. And of course, I'm going to play it for you.
En 200 metros, gira a la derecha y corre recoge tu madre que viene los pacos.
So the video is a montage of powerful protest scenes. Demonstrators are running from riot police, fires are burning in the streets, and people are defiantly banging pots and pans in soldiers' faces. For the first 9 seconds, the title is front and center on the screen in bold letters, encouraging viewers to search the hashtag online, where they could engage with real-time protest updates and discussions. The vast majority of Chilean youth would recognize the cue embedded in the title to jump on social media to search and peruse content associated with the hashtag handle, and subsequently like, post, comment, and forward it within their networks. It acts as a pint-sized method to reinforce cacerolazo as an action with strong historical and cultural ties that bonds Chileans, while the hashtag injects a new cacerolazo element that offers the possibility to participate beyond the physical outside world and now among the virtual, interconnected, and instantaneous battleground as well. So the song begins with a spoken verse as if Tijoux were a news reporter advising the listener, and her lyrics reflect a deep frustration. Tijoux's song features a rhythmic chant of hashtag cacerolazo, perfectly suited for a pot and pan accompaniment. Her lyrics urge Chileans to rise up and to demand President Piñera's resignation. She frames Alameda, Santiago's main protest hub, as our moneda, a symbolic reversal of the 1973 military coup that bombed the presidential palace and brought Pinochet to power. This parallel highlights the state's repeated use of violence, now turned against its own citizens. The contrast of wooden spoons versus bullets illustrates unarmed citizens facing a heavily armed state, underscoring the disproportionate response. As protests intensified, Piñera declared a curfew, claiming that Chile was at war. This was a major misstep that demonized demonstrators and fueled further outrage. Protests countered with an even louder cacerolazo, rejecting what they saw as an absurd and aggressive crackdown. There's a palpable sense of frustration on behalf of the student-led movement that the extreme measures being taken to silence their ventures was more of the same behavior that the Chilean people had long experienced. The proposed 30 peso increase in metro fare that ignited the protests was not the fundamental cause of the demonstrators' demands. Rather, it was the 30 years leading to 2019, during which the sustainability of Chile's economic, educational, and health systems and more had become increasingly unfeasible. The Constitución here references the governing parameters outlined by Pinochet that were felt to be outmoded, they were ineffective, and they limited freedoms. While the Perdonazos alludes to changes that were made in Chilean tax law that had benefited the nation's wealthiest and further widened class gaps and basically stopped any socioeconomic mobility for the majority of Chileans. Tijoux champions how she and her comrades, armed with only a fist in solidarity and a spoon in nonviolence, have confronted a system that appeared to work largely against the Chilean people. Indeed, challenging an entire governing body as a united cacerolazo imbued force is the theme of this last stanza as Tijoux offers counsel to her peers. The song continues with the same rhythmic repetition of cacerolazo, heard in the beginning while a montage loops in the background of politically charged images mixed with videos and photos of young Chileans spiritedly banging pots. With hashtag cacerolazo, Tijoux firmly places herself within a musical demographic that uses rap as a cultural form to speak about the loneliness, the exclusion, and the injustices endured around her. She's leveraging political rap specifically to convey messages that translate into individual experiences and that emphasize calls for attention and action against oppressive forces. This is especially true given that she titles her song with a cultural reference and a hashtag, signaling calls to action that range from the most ordinary that can happen in one's own living room to the more intense, actually being physically present at a protest march. So hashtags like El Derecho de Vivir en Paz and Cacerolazo turn social media into a hub for organizing, amplifying voices, and mobilizing collective action. More than content markers, they became rallying points against systemic inequality, poor public services, and social injustice, bridging generational and geographic divides in Chile's 2019 protests. By linking hashtags to cultural symbols like Jara's protest song, activists connected historical struggles to contemporary challenges. They reinforced national identity through resistance. These hashtags transformed music and tradition into calls to action, resonating deeply with a new and younger generation. Beyond symbolism, hashtags played a crucial role in coordinating mass protests and cacerolazos overcoming geographic barriers, media censorship, and state repression. Mainstream success of oppositional musical resistance fosters collective calls for equality and change. Social media amplifies this through hashtagging, turning lyrical slogans into viral messages that reinforce political, economic, and social stances. In today's algorithm-driven digital culture, these hashtags serve as blueprints for social resistance, instantly signaling unity and mobilizing movements like we saw with these cacerolazo protests. Tijoux's rap and the El Derecho de Vivir en Paz hashtag, tied to Jara's reimagined song, highlight the power of digital communication in citizen mobilization. The convergence of songwriting, performance, and mass distribution, combined with the immediacy of social media, enabled an organic, large-scale movement that traditional organizing could not match. This merging of online and offline activism allowed protesters and fans to take ownership of the cause, embedding student-led demands deep into Chile's socio-political landscape. The movement's momentum ultimately pressured Chilean leaders to concede to a national vote on constitutional reform in April of 2020. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Do you have any question for Caitlin? Any question? Okay, I have one. After these protesters and everything, do you know what the former President Piñera did to stop all this protester? What did he do? He changed. He
became deeply unpopular. The response that he mounted against protesters was so extreme and so violent that there was not just a internal Chilean national backlash against it. There was a global condemnation towards it and towards him. And so we could say that there's a direct correlation between these events and him ultimately losing power in the next election cycle.
Yes, I knew that he changed all the cabinets and everything after this protester. He had to change everything. By the end, I think he understood, and he brings some social policy for the people. That's the idea. At least they protested and get something. There is some country that they protest, but they don't get anything. Thank you very much. I enjoyed a lot, all the music and everything, and thank you. Okay.
I think there's a question.
Good afternoon, Professor Cadet Guerra. I was just wondering, Chile, it worked out pretty well, but in terms of using social media, how do you protect against mob mentality or foreign actors, especially in an area like Latin America where there's a lot of foreign acting?
It's a great question. And actually, it didn't turn out super well. While these protests and the social media and cultural activism that resulted around it did lead to an attempt to remake the Chilean constitution, those efforts ultimately failed twice. And Chile is still in a circumstance where they're navigating what a new constitution might look like. The constitution that they had redrafted was much more progressive than Pinochet's constitution, which was in place. And so it was extremely disappointing and demoralizing that it failed twice. But to your question, Joe, about bad actors in social media, I think that is a very complex and impossibly moving target. And I'm not entirely sure that there is a definite answer on how you mediate those types of forces and actors. I think that there are instances in Latin America where there have been some really successful free education programs trying to work with underserved and low economic, low education communities about misinformation and things like that, bots and spam and those things that can quickly become bad actors to plant a certain message, to work with communities and individuals who might be vulnerable to those types of things. There has been some success with those programs, but those programs take financing, they take money, and so whether or not those will continue to be in place or grow kind of remains to be seen. So I think it's not just a question that's relevant for Latin America and Chile, but I think it's a question that's relevant for all of us, the whole world. How do we nail down that constantly constantly shifting target?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Another question.
Thank you. I'm Javad Argan, assistant professor at the history department here at Norwich. I have a question. I'm originally from Turkey, and when I see these images and protests, it reminds me of massive protests across the Middle East in the last decade or so, including in Turkey, with similar dynamics, similar patterns of demands and failures. So I was wondering if you could see any parallels, like a global movement where these different people in different countries learning from one another how to challenge their rulers, and also building on the previous question. In the previous panels we talked about U.S. and China and Russia and their roles in Latin America, and then you are giving us a more local perspective. And I was wondering if you could talk a bit in terms of bridging these external and internal actors. How much of these challenges that the people in Chile and other Latin American countries are facing are products of these external interventions and not only their local governments' corruption or misuse of power. Thank you.
So I think to your first question, yes, this absolutely had, depending on your perspective, consequences, repercussions, positive or negative, around the rest of Chile and also Latin America. And in fact, some people call this moment, the 2019 to 2020 moment in Chile, as the Chilean Spring. So sort of making a parallel to to what happened in the Middle East. And then that more broadly became the Latin American Spring. And there are definitely instances in other neighboring countries where social media and music in particular, and this is why I find music as a source of protest and as a social actor that actually has concrete change so interesting. There were instances of that popping up in other Latin American countries focused on different issues around the same time as a result of that. Because again, to me, in relation to this, the fact that the constitutional reform efforts were not successful isn't really the point. The point is more that these protests, combined with the music, combined with the activity on social media around them, led to that even being a possibility. And there were other instances where the reform efforts were more successful than what we see in Chile. And to your second question, so interestingly enough, there's an emerging area of research right now that's focusing in on Russian disinformation campaigns in Russia or in Latin America. And so that is an area that I myself am currently diving into and uncovering, specifically in terms of social media and again the bots and all that stuff, in terms of building and reinforcing a narrative. And even if it's a false narrative, what does that look like from outside actors being turned onto Latin America? I think it's something that in the context of social media and how that can be manipulated that we're only starting to discover, and it's only now emerging. The Russian disinformation campaigns in Latin America specifically started to be on people's radar around 2014, so it's still relatively new. I think in the case of Chile, and I would be interested in what my Latin Americanist colleagues think about this too, I think that it tends to be, at least with these instances, it tends to be something that's more internal, as an internal force that explodes into something that then gets external attention, as opposed to an external actor causing something internal. Does that make sense? But that remains to be seen. I mean, I think that again, with social media and everything, it's entirely possible that the scales tip tremendously in a different direction with that. And I think that that's in part because Latin America, while there has been a tremendous amount of progress in the region, Latin America does have some pretty entrenched challenges that have decades worth of roots that make it very easy for that to become an internal boiling pot.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's start your presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So my name is Joshua Regan. As I mentioned, I'm from Western New England University, and I'm presenting an interesting paper that we're still kind of in the preliminary findings, but I was gravitated towards a couple of maps that started this research, one that was looking at deforestation in Chile, and then one that was looking at kind of Mapuche incidents of violence that were documented. And I was gravitated towards, is there kind of a relationship of what's going on here? So to start this discussion, obviously we're going to be talking about Chile. The panel and theme is Chile here. And in Chile, one of the important indigenous populations that lives there is the Mapuche. And they represent about 79% of the indigenous citizens that live in Chile. And these Mapuche, for the context of this study, a large chunk of them are living in central portions of Chile, areas known as Biobío and Arauquia. So one of the things that was noted about these particular areas where the Mapuche are living is that they're extremely poor. And that kind of grabbed my attention right away because obviously there's been connections in the research looking at economic instabilities and political violence. As an example, one of the areas reported an unemployment rate of 17.2%, which was double the national average of Chile at the time. Over the years, we've seen these areas in central Chile that have been developed, and this development process has created anger and resistance and resentment. We've seen areas that were largely documented as Mapuche land have been developed and utilized for copper production, which is huge in Chile. We've seen land that has been used for hydroelectric capacities like this dam, the Rauco Dam that was built about 20 years ago. We've seen land owned by the Mapuche that has been converted for wheat farming and wheat production. We've also seen similar developments for fisheries and particular salmon. But largely, we've also seen that the territory has been largely extracted for not only tree plantations, but also timber exportations. So as a result of this, as this land has been developed and the Mapuche have been stripped of their land, it's created a lot of anger. And we'll get into that in the next discussion. So one of the things that we found is that historically over time is that the Mapuche have been displaced from their land. And this has largely been triggered by Chilean policies, which push in for capitalist-oriented market policies to develop land and grow the economy. And as a result of these economic initiatives, the Mapuche have seen their land stripped of. We've also seen historically over time, if we're examining this over decades of data, in fact, more than decades of data, we've also seen that the Mapuche have been argued to be stripped of their constitutional rights and their due process rights. And we'll kind of circle back at this when we look at the pandemic a little bit too. So a combination of these two factors, basically at the end, has intensified political movements in Chile by the Mapuche, who feel that they should be entitled to certain things like civil protections, like due process, and of course, the big one, an autonomous state, right? So to express their political frustrations, they took a number of initiatives to showcase that they're unhappy with the direction that Chilean policies are moving. And with that being said, they engaged in a number of actions. It includes demonstrations that took place throughout all of Chile, sit-ins that took place, again, throughout all of Chile, trespassing of lands that they were told to be barred from, roadblocks that they initiated, and we'll talk about the primary target in just a couple of minutes here, hunger strikes, building occupations, and the two big ones, arson and equipment sabotage. And these two factors are the two most important ones because there's largely been a target that the Mapache have been resistant and expressing their frustration against. And their primary targets have been the logging companies that have gone in to destroy prime Mapache land that they view as sacred and ancestry land. So knowing these concerns and knowing this elevated level of frustrations, one of the important administrations that we're briefly going to highlight is Augusto Pinochet. And obviously, he's one of the more instrumental political leaders of Chilean history, but we're only going to focus on one particular moment in his administration, and it was a critical piece of legislation that had some significant implications on the Mapache. And that piece of legislation was known as the National Security and Anti-Terrorism Act of 1984. Now, under this critical piece of legislation, political activists, which also include the Mapache, were labeled under the brackets of terrorism. And as a result of this, we started to see with this piece of legislation that was binding that Mapache protesters, demonstrators, individuals that were engaged in sabotage or arson were arrested, prosecuted, convicted, and incarceration. And historically, we saw these rates go up significantly. We also saw during his administration that land became more and more developed, and Mapache lost more and more of their property rights. So eventually, this builds to a building point in 1998. In 1998, this guy, we'll be talking about him later, Hector Latour, establishes a political active group called CAM, which is the Arauco-Maleco Coordinating Group. And this particular group, established in 1998, had three major focal points. One, to resist, protect, and restore constitutional rights back to the Mapache, which they feel that has been stripped of them. Two, to take back Mapache land that was either seized primarily for land development by the Chilean government and, of course, logging companies. And thirdly, to establish an autonomous state within Chile that would secure constitutional rights and also protect their cultures, such as their language. And historically, if we look at 1998 going forward, right, if you look at the data, when we'll talk more about this data later on, you can see that they became more and more politically active. So with this background information, we know that the issue is present, and the issue still lingers today. And I'll just highlight three brief moments before I dive into the data analysis. One, a particular moment that has captured a lot of social media sites and news sites was police-related shootings that have impacted the Mapache. One particular event was in 2008, and another one was in 2018, right? Significant events that obviously brought the Mapache movement to center stage. We also saw that during the pandemic, a lot of Chilean promises for governmental reform and extension of Mapache rights was stalled because of the health emergency. At the same time, while these promises were stalled, counterterrorism operations still continued in Chile, and Mapache resistors were still collected, gathered, arrested, and pushed through the criminal justice system in Chile. We also saw during that same time, which also angered a lot of Mapache, was that there was questions of equal justice. A lot of Chileans who were entering the criminal justice system during the pandemic were offered house arrest. But here, they were denied that and had to sit in pretrial detention. Obviously, that makes things even more of a centerpiece for the Mapache movement. And thirdly, and very recently, just last year, the leader and establisher of the CAM, who we mentioned in an earlier discussion, was arrested, and he eventually moved his way through the criminal justice process And just recently, in June 2024, he was sentenced to a 23-year prison term for his involvement in crimes targeting the police as well as logging companies in Chile. So knowing this background, a lot of the research has looked at the historical evolution of the Mapuche, right? And I just introduced a slim portion of that in the interest of time. But no study, or I should say no known study, has identified quantitative factors to help bridge an understanding of why we're seeing this political violence. And that's the area that I'm going to dive into within my remaining time here. So to talk about the data, I did a time series analysis starting in 1998 when the CAM political party was established, and I carried that forward through 2020, which was the last year of available data. The dependent variable for the study was reported acts of terrorism, which was, the reported acts of terrorism initiated or reported by the CAM, and that data was extracted from the Global Terrorism Database. And then I utilized a series of independent or predictor variables. I used forestry loss, and that data was extracted from Global Forestry Watch. I looked at timber exports, which was directed and derived from the United Nations Comtrade database. I used unemployment rates as well as rural population changes, which that data was extracted from the World Bank. And finally, I used political freedom data, which was extracted from Freedom House. So this particular analysis did an OLS regression model. And for those that are familiar with statistics, you know that it has to meet certain independence assumptions. So first, I did a series of collinearity diagnostics to make sure that the independent variables weren't predicting any of the other independent variables. And we did this by checking the variance inflation factors and tolerance scores, which in this case were not problematic. I also assessed temporal autocorrelation, suggesting that the previous year terrorism incidents predict the next year's terrorism incidents. And you could do so through the Durbin-Watson statistic, and once again, that didn't suggest any major problems. So let's talk about the results. So this is the regression model. So the model was statistically significant with 83% of the terrorism variance explained using these particular variables. And as you can see, there are 3 significant variables, and I'll talk about the results and wrap up. So first, it was discovered that a 1% increase in the Chilean unemployment rate was positively related to almost 5 terrorism incidents reported by CAM. And that kind of logically makes sense based off all the literature that I've been reviewing because of the economic inequalities and the unemployment and poverty that is reported in central Chile. And thus, with less economic opportunity, the Mapuche have engaged in political violence to stress their political frustrations. Secondly, and one of the most important findings, I think, for this particular study was a $1 billion increase in timber exports in Chile was positively related to about 35 terrorism incidents. And that's because we largely have seen that Mapuche land has been developed with the purpose of timber extraction. And obviously that has angered some of the Mapuche to become more politically active. And thirdly, a 1-unit increase in the political freedom index was positively associated with about 20 terror attacks. And in this case, an increase of the political freedom index is suggesting less political freedom, right? So it's kind of the opposite. And historically, if we go back and look at the literature, land reform policies, discrimination, lack of due process, and certainly this pivotal piece of legislation that we talked about may contribute to political violence because the Mapache voice has been stripped. So, wrapping up these discussions, there's 3 major policy actions and 3 takeaways that I think are instrumentally important, and these findings are still largely preliminary in a lot of ways. First, policy actions for the Chilean needs to provide more economic opportunities for the Mapache. Unemployment was a significant predictor of political violence in Chile. Second, the Chilean government needs to do a better job of protecting Mapache land from logging industries, which we historically seen, again, as another predictor factor. And thirdly, the Chilean government needs to honor, and they've done so in little increments historically over time, to promise political reforms to give the Mapache a greater voice and say in decisions that are happening in Chile. And thus, at the end of the day, these were the 3 major findings and takeaways from the study, which kind of correlate with what we've explained and helps get a better understanding of why historically we've seen these increasing trends of political violence by the CAM. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question? Approximate.
Hi, I have a question. As the Mapache, they are Chileans themselves. Kind of why were they outcasted and treated differently from everyone else? And was this before or after their violent actions was caused around other Chileans?
I only heard part of. Could you just repeat the question? Sorry, I only heard part of it when I was walking over.
As the Mapaches, they're Chileans themselves. Why were they outcasted and treated differently from everyone else? And was this before or after their violent actions affected other Chileans?
So historically, I mean, if we look at different countries, the indigenous populations have always been treated differently. And one of the challenges that we're going forward with is that the Mapache feel that they're losing their identity. And as a result of this, there's a couple of new studies that have come out that have been looking at the youth and whether the youth are actually going to become more politically active because of this loss of identity. The question as to why Mapache have been not treated as Chileans, I'm not quite sure fully on that answer. I mean, different scholars would look at that question differently, but historically, from the bigger picture, that's been a challenge amongst a lot of Western societies and non-Western societies. And what was your second question?
Were they mistreated kind of before or after the violence occurred? So kind of like the inequality and the injustice of how they were treated, was it before or after their violent actions?
So the inequalities have gotten worse. If you look at the data and you look at the research that's been done, it's been building factors. And these building factors are instituting more violence. So actions and steps need to be taken.
Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, I have one. I know.
Can I add to that very quickly?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Dr. Reagan, given that CAM's leader's been imprisoned and kind of the history of them getting more and more intense in their resistance, with your proposed policy changes, do you think that the Machupe people would be opposed to reintegrating, given how the past 20 or 30 years has kind of pushed them further towards being more radical in their resistance?
I couldn't, sorry, could you just repeat,
Yes,
just clear, I just want to make sure I understand the question.
So if your policy changes
Yep.
were to happen, do you think the Machupe people would be opposed to reintegrating into Chilean society, given how radicalized they've become in at resisting?
I think they would be okay with that. There's two philosophies. Like, one philosophy is that they want complete statehood and autonomy to secure and protect their culture and their lands. But there's also another perspective, which is the younger generation, which feel that they want to be more Chilean than Mapuche.
And with that, do you think, with part of those policy changes, do you think that the leader of CAN would ever be put on parole or something like that?
I don't know. I don't know what the outcome was. He was convicted in June 2024. Yeah, he was arrested June in 2022, and then he went through the process. So it's pretty current. So looking into the glass bowl, I don't know what's going to happen. It's a great question.
Thank you.
This is a personal question. Do you feel that this Arauco Cordillera, they're asking for what they used to have?
Yes.
And do you think that it's right that they call terrorists? I mean, like a called terrorist, because the land belongs to them.
Yes.
And I think it's not quite right.
Yeah, I think once this legislation went into effect and you created this label, it just completely changed the dynamics of the conversation.
Yes, maybe they have to go to a political party and try to fight with as a party, go to the Congress, get some political persons to instead to be very aggressive. Maybe they have to change their mind. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Another question? And thank you, Dr. Joss Regan, and thank you, Clayton, for this very nice and a very interesting subject. And even, honestly, I'm Latina, but I didn't know anything about that, and I learned a lot from this section. Thank you very much for inviting me to be a moderator. Thank you. Okay. I didn't know anything about both. I know about the protesting, of course, but not in depth. But at this one.
Hi everyone. 3:30, we have three student presenters. So about China, about Latin America. So please just remain on the seat. At 3:30, please come back to the auditorium. So let's have a good discussion over that. So also tomorrow morning, from 9:30 to 12:15, we have two round-table discussions. It will be more interactions. We can ask more questions, and speakers can provide more insights. Thank you so much. See you soon.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the student panel of the 2025 Peace and War Center Summit. I want to start by thanking Professor Yang Mo Koo and the staff of the Peace and War Center for giving our students the opportunity to present their research in a conference setting. I'm Michael Andrew, and I'll be moderating this panel. And our presenters are Tom Besser, Sebastian Lopez, Richard Conlon, and our discussant is Assistant Professor Jivat Dargan. So I'll introduce each of the presenters, and when they're done and Professor Dargan gives his thoughts on each of the papers, he has feedback on each of the papers, we'll open it up to questions from the floor. So our first presenter is Tom Besser. The title of his presentation is The Tech Industrial Complex and the New Monroe Doctrine. Tom is an undergraduate student at Norwich University from Tabernacle, New Jersey. He is currently working on degrees in political science, history, and studies in war and peace. His research and academic interests often include historiography, American politics, and geostrategy. He is currently writing a book on the tech industrial complex and its implications for the future of American politics and world order. He looks to graduate and commission as an officer in the United States Army in 2026. So, welcome, Tom Besser.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. As Professor stated, I'm Tom Besser, and I'll be presenting on the tech industrial complex and the New Monroe Doctrine. So what initially sparked my curiosity on the topic was President Biden's farewell address, which was at this time 2 months ago. And so President Biden gave a warning in the speech about the emergence of a new tech industrial complex which would threaten the foundations of American democracy. President Biden specifically made a callback to President Eisenhower's warnings over 6 decades ago to the emergence of a new military industrial complex which would act as something of an oligarchy. This tech industrial complex, it's sort of a new term, but it can be defined, and it finds its roots in Silicon Valley, in Palo Alto, California, and it centers around a lot of the early founders and investors in PayPal. Some of the key members of this tech industrial complex include SpaceX CEO and senior advisor to the president Elon Musk, former PayPal CEO and tech investor Peter Thiel, as well as his political protege J.D. Vance, who is now the vice president, Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg, the PayPal founder and now ambassador to Denmark, Ken Howery, the Undersecretary of State for Economic Growth, Energy, and Environment, Jacob Hellberg, and his tech investor husband, Keith Raboy, and advisor to the President on Science and Technology, David Sachs. So when I was writing this paper, the closest analog to the rise of the tech industrial complex can be found during the Cold War with the rise of the military industrial complex. And if it's okay with the audience, I'm going to use the MIC and TIC just to shorten and save some time when I'm discussing these things. So the MIC takes off during the Second World War. The United States needs new innovations in technology to compete with its technologically superior German foe across the Atlantic. And so companies like Boeing and Lockheed innovate the B-29 bomber, the P-38 Lightning, and Raytheon develops and manufactures critical components to radar technology as well as in aerial navigation systems. And so with this process that takes place during the Second World War, the MIC gets its foot in the door of American defense policy, and the process culminates with the creation of the nuclear bomb, ushering in the nuclear age of warfare. So with its foot in the door, the MIC finds itself at the center of a world struggle with the industrial superpower of the Soviet Union. The MIC is America's qualitative edge against a quantitatively superior Soviet adversary. Defense spending would triple over the course of the Korean War, which would solidify the MIC as a fixture in American politics and defense. The MIC would create the weapons of the Cold War, including the B-52 Stratofortress bomber, the Titan series ICBM, and the Washington-class nuclear submarine. These technologies would form the basis of the United States' nuclear triad, which would make good on nuclear mutually assured destruction, which is the United States' strategy with the Soviet Union in the early Cold War. However, as the United States found itself bogged down in the Vietnam War, the Soviet Union would develop its own nuclear arsenal, as well as surpass the United States in its conventional weapon systems and capabilities. These weapons the Soviet Union created, collectively known as the Big Seven, include some of the likes of the T-72 tank, which has even seen use in recent years in Ukraine. These weapons get shown off during the 1973 Yom Kippur War, and they scare Western observers, and they provoke this new drive to create qualitatively superior technology to combat the Soviet threat. The US military, spearheaded by the military-industrial complex, develops the Big Five weapon system response, which includes force mainstays like the Apache helicopter, the Abrams tank, the Bradley fighting vehicle, and the F-117 Nighthawk. These technologies, coupled with precision-guided munitions, as well as the GPS system, are the backbone of the United States' fighting force during the First Gulf War and deliver a decisive victory. And this ushers in this era of precision warfare. One of the themes about the military-industrial complex's rise to power is its use and effectiveness in industrial-era wars and in facing industrial-era enemies. So the Soviet Union and the United States fought several proxy wars over the course of the Cold War, and all of these met the conventional conflict threshold. These were conventional wars, and so the military-industrial complex was geared towards this conflict. So the crumbling Soviet Union and Warsaw Pact were not the only observers of the results of the Gulf War. Chinese observers studied the war and its implications for years to come and declared in them a revolution in military affairs. And so with the United States again bogged down in the global war on terror, China developed its own modern strategy aimed at keeping the United States out of a future Chinese sphere of influence in the event of a war with Taiwan. This anti-access area denial strategy is designed to keep the U.S. Navy at bay, to gain aerial superiority with precision missiles, and disrupt U.S. cyber and command and control capabilities. This period of strategic opportunity, as it is now known, sees China complement this asymmetrical A2AD strategy by developing relations with the world through global institutions and bilateral relations, including with countries in Latin America. China would foster relations with many developing nations in the region, and it would find ideological allies or partners, and it would create a network of states that were aligned and were against American influence in the region. And so the United States, in recent years, would shift its focus to East Asia to combat this Chinese threat. This process would start under the Obama administration, however, would be focused and honed in the Trump administration and really all the presidential administrations since. In combating this Chinese threat or adversary, the United States has been forced to refocus its attention on Latin America and the Western Hemisphere. And so on the 200th anniversary of the declaration of the Monroe Doctrine, the Reagan National Defense Forum held a discussion with several high-ranking officials titled Overlooking Monroe, Protecting Our Hemisphere and Homeland. Panelists included National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, General Richardson of U.S. Southcom, General Nakasone of U.S. Cybercom, and self-proclaimed proud founding member of the Tech Industrial Complex and Palantir co-founder Joe Lonsdale. Tech industrial interests lurk just below the surface of this panel and many of the topics that were discussed therein. Talks of mutually assured cyber destruction with China, precise special operations against drug cartels, and economic assistance to Latin America via technological innovation and partnership were mainstays and main themes of the talk. Nakasone made note, Nakasone made note of the private sector in this read Silicon Valley and its role in government digital infrastructure and promoted further cooperation between the two. Nakasone, I think it should be pointed out, also now sits on the board of directors at OpenAI. Joe Lonsdale advertised tech industrial startups like Palantir and Anduril as drivers of innovative solutions to a plethora of both domestic and international problems within our hemisphere. And to me, this panel shows something about American elite opinion and what elites and military commanders are thinking about when they are talking about solving issues with Latin America and combating Chinese influence. And so really, I think one of the main points of the panel is the increase in cooperation between the private sector in Silicon Valley and the US military. So as previously noted, China has expanded tremendously into the Latin American region. General Richardson noted at the RNDF that China has economic partnerships with 23 out of 31 Latin American nations. It's invested in critical infrastructure like ports, dams, and nuclear facilities. It operates 2 of the 5 adjacent ports to the Panama Canal, and much of this infrastructure has the potential for dual use, meaning both military and civilian purposes. And just some examples are the Port of Chancay in Peru, the Coco-Codo Dam in Ecuador, as well as the Atucha 3 nuclear plant in Argentina. Some post-industrial exports to the region include Chinese facial recognition technology, 5G network providers like Huawei, as well as data analytics software. Surveillance systems are both found in Mexico and Argentina that employ Chinese cameras equipped with their latest facial recognition technologies. And so the conflict between the United States and China within the Latin American region falls well below the conventional threshold conflict in a sort of gray zone of warfare. And so the military-industrial complex does not have the hardware or the technological capability to provide for the Latin American partners of the United States in the region. And so the tech-industrial complex is going to fill this void. So artificial intelligence, data surveillance, and analytics, and 5G service providers will form the basis of the technological partnership between the United States and Latin America. Several tech-industrial firms have already made inroads in the region. Palantir works with the largest Brazilian media corporation, Grupo Globo. Palantir and Google are working in Ecuador to provide health services and establish AI research centers. Elon Musk's Starlink is a direct competitor with Huawei and is rolled out in Chinese-targeted nations like Brazil and Chile. And so one of the reasons that I found the tech-industrial complex is geared towards Latin America is the lack of a domestic industry or manufacturing that has been commonplace in Latin American economies for centuries. And I've titled this The Leapfrogging of Industrial Society because really the tech-industrial complex sees the technologies in the digital realm as like a post-industrial development. And so the lack of strong central governments, banking institutions, and regulation has allowed financial technology to blossom in the region. Digital payment processors are an attractive prospect for countries with infrastructure that poorly connects or there's a total lack of infrastructure at all. Latin America has its limited history, as previously noted, with domestic manufacturing, and for most of its collective history, its economies were predominantly agricultural and based on resource extraction. Foreign nations like the Spanish Empire, the British, the United States, and now the Chinese industry stifle and suffocate Latin American exports, and they have done so for a long time. And so the tech-industrial complex's entrance into Latin America will likely follow and reinforce this historical trend. By exporting foreign technology, it will stifle attempts by Latin America to develop its own independent information age economies. A new resource in digital user data and artificial intelligence training will be the 21st century object of extraction for these companies. But just as some things change, others will stay the same. The mineral wealth of Latin America will also be quite important for all of these companies. For example, half of the world's lithium is located in the Lithium Triangle, a geographical region comprising of Chile, Bolivia, and Argentina. Copper is found in large quantities in Chile, and rare earth minerals like the ones that AWS Amazon servers rely on are found extensively throughout the entirety of the region. And so tech-industrial interests in the region have led to the promotion of several political figures who promise to privatize or make these resources more available to the private sector. Javier Milei, now president of Argentina, is one such example. Promising to tackle bureaucratic and inefficient state influence over his economy, Milei met with foreign investors like Elon Musk several times, including a visit to the United States and Texas. Tucker Carlson hosted an interview before the election, garnering 500 million views on X, the social media platform which Elon Musk now runs. Paul Manafort, a key advisor to the 2016 Trump campaign, is now working for a potential Peruvian presidential candidate in Peru. This Rafael Lopez Aliaga, the mayor of Lima, who counts among his friends Jair Bolsonaro of Brazil and Nayib Bukele of El Salvador, who was the first visit of Marco Rubio during his tenure as the State Department the head of the State Department, excuse me. Aliaga's economic proposals are similar to that of Milei in that he will help privatize Peru's economy, and the tech industrial interest in this is that Peru has just discovered large lithium reserves in the south of its country near the already existing lithium triangle. So in 2026, when the Peruvian election is set to conclude, expect the tech industrial complex to promote a business-friendly candidate in Peru. All right, now some of these effects of the tech industrial complex and their partnership with the US military will also result in changes in domestic policy. So Mexico, unlike the rest of Latin America, does have something of a history with industry. The US has invested in Mexican industry in the north of the country for several decades, and during the time of NAFTA, a lot of US industry was starting to flock to Mexico as a source of cheap labor. This process was halted when China joined the WTO and American capital and industry started to go to East Asian shores. However, Elon Musk is planning to construct a Tesla megafactory in Mexico, which would help kickstart this process of de-risking supply chains between the United States and its critical industrial manufacturers. So the process is really taking industry from China and moving it or relocating it to Mexican manufactories and using Mexican cheap labor as a substitute for China, which is now our adversary. And to complement this, the release of China's DeepSeek AI several weeks ago resulted in a $1 trillion loss for the US stock market. This is a big event, and some were calling it the Sputnik moment of the development of artificial intelligence. And so the Trump administration announced the creation of a new AI startup called Stargate, which had the backing of $500 billion. And so the project will be headed up by Oracle, OpenAI, and SoftBank, and will use the largest data centers in the United States to develop AI technology. Elon Musk also has ambitions to deploy this technology to his factories. His new Optimus model humanoid robot is planned to start working in Tesla factories by the end of this year, and by the end of 2026 will man all Musk-owned factories in the United States. This, coupled with the aforementioned industrial reshoring to Mexico, may provide the impetus for economic migrants from Latin America to return to their home countries. And so there will be less of a push factor in that industry will be located in Latin America, and less of a pull factor in the United States that the industrial labor is now being done autonomously by AI-powered robots. Some questions arise about where, when, and how this process will take place, how effective the AI robots will actually be, if any of this is going to pan out. However, it does look like this does have some potency for the future in either the coming years or decades, as Elon Musk plans to have 10 billion robots in 2040. So whether this is true or not remains to be seen. It's largely speculation. So some within the tech industrial complex have their own long-term ambitions regarding moving past the nation-state model and industrial society, and this could be a sort of paradigmic shift in human civilization. Peter Thiel has significantly been influenced by the book The Sovereign Individual, a book which predicts the fragmenting of sovereignty and the emergence of post-industrial societies. The book was required reading at PayPal in its early years, and PayPal was initially a project which aimed at replacing the US dollar with a digital currency. The Sovereign Individual heralds digital tech, and specifically financial technology, the type which blooms in Latin America, as a strongly decentralizing force. Similarly, The Network State, written by tech investor Balaji Srinivasan, is also inspired by the Sovereign Individual and is his manual or guide on how to establish these decentralized local sovereignties. And such a project actually exists in Latin America, of all places. Prospera, an emerging city-state in Honduras, promises economic prosperity and a post-industrial culture and way of life. Certainly not without its controversies with the Honduran government, which has recently tried to take away its rights to the land it now owns. The Prospera project is quite unique, and I actually had the pleasure of visiting Prospera over spring break. And so one enemy of such a world order is that of China. China is developing technology like AI, which has a strong centralizing force or effect to bolster their national cohesion and global influence. The authoritarian and nationalistic Chinese government stands in the way of a future civilization where ultimate human freedom and autonomy are the bedrock, and as such, it is fitting that the TIC heads up the expedition to remove Chinese influence from Latin America. By rolling back Chinese influence in the near abroad, the TIC opens the door to distant yet achievable futures in which this sovereign state, network state future is a possibility. So to conclude, if National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and tech industrial titan Joe Lonsdale's words are to be taken at face value, a new Monroe Doctrine must look to Latin America before it can fully pivot to Asia. Latin America is going to be the focal point in the new administration's foreign policy, and Chinese asymmetric strategy, seizing upon America's concentration elsewhere to move into the region, will seek to contest American control over the hemisphere. America's traditional military-industrial complex could do little to prevent this development, and thus the nascent tech-industrial complex, with its technologies of tomorrow and allies in the White House, will take up the mantle of Monroe to pry away the hemisphere from Chinese influence. While the United States and its tech-industrial complex have a common adversary in China, a common objective of displacing its influence through this new Monroe Doctrine, the tech-industrial complex will use this opportunity to pursue its interest and develop its own long-term plans and strategies for the region. The effects of this foreign policy will not only be felt abroad and south of the border, but here in the United States as well, as the technologies of tomorrow are brought to our own shores. The ascent of a tech-industrial complex could portend a drastic shift in society, and we are already feeling the effects of such a shift today. Thank you.
Our second presenter is Sebastian Lopez. Sebastian is a senior cadet at Norwich University, majoring in political science and studies in war and peace, with minors in Chinese, pre-law, and Asian studies. Originally from Englewood, New Jersey, born to Colombian immigrant parents, his journey reflects resilience and a commitment to uplifting others. He founded the I-5 Rudy Tremmel Squadron and the Guardian Society, promoting leadership, space operations readiness, and joint unit collaboration. Driven by a passion for service, diplomacy, and global security, he aspires to be commissioned into the United States Space Force as an intelligence officer in May 2025. The title of his presentation is How and to what extent has China used its United Nations Security Council seat to reshape global affairs? Sebastian?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Nearly 5 centuries ago, civilizations collided in a brutal saga of conquest, colonization, exploitation, and domination, a clash that forever altered the course of history. Yet, amidst these sweeping forces, it has always been the courage of individuals that shaped the destiny of nations. Reflecting on our American ideals of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, I sometimes lift my eyes to the south towards the liberators of Latin America. General San Martín, the liberator of Argentina, Chile, and Peru, declared, "Una persona solo gritando hace mucho más ruido que 100,000 callados." One person shouting makes more noise than 10,000 silent. Simón Bolívar, the liberator of America, after ascending unforgiving conditions, not to mention the snow-covered peaks of Mount Chimborazo in the Andes, experienced a vision in which he encountered an old wise man with a large beard. After a bit of dialogue, the man revealed himself to be Father Time and ordered Simon Bolivar to go forward and tell the truth to humankind. These two figures, along with many others of this age, were inspired by the ideas that are the lifeblood of liberty, and the courage to voice them shapes the course of history. Ideals further ingrained as a result of the American and French revolutions. Change is sparked not by silence, but by bravery to speak out, even when it feels as though the world is unwilling to listen. History does not yield to passivity, but to bold action and decisive thought. While time may erode opportunities, the fearless expression of ideas and the unwavering pursuit of freedom ignite revolutions and forge enduring legacies. The lesson is clear. Confront inaction, embrace responsibility, and remember that a single courageous idea, boldly spoken, can echo across generations, shaping the future far more powerfully than silence ever could. Now, more than ever, Latin America is at a decisive crossroads. Yet, it is not only Latin America that faces critical choices about its future and its place in the world. Across the globe, powerful nations wield their influence in ways that shape the destiny of others, sometimes in the name of stability, and other times to advance their strategic interests. My presentation for today is based on how and to what extent has China used its United Nations Security Council seat to reshape global affairs, mostly done through the veto. Just as bold ideas and decisive actions have shaped the past, understanding how modern powers influence global affairs is essential to shaping a just and equitable future. As a general overview, I'll be going over my research question, then I'll transition over into background information on this topic at hand, and then the data that I've been able to collect through my research on how China has been using its veto over the past couple of decades, and then after that, go into the main argument, where I'm going to split basically into 3 different topics and illustrate my key findings, and then also look at how my research is filling in certain gaps in literature that's currently available. For my research question, I look into why China leverages its United Nations Security Council seat to reshape global affairs. Basically, I split this question up into 2 different categories. This is a broad question that will be further divided into subsection questions, focusing on each category. When you think of shaping global norms, you can think of how China is trying to dethrone the United States in terms of how the U.S. has, for several decades, held its reign and being the only global hegemony. But China is trying to compete, take that title away. In terms of political power structures, you have many examples that I will address later in this presentation, but off the top of my head, you can think of how China is using depth trap diplomacy across Africa in order to have African nations basically align further with China and in the United Nations. So essentially, in the long run, because of how China is forcing several African nations to cooperate in terms of having any sort of investment, any sort of projects done on African land, this causes these nations to vote favorably with China in any sort of decision that is made, essentially creating African voting blocs. Going into specifics on shaping global norms, I decided to look at 3 different examples, one being the 1997 Guatemala peacekeeping resolution, where essentially the Security Council had the opportunity to send over peacekeeping troops due to a whole situation that was going on in Guatemala at that time. And due to Guatemala's stance on supporting Taiwan, China decided to vote against this resolution in order to reinforce its own stance on the One China policy. Later on in 2011, China essentially blocked intervention efforts alongside Russia. You can think of Russia making the first move, and then China decided to hop along in terms of vetoing this resolution in order to have some military intervention and build a more Western regime at the time. And this demonstrated how China and Russia as well believe that they should have further sovereignty. Nations should have further sovereignty over themselves rather than have the West basically nation build as they've been doing for several decades. With regards to the 2020 Myanmar refugee crisis, essentially China vetoed US-led proposal to help ensure that the whole coup that was going on at the time would be addressed successfully. And China thought this would destabilize the region, and ultimately they'd lose an ally within the Southeast. The second part of my research question is looking into political power structures. This, I've further broken up into 3 different categories. Shifting norms of intervention. I look at how vetoes challenge Western dominance in economic sanctions and development aid frameworks. Countering Western influence. I look at how vetoes essentially affect the West in order to promote China's own agenda in having further global domination and offset the sort of the single global hegemony that the United States has retained for a long period of time. And then bolstering alliances. So China is not the biggest fan of several different Western organizations. You can think of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the European Union. The list essentially goes on. And China has, through several different fronts, whether that be economic or militarily, they've been trying to create their own sort of organization to offset this. And part of the way that they've been able to do this is through the United Nations. As some background information on to how we got here, essentially, China has taken over Taiwan's seat in 1971 as the U.S. basically helped carry out a whole process in terms of recognizing China over Taiwan, and gradually over time, Taiwan has received less aid, less cooperation from the United States. And with regards to China's specific position within the United Nations Security Council, they have historically been cautious with their own veto, interestingly enough. China, however, has become more assertive from the 1990s onward, especially as its global influence grew. And some of the significance of the veto power is that the veto is a powerful instrument for advancing national interests and blocking resolutions perceived as counterproductive or threatening. And China also uses its veto to safeguard its principles of state sovereignty and protect its strategic allies and counterbalance Western-led initiatives. Some quick data on China's veto record. In total, China has casted 18 vetoes since 1971. Between 1971 to the 1990s, they have had 3 vetoes, mostly related to the issue of Taiwan. From 2000 to 2010, they have issued 5 vetoes, mainly in Africa and the Middle East. Essentially, you can think of this as moves that went against what they perceived as being Western intervention in terms of having nation-building initiatives. From 2010 to 2020, 8 vetoes, mostly on Syria, Myanmar, and North Korea. North Korea specifically was as a result of them experimenting their own nuclear missiles and capabilities, and China thought that was just not productive in their own objective of trying to garner more allies within the region and across the world. From 2020 to 2023, essentially you see the same thing with North Korea and Myanmar once again. Geopolitically, China has mostly focused on Syria with 13 vetoes on military interventions or sanctions. Myanmar in vetoing resolutions critical of its government, and North Korea after they have conducted their own missiles tests. Vetoes also, interestingly enough, tend to focus on China's internal policies, emphasizing how the Chinese culture focuses on non-interference. Over here, I have a whole table basically on all the recent vetoes that China has issued. Not all 18 of them are actually being projected, but essentially, if you cross-reference everything, you'll see basically an explanation as to why China has decided to vote in a certain way. Further from this table, it is evident that China has focused on countering Western influence, essentially blocking Western-led resolutions to support their own multipolar world order, and also focused on promoting sovereignty. So vetoes that essentially defend national sovereignty and prevent external interference. You can think of things such as Taiwan, Hong Kong, in terms of how they want to stamp out any sort of Western influence within Hong Kong itself. The Xinjiang province with all the Uyghur Muslims, China has done certain vetoes against nations that have been calling out China in their human rights records, essentially. And generally, China essentially has a lot of focus on censorship and control. You can think of things such as the Great Firewall, where any sort of Western media is blocked and completely censored. You think of the social credit system within China as well. Essentially, if citizens are more, according to the Chinese Communist Party, if they are more cooperative with the government, then they'll be given certain advantages such as discounts in supermarkets, free rides for bus fares, and so on. So China has gone through lengths and several different measures in order to be able to control its own citizenry. Some implication on Africa is that essentially these vetoes protect Chinese investments by blocking resolutions in, let's say, nations such as Sudan and Zimbabwe. Within Asia, vetoes prevent destabilizing interventions in Myanmar and North Korea, and global governance in general is affected as China advocates for sovereignty over human rights, essentially going against any sort of Western norms or what the United States would actually view upon favorably. Some of the main arguments within my paper, I'll look into countering Western influence, protecting domestic interests, and reshaping global governance. In terms of countering Western influence, China frequently used vetoes on Western-led resolutions, advocating for military interventions or sanctions. And the strategic rationale for this is to reinforce a vision, again, where essentially China is top dog, and then the United States, the West, come in second. This goes also in line with how China has its own 2050 plan of ultimately surpassing the United States on all different fronts, whether that be economic, military, or social as well. And the general impact of the first argument is how it bolsters credibility with developing nations that prioritize sovereignty and stability over intervention. For my second argument, protecting domestic interests, essentially the actions within this are that China vetoes or blocks resolutions related to human rights abuses, including those addressing policies in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and the Xinjiang province as well. And some of the rationale behind this is that it reinforces a strict interpretation of non-interference as a core principle of international law, and an implication of this is that it shields internal governance from external pressure. And for my last argument, China looks into advocating for the United Nations Security Council policies prioritizing economic development over Western norms of political reform and democratization. And the strategic rationale behind this is that it looks to reinforce its state-led government's approach, emphasizing stability, infrastructure, and economic growth. And the impact of this is that it looks to create a gradual shift in international norms where economic growth and sovereignty take precedence over human rights advocacy and political freedom. Some gaps in the literature that I've been able to find is that there's somewhat of a limited comparative research in how China's veto differs from the US or Russia. Essentially, this is interesting, especially considering that when you look at how China has only just recently, within the past decade, used all of its vetoes. If you look at the USSR, Russia, the United States, they have been using vetoes in quantities going into the hundreds. And then essentially, there is a minimal focus on how China's United Nations Security Council actions interact with its other multilateral initiatives, and few studies provide quantitative analysis or empirical data to assess the tangible effects of their vetoes on global conflict resolution, international law, or diplomatic negotiations.
Our third student presenter is Richard Conlon. He's a native of San Francisco. He's a second-year undergraduate student at Norwich University pursuing a Bachelor's of Science degree in physics and a Bachelor of Arts in Studies in War and Peace with a minor in philosophy. He's a member of the honors program and is pursuing a commission to serve as a submarine officer in the United States Navy through the Nuclear Propulsion Officer Candidate Program. His research interests include early modern Dutch military and maritime history, the just war tradition, Grotius studies, and the philosophy of war. The title of Richard's presentation is Learning from Bad Examples, the Introduction of International Law in Late Qing China. Richard?
Thank you. So I'm going to preface my presentation with a thought to keep in everyone's minds as I'm talking about this. For those familiar, the Belt and Road Initiative is China's economic and diplomatic policy, which there's many different arguments about that, and that's not what my research discusses. But keep in mind China's use of international law and commercial contract law in its Belt and Road Initiative, and especially in Latin America, throughout my sort of what I hope can provide some context into the origins of Chinese thinking about international law. I'm going to start in 2016. A case was presented before the International Court of Arbitration, the Permanent Court of Arbitration in the Netherlands, the Republic of Philippines v. the People's Republic of China, which listed a grievance from the Philippines, which essentially was arguing against China's claim of historic rights to the South China Sea. And this is primarily through their policy of the 9-dash line, which, if anyone has ever seen a map of it, encompasses a significant proportion of the South China Sea and is not in line with international legal conceptions, primarily in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. And in this case, China did not show up, and they did not acknowledge the rulings of the court, but they were making, in their historic rights argument, a fundamentally international legal claim. Historic rights is a viable tactic for claiming sovereignty over a particular jurisdiction. So I wanted to explore further where they came up with that conception from. And what I found is it was primarily discussed during the so-called Century of Humiliation, which is between 1839 and 1949. And there's two primary uses of European-style international law that show up in China during this time. And these are primarily Chinese legal concessions to European powers, often following brief conflict, which is evident in the so-called unequal treaties. The second conception is through Chinese, or the introduction of European international law through missionaries and an intellectual transfer that occurred in the 1860s. And these two conceptions help China find its use for international law. And I want to emphasize the word use. International law is not, for China, a system by which to moderate self-interest between nations, but it's a system which China can use to further develop its policies. I'd also like to say that that is not a uniquely Chinese belief. It is a belief that is present in many state foreign offices. But it is an interesting case study for examining international law and its place in the world today. So, to continue, the 19th century was defined by often unequal treaty negotiations with European powers, but China did interact with European powers in a more just fashion prior to that. One example is the Treaty of Nerchinsk between the emissaries of Russia and China in 1689, which its goal was quite just. It was to, clarify foreign border, the borders between eastern Russia and China's northern border. And it did this quite well. It clarified some things. Russia made concessions and China made concessions. And it also established a policy of fair trade between the two nations. This is the example of fair interaction between European nations and China using international law. Very quickly, in the 19th century, the unfair interactions begin to take place. This initially comes in the Treaty of Nanjing, which was signed after the First Opium War between the British Empire and China. And what it got rid of was it eliminated the canton system from Chinese dealings with European nations in an economic context. And it replaced it with a system which greatly expanded Europe's ability to trade and acquire materials and material wealth from China. In addition, the Treaty of Nanjing gave the British Empire the island of Hong Kong. So now, Britain, at this point, in 1839, possessed South Africa, the Indian subcontinent, Singapore, and Hong Kong, which allowed them to control the sea lanes from Europe all the way to Eastern Asia, which was a major advancement for the British Empire. This treaty is worded quite nicely and quite, it reads very like it's supposed to be equal and just, and this is a use of international law. In reality, the treaty is a victory treaty, and reads as such. Another example of a treaty which is not as unequal but is certainly exploitative to some degree is the American treaty in 1858, the Treaty of Tianjin, which gave similar powers as the Treaty of Nanjing to the United States. However, what it also did was it gave China reciprocal privileges, which is something that's not often mentioned, where US and Chinese citizens actually had equal rights in each other's nations, at least on paper. And what that allowed is America to get more long-term mutual benefit from this treaty rather than the very one-sided Treaty of Nanjing. So, and key in the Treaty of Tianjin is the right to practice and teach the Christian religion, which will come up when the Qing government is having some problems with its provincial and local governments. And these treaties are sort of two excellent examples of European involvement with China in a particularly legal context, although one that does stand with the threat of force, as many legal contexts do. The third treaty that I'd like to mention is Japan's Treaty of Shimonoseki. Unlike the British victory treaty, Japan's very well reads like a victory treaty. It is not nice to China, and it does omit some of the typical conceptions of international law that you might see, and is very much more blunt. This allowed Japan to take the Korean Peninsula, the island of Formosa, and also gave them the ability to trade in the interior of China, which was not previously given to the European nations. And then this is in 1895, very quickly after the Treaty of Shimonoseki. We see the Boxer Rebellion in 1900 and the Boxer Protocols, which are profoundly unjust to China. They, at this point, it's not really the Qing government interacting with the European powers in a violent manner. It's lower representatives of the Qing government, and yet the government still is to blame. And the Boxer Protocols were really the final death blow, legally speaking, for China and its interactions with European powers. What's important to note is that in all of these, this international legal system that's supposed to moderate tensions between world nations is not doing that. What it is doing is allowing European powers to expand their spheres of influence in Asia. And it's allowing them to compete with each other and disregard China. And that will come up later because in the European conception of international law, non-Christian nations don't apply. But continuing, these treaties create in China a realpolitik view of international law. It exists not as a system, but as a tool in a toolbox which they can employ when needed. And in fact, they do employ it after these treaties and after it's formally introduced by missionaries against European powers, and it succeeds to a great deal. And as you can still see now in the 21st century, it is continuing to succeed where they apply it. And where they don't apply it, it doesn't matter because they ignore it. So it's formally introduced outside of a diplomatic treaty context, primarily through the translation of Henry Wheaton's Elements of International Law into the Wangguo Gongfa, and then furthermore the teaching of this in the Tongwen Guang, which is a school under the Zhongli Yamen, which is the Chinese Foreign Office. And this school is essentially responsible for instructing in European languages and European styles of international law, and it's creating state lawyers. This is in the 1860s. So China then takes these state lawyers who have a fundamental understanding of European law, particularly a Christian natural law, which is what Henry Wheaton is mostly discusses in his work, particularly the view of sovereignty, which is quite appropriate for now. And their first usage is 2 years after the founding of the school, when a Prussian warship captures 3 Danish merchant ships as spoils of war, but these ships are in Chinese waters. Prior to this, China might not have had the intellectual foundation in European law to combat this. But because of this school and because of these state lawyers, they are able to protest this, saying this is our waters, this is our sovereign territory, and it's our jurisdiction. These ships are allowed to trade here. You cannot just seize them. And Prussia concedes and releases the ships, which is quite a pivotal moment because it's in all of this century of humiliation that China likes to claim that they win a battle against Europeans using international law, which also shows the degree which Europeans respect international law, even if it's maybe not used in their favor. Now, delving further into Wheaton's elements of international law, it's particularly different than a lot of international law textbooks you might find now, which may be based on the United Nations and positive law. Henry Wheaton is still moving from a natural law foundation, particularly because he says there's no universally agreed upon institutions which are capable of making positive law. Currently, you might say the International Court or the United Nations is capable of that, and some nations would still, and some nations and scholars would still dispute that. So it's equally true today. But he places states in this international legal system in a state of nature. There's no governing authority, and the only rights that these states possess are those that are natural to them. And a key one is the right of sovereignty, and that's essentially his most poignant piece in the beginning of the Elements, which is derived from much earlier works and is essentially a conglomeration of the works of Grotius, Vattel, Hobbes, and Pufendorf. But nevertheless, this work takes hold in Chinese intellectual thought at the time, and it allows them not to adapt their sort of Confucian worldview, because they don't, but it allows them a new epistemological paradigm, which allows them to react adaptively to foreign interests. Instead of combating Christian natural law with Chinese Confucian principles, they're actually combating it with the same sort of natural law, and because the Europeans are quite often violating their own principles, China's able to successfully combat it. And they recognize, as I hope I've argued, that this is a tool. This is a nice tool that they can keep in their back pocket for, instead of using force, instead of using economic pressure, they can pull out international law and they can try. And occasionally it works. And what ends up happening is China, the Qing government, despite its nice use of international law, has issues with its domestic control over its provinces and its localities, where these missionaries, which are protected, again, under the Treaty of Tianjin, proceed into the interior of the nation, attempt to spread the religion, and the local and provincial authorities don't let them, and the Qing government doesn't have a domestic capability to stop them. And what this creates is a particular tension between the United States and China, which prevents them from moving forward. And then you have the Boxer Rebellion, and then you have the Boxer Protocols, and now the Qing government is on the downslope. But nevertheless, throughout this century of humiliation and throughout the ending of the Qing dynasty, international law is introduced to China, and it takes a foothold, and it is still present in how they think about the world today. and it is still present in their many toolboxes of state self-interest.
Thank you, Richard. And now I'd like to introduce our discussant, Dr. Javat Dargan. He joined us in January as an assistant professor of Middle Eastern history. His academic expertise lies in the history and contemporary implications of modern state formation in the Middle East and North Africa. He holds a PhD in Middle Eastern Studies from Princeton University and has previously held postdoctoral and visiting professorship positions at the University of Michigan and Columbia University. Dr. Dargan is currently working on a book manuscript tentatively titled Ottoman Roads to Dresam 38, Engineering the Global Middle East.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Professor. And thank you for being here in this late afternoon. I really enjoyed all three of the papers, and I really believe that they can turn into they can be turned into publishable articles and maybe in some cases books. So I will just briefly provide main arguments in this, as far as I could understood, the main arguments in each paper, their main key points, a few areas for improvement, and a couple questions to think about as you work on revising your papers. So the first is Tom Besser's paper, The Tech Industrial Complex and the New Monroe Doctrine, which presents a timely, provocative, and well-researched argument about the growing role of the tech industrial complex in shaping US foreign policy. The paper argues that the emerging tech industrial complex, TIC, comprising major American technology firms, is playing a growing role in US national security, particularly in shaping a new Monroe Doctrine aimed at countering China's influence in Latin America. The paper compares the TIC's rise to the earlier military-industrial security complex, MIC, of the Cold War, showing how the state-corporate collaborations has foreign policy. It connects US efforts to nearshore industry from China to Latin America with a broader geopolitical strategy, including securing resources like lithium, expanding AI surveillance, and deploying emerging technologies in security operations. It details China's growing influence in Latin America through infrastructure investments, its role in general digital surveillance, and its strategic foothold in areas like the Panama Canal. The paper suggests that the TIC will act as the key driver of US policy in the Western Hemisphere, leveraging AI, surveillance, and economic incentives to reshape regional dynamics in ways that serve its own corporate interests alongside national security objectives. The paper sometimes assumes the reader is already familiar with concepts like the Monroe Doctrine and tech industrial complex, so a short account of these concepts at the beginning could be helpful. The analysis largely frames Latin American countries as passive actors caught between US and Chinese influence. However, these nations have agency and competing internal political currents. The second area for improvement is that the analysis largely, so the question regarding this local agency is, are there examples of Latin American leaders or movements actively shaping these dynamics in ways that challenge or co-opt US and Chinese influence? Are there actors other than China and US, such as the EU, Russia, India, Turkey, or even Saudi Arabia? And the three other questions that I have in general regarding the paper in general is, Number one is, how does the tech industrial complex differ from military industrial complex in its relations to the US government? Number two, how might Latin American countries resist or shape US and Chinese influence in this emerging contest? Number three, what are the risks of private companies gaining outsized power over national security decisions? And that's all for Tom's paper. I am gonna move on to Richard's paper, Learning from Bad Experiences, the Introduction of International Law in Late Qing China. The paper provides a historical perspective on China's legal strategy in international relations. It effectively bridges the gap between the past and present, but would benefit from the broader comparative perspective and more engagement with the legal theory. Here are three main points that I highlight. The paper argues that China's 19th century encounters with the international law, particularly through unequal treaties imposed by European powers, shaped its contemporary approach to international law. The century of humiliation, that is from 1839 to 1949, reinforced the idea that international law serves state interests rather than natural justice, neutral justice. My second point is about legal and diplomatic adaptations. Unlike many colonized regions, Qing China actively engaged with international law, translating key texts and using legal frameworks to navigate diplomacy. The Treaty of Nachinsk in 1689 with Russia is contrasted with later unequal treaties like the Treaty of Nanjing and the Boxer Protocol of 1901, showing a decline from diplomatic parity to subjugation. My third point is about the continuation of these legal strategies. China's current approach to international law, particularly in the South China Sea disputes, reflects its historical experiences with legal manipulation. So I do believe that the paper can be improved in two main areas. One is theoretical engagement with international law. The paper primarily treats international law as a tool of power politics, but could engage more with legal theory. How do realists, constructivists, or legal positivist perspectives explain China's approach? The second area is about comparing it with other nations. The paper could broaden its comparative scope by analyzing whether other non-Western powers, such as Japan, the Ottoman Empire, adopted similar legal strategies. And you will be surprised to see similarities, especially with the Ottoman case that I am familiar with. Does China's use of international law mirror any other historical complex? Examples. So the questions I have for you are to consider are: number one, did Qing officials universally agree on engaging with international law, or were there factions that resisted within the empire? Is China now using legal frameworks in a similar way that the European powers did during the 19th century? And the third is, the paper convincingly argues that China sees international law as a tool rather than a principle, but does this apply only to China, or is it the general feature of great powers? How different is China's legal pragmatism from US or European legal behavior? And finally, Sebastian Lopez's article on how and to what extent has China used the United Nations Security Council to reshape global affairs. The paper argues that China leverages its veto power primarily for three purposes: countering Western dominance, protecting its domestic interests, and reshaping global governance. It traces China's transformation from a restrained actor in the UN's UNSC, that's United States Security Council, to a more assertive power, particularly post-Cold War. It provides an overview of China's use of vetoes, particularly in relation to issues involving Taiwan, Syria, Myanmar, and North Korea, aligning them with China's broader geopolitical strategies. It contrasts China's veto behavior with that of the US and Russia, arguing that while the US uses veto power to protect its allies, China employs it to promote non-intervention and multipolarity. While the paper attempts to generalize China's veto behavior, it fails to engage with the nuances of each case. For instance, China's position on Syria and Myanmar is lumped together as anti-Western without properly addressing the unique geopolitical calculations at play in each context. The paper presents China as a consistent advocate for state sovereignty and non-intervention, which contradicts with its role regarding Taiwan, Tibet, Xinjiang, Hong Kong, and Singapore. The paper will benefit from an engagement with international relations theories like realism, constructivism, and dependency theory to provide a more structured argument. Is the paper arguing, and also there is a point about the argument to be made, and the question I have there is the paper arguing that China is fundamentally reshaping global governance or merely playing a defensive role at the UN Security Council? The two more general questions I have, number one is, how does China's UNSC strategy compare to its broader diplomatic engagement in regional organizations like the Shanghai Cooperation Organization or the BRICS Alliance? Could these alternative forums eventually diminish the importance of the UNSC for China? The second question is, to what extent is China's growing assertiveness at the United Nations Security Council genuinely transformative? And to what extent is it simply mirroring the behavior of past great powers like the US and the Soviet Union? And I also have a couple general questions for you if you would like to answer here. Is one, the idea that the US is busy with problems in one part of the world, providing other great powers like China and Russia strategic opportunities to counter US hegemony in other parts of the world. How do you think this idea of US kind of being this Leviathan that's unable to focus on multiple regions of the world? Does the US has to focus on one place at a time, or can it actually focus on the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and China simultaneously? Another question is this concept of scramble for Latin America. I don't know if you heard of Scramble for Africa, which is from this classical colonial era, and there is a recent book on that. I wonder how much of these current debates about Latin America, Middle East, etc., resembles that classical age of European colonialism, especially using this concept. And finally, are the US and China necessarily enemies? Like, do we have to look at the world from this perspective of enmity? Can there be a world, can we imagine a world in which US and China could develop constructive relations, perhaps like the one between some Middle Eastern countries and the US, or some European countries and the US, at least until recently? So thank you so much for your papers.
So are there any questions for our panelists? We have the microphones here on either side. If you do have a question, I ask that you tell us who you are addressing your question to.
Hi, my question's for Tom Besser. What is Russia's role in Latin America politics, and how does it affect America's new Monroe Doctrine?
That's a good question. So, I don't think that Russia has the same footprint in Latin America that China does, and that's because Russia is still a predominantly industrial power, whereas China is creating these digital technologies that Russia simply doesn't have the capability to do. Russia also doesn't have the power projection capabilities of a power like China, so they're more limited to Europe and what they call their near abroad region. However, I will say that we talked a lot about Latin America, and part of the Western Hemisphere is also the Arctic, so Canada, and it's been in the news recently, Greenland, and I've been thinking about what the role the Arctic will play in. The new administration seems to be dipping its toes in rapprochement with Russia as of recent, and maybe the Arctic will provide a region where Russia and the United States, there's some sort of a security cooperation, or there's some way to triangulate against China, that because China wants to be an Arctic power, they've declared themselves a near Arctic power, and they predominantly use Russian rail and ports and whatnot to make good on this claim. So there may be some sort of U.S.-Russian rapprochement in the Arctic region instead of Latin America. So I hope that answers that.
Thank you.
Over here.
Good afternoon. My question's for Mr. Conlon. So you mentioned international law. One of the cornerstones of international law through most liberal thinking is property. And you also mentioned the Belt and Road Initiative. How might China leverage the international law's version of property to support their own global interests?
Great question. I think when you look at what China considers property and property at the state level, at least in my conception of it, especially in the South China Sea, I'm thinking of territorial property. What they have done and what they are continuing to do is they're leveraging international legal conceptions in the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, right? An island has a very specific definition, and what they're doing is they're taking a shoal, they're adapting it to the definition of an island, and then they're claiming the ring around it as defined in the convention with their territorial waters and then their exclusive economic zone. What brought this case, the Philippines versus the People's Republic of China, to the court in the first place is that those islands they were building, the zones, particularly the economic zones, extended into the economic zones and even the territorial waters of the Philippines. And there's also ones that extend into Malaysia and Vietnam. And what China's been doing is they've been extracting property, particularly undersea resources, from the exclusive economic zones of other nations by building islands and then claiming the area outward. And to be fair, we talk about international law. They've also backed this up with force. They've deployed their maritime militia, their Coast Guard, and the People's Army Navy. But all of that is essentially to advance their goals in the region and their industrial effort.
Just a comment on Richard's point there. One of the main disputes in the South China Sea case was whether or not we were talking about rocks or islands, and trying to define what's the difference between a rock and an island, between high tide and low tide.
Yes. And also the concept of is it able to sustain a human population? Those are some very specific legal conventions that you can delve into, but China tried to use those to its benefit.
Over here.
My question is for Mr. Tom H. Besser. It's on your time in Prospera. So I think a lot of people in this room could have guessed that there'd be a lot of tech investment in South America as well as Central America. But I think Prospera itself is unique. It's very curious. It's a physical manifestation of TIC in a pseudo-state with economic autonomy. So I'd like to know what you saw there that was striking, and also what you think it means for the future of South America and Central America. Do you think more cases like this will pop up? Do you think it'll survive with the Honduran government, their hostility? Your thoughts, please.
Yeah, so I enjoyed my time down in Prospera. I was there for 3 days. And one of the things that I made a point to do was talk to some of the locals and natives in the region just to get their thoughts on the project, what they thought about Prospera and the sort of, this innovative tech paradise that it is being portrayed as. And I think there's some truth to that. It's a private resort, and the drive from the airport to there was pretty eye-opening. It was like a total world difference. It didn't necessarily feel like the United States abroad, but it did feel like some sort of a developed area. But a lot of the natives, they had an issue with, Prospera doesn't provide the innovative jobs that it claims to do. It employs about 3,000 Hondurans, but they're mostly lawn caretakers or like baristas or things like that. They employ. It's like a very like a service economy driven polity, and so I think one of the criticisms that is voiced by the Honduran government is that this is a form of colonialism or neo-colonialism. It's a sort of colonial project of the United States by proxy, by other means. So I don't know whether the project will continue. It just received $100 million of investment from Silicon Valley donors. So it will probably stick around for the near future. But, if I had to guess, the next state or something like that would come in like Greenland. I saw there was some buzz over the Greenland 51st state thing. Whatever you think about that, it's an island of 50,000 people, and it used to be used as like the potential for moon landings and stuff. So it's got a history of technological innovation and whatnot. So maybe there would be a tech startup state in Greenland in the future.
William?
Good afternoon. This is a question for Mr. Besser. I just wanted to know if you could expand on what the tech-industrial complex wishes to gain from cooperation with the state, as the military-industrial complex requires the state for prolonged financial success, as they require the functions of the state for conflict and preparation of conflict. Meanwhile, the tech-industrial complex seems that it could make most of its financial success from private sales across the population. Could you perhaps expand on?
Yeah, so I read The Sovereign Individual, which is like Peter Thiel, and he's a big, he's like the central figure of this network. It's one of his big influences. And one of the things within the book, a central theme is that modern nation state, their economies are extremely bureaucratic and inefficient, and they are restricting the genius of private individuals to actually innovate and create new technologies and drive civilization forward. And I think, looking at DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, and some organizations like that which are focused on cutting bureaucratic red tape and a lot of overhead and restrictions on the private sector, I think probably one of their main goals in partnering with the government is to gain political power and use it to reduce the size of the state, reduce its regulation on private business. And I think that's like a core of the partnership, as well as the ideological stuff about the sovereign individual and the things I just talked about. But yeah, I would say it's that reduction of government inefficiency.
Thank you.
I think we have one more question.
Good afternoon, y'all. It's interesting to see the Panama Canal start to look like the Dardanelles Strait from centuries past. But my question to the panel, just in regards to how we're looking at the sovereignty and security of Latin American nations from an individual perspective and how it plays out from a diplomatic stage, was there anything in the literature that was talking about a Pan-American diplomacy initiative in terms of garnering support from that local level through the developmental stage prior to parsing out to this Thucydides trap that we're witnessing with China?
So I think Besser's research briefly mentions the Monroe Doctrine. Historically, this has served as a symbolic piece of legislation from the United States where we look to protect all of Latin America, or the Americas in general, from any sort of colonialism or outside influence, whether that be, let's say, mostly Europe. I think within recent decades especially, we have noticed a recent trend that for better or for worse, conservatism, pro-American administrations within several Latin American countries has been starting to fade away. You've had, for example, in Colombia, President Gustavo Petro come into power, and he has been a lifelong socialist, communist, and obviously with these own individual ideals of his, he's been more prone to be pro-China rather than pro-United States. And several other leaders, on top of that, also would criticize the United States on how they've been able to handle their whole management of the global South. When you look at things such as the creation of banana republics in the late 1800s, or things such as CIA coups or plots, generally there has been a trend where countries want to change, right? They want to change chapter, and you've also seen sort of few countries, notably Argentina with President Javier Milei, serve as a major advocate for libertarianism and bringing a renewal to the country, basically slashing prices, slashing any sort of unnecessary positions. That, interestingly enough, that sort of mentality has influenced us in creating the Department of Governmental Efficiency in the U.S. So I'd say overall, most nations within Latin America have started to depart from partnerships with the United States, but whether or not that's going to change, I think we're going to have to see within the next couple of years, maybe decades.
I've got an answer for that as well. One of the time periods I was looking at where the United States had to refocus its interest in Latin America was during the Second World War, and this doesn't get spoken about often, but just being a hegemon, and it traded extensively with Latin America. And so the United States had to focus on a light-handed approach to reshoring their alliances with Latin American states. Obviously, before, and what I'll talk about is Roosevelt's good neighbor policy, which fostered sort of like a partnership or an equal standing between the states. That came on the heels of decades of U.S. colonialism and intervention in Latin America. And I think the history of the United States' interactions with Latin America during the Cold War looks pretty similar to what it looked like prior to the Second World War, where it was a lot of coups and overthrowings and CIA ventures and whatnot. So I think in times where there is a rising global hegemon, the United States has to portray itself and act as an equal friend and equal partner to Latin American republics. So I do think that this is a time where institutions would be created or reinvigorated. Like the Organization of American States was founded during the Second World War, and with the goal of securing alliances with Latin American states. So I do think this would be a time where what you're saying would come to pass. So.
I'm going to keep it very brief, but I'm also going to partially answer your question of, are the U.S. and China necessarily enemies? And I think it very well connects with the idea of with how China's interacting in Latin America right now. During the Cold War, the United States pursued a rapid policy, an aggressive policy of containment against the Soviet Union. We had a very clear enemy, and in doing that, we sought to develop the third world, right? The non-communist, non-capitalist, in the middle states that had just recently decolonized. Latin America was a key part of that, sometimes violently through CIA coups, and we definitely did some things there that messed up sort of the state system, but fundamentally we sought to develop the region. The Cold War ended, the end of history. There is no, it's all capitalism, it's all liberal democracies from now on. And we pulled out of those, and we returned to the American sort of isolationist conception, and China has taken our place. Their strategy is not unlike ours, and I think, frankly, we can work with them quite well as long as we set boundaries, which we tended to do with the Soviet Union. but I don't see us doing as well as with China.
But we are out of time. I want to thank Professor Dargan for his very thoughtful comments, and I know some of you are writing those down. He's going to provide them to you in hard copy form, and I have some comments to pass along also. But to close out the panel, I'd like to thank our panelists again.
Dr. Michael Andrew, thank you so much for moderating the student panel session. So today, starting with the keynote session at 9 a.m. So after that, 5 different panel sessions we have. So tomorrow morning, the Peace and War Summit will continue. So from 9:30, so we will have first round table discussions with today's speakers to address complexities in Latin America. And then 11 o'clock, so we will have the second round table session to talk about U.S.-Latin American relations and U.S. strategy toward Latin America. So hopefully many of you can join tomorrow's session as well. So thank you so much for attending and asking questions and so sharing the insights and everything. So have a nice evening and see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.